Audiobook title Aircraft Warfare starting from Gundam OO new name Aerial Mecha Warfare. Chapter 301 to 350 Part 0, 1 Chapter 301. Kagali's vanished and the captain's gone AWOL too. In the vast, shimmering expanse of the ocean skies, the Sky Dominator Unit 1 roared back to the mothership, buzzing with the thrill of a hard-won triumph. She just obliterated an enemy carrier, sending it and all its mobile suits plummeting into a fiery abyss of explosions. Not a bad day's work, that proper feather in the cap, and to top it off, as she touched down, the crew spotted that the Archangel's own skirmish had wrapped up nicely. Double the joy in it. But the moment the fighter jet settled on the deck and Mu clambered out of the cockpit, sweat slicked and grinning like a Cheshire cat, he clocked the grim faces staring back at him. The air hung heavy, thick with unspoken dread. What's the bloody hell happened? Mu demanded, his voice cutting through the hum of the engines like a knife. Where's Unit 2? The lass hasn't made it back. Mu froze, his eyes widening in shock. During the dogfight, Unit 2's navigation gear had taken a hit, so he'd ordered Kagali to peel off and head straight for home. She should have been back ages ago, safe and sound. What went down? Where's Kagali? Kisaka and Lyle, who'd just docked themselves, strode over, their faces etched with worry, brows furrowed deep as ocean trenches. Right, here's the sitch. Flashback 10 minutes earlier, the pair of Sky Dominators had blasted off, tearing towards the coordinates spat out by the CIC, hunting for the Zaft carrier lurking in the depths. Didn't take long, bingo, there she was, a shadowy blip on the anti-sub radar. Finally got you sneaky little kitten. Mu's heart, which had been pounding like a drum in his chest, eased up at the sight of that glowing dart. The CIC's guess was just that, a punt in the dark, but they'd nailed it. Kitten, don't sweat it, let's move. It's Kagali, you plonker. Kagali grumbled about Mu dodging her name, but her hands didn't falter. The underbellies of both Sky Dominators yawned open, missile bays, unleashing a pair of anti-sub torpedoes that sliced through the waves like predators on the prowl. One missed, vanishing into the blue void. The other struck true, slamming into the carrier's starboard side, port side. Your turn now. Water gushed in fierce, the beast forced to surface, desperate to unleash its standby Dean squad and swat these airborne pests from the sky. Bloody hell, if the captain hadn't ordered us back to base for resupply. Surface now, launch the Deans and take him down. The sea's surface darkened, a massive shadow swelling like a storm cloud, the carrier breaking through. Mu hadn't banked on those torpedoes sinking the Zaft sub outright. The plan was to flush him out from the depths. Once they popped up, Bam hit him with everything. That's why his Sky Dominator was kitted out with that brutal artillery pack. They are coming. You ready? Yeah. This was Kagali's second sortie in the Sky Dominator, and yeah, she felt the jitters gnawing her stomach, but there was this fire in her belly too, a burning need to prove herself. She dipped low, engines howling as she skimmed towards the emerging carrier, waves churning below like angry beasts. Oi, don't fly so low, you'll get caught in the splash. Mu's shout snapped her out of it just in time. With a grunt, Kagali yanked the stick hard, climbing sharply as the carrier breached, sending foamy waves crashing like tidal hammers. One wrong move and she'd have been dragged under, a sitting duck in the drink. You idiot. Stay calm next time, don't go charging in like a bull in a china shop. Who are you calling an idiot? In that moment, Mu felt a pang of empathy for young Huey, this girl, Kagali. She was a right handful, no two ways about it, all fire and no fluff. But there was no time for bickering. The sub-carrier had fully surfaced, its 3 mobile suit catapults yawning wide open. Delay any longer, and it'd be them in the crosshairs. Not on my watch. Diving low, the Flame Guard ultra-high impulse cannon bellowed, unleashing a ferocious beam of blue-white red fury that punched straight through the carrier's hull, carving a grotesque gaping wound. Molten edges sparked with leaping arcs, hissing and crackling like a furious serpent, sparks flying wild until the whole thing erupted in a chain of blasts, flames licking the sky, black smoke billowing like a funeral pyre. Did we get M? Kagali's voice crackled with excitement, her fists clenched tight on the controls, but it flipped to tension in a heartbeat as a Dean burst from the inferno and haze, its dark muzzle swinging right at her. Dodging the incoming Dean, Kagali jinked hard, but nearly sideswiped Mu's follow-up strike in the chaos. Lass, stop zigzagging like a mad thing. What if I clip you? What are you on about? Ugh, she was about to snap back, stubborn as ever when her machine took a hit. Smoke trailed from the tail, thick and acrid, but she wrestled it steady, engines growling back to life. You all right? Mu barked, urgency lacing his words. He'd promised young Huey to watch over her, couldn't let that vow slip at the 11th hour. Just the nav module's knackered, nothing major. Can you make it back? Then bug out now, I'll handle this git. Mu was proper spooked. Kagali had real chops piloting the Sky Dominator, but her headstrong streak, always pushing to shine, made her a liability. He couldn't risk her in the fray any longer. I told you I'm fine, I can still. You're just flitting about like a headless chicken, getting in the way. Don't you get it? Moo's temper finally snapped, roaring over the calms. Now he bloody well understood why Yang Hui was always on at her not picking fights for fun, but because the girl invited it with her antics. TCH, fine, whatever. Reluctant, her shoulders slumping in the cockpit, Cagali peeled away, steering her Sky Dominator towards the Archangel's position. But, with her gone, Moo could finally cut loose. He pulled up sharp, flipped inverted, then dove like a hawk, aligning with the sun's glare. As the Dean's sensors blinded, that tri-colored cannon roared again, slicing the enemy clean in half with a deafening boom. Gotcha, having shredded the last Dean, Moo banked towards home, victory's glow warming his bones. That's the gist. I sent her back early, she should have made it by now. After Moo's rundown, silence blanketed the group, everyone lost in thought, puzzling over Cagali's vanishing act. Could the busted nav have left her proper lost, unable to find the Archangel? Meryu ventured, her voice tentative. No way, the crew blinked, faces twisting like they'd seen a ghost. Nah, if it's Cagali. Yeah, that's bang on possible. Yang Hui facepalmed, frustration etched in every line, no act about it. Anime was just stories. But he didn't know if she'd bump into the Aegis transport, crash, and end up stranded on some deserted isle with Athron for a night of lone wolf and cub vibes. Growing up with her, though, he knew one thing for sure. She was a total directionless disaster, a super road idiot. How bad? The sort who nearly got lost in her own family's sprawling mansion. Blimey, what now? The crew were gobsmacked. Turns out there really were folks who'd lose their way home without a sat-nav. Only thing for it, launch a search and rescue ARP. Meryu decided, her tone firm. Normally, Badgerall would have kicked off hard against it. They were smack in Zaft-held waters. Every tick of the clock ramping up the peril. No clue if reinforcements were inbound. But this was different. Forget how Badgerall's edges had softened over time. They'd taken on Yang Hui's gig to ferry him and Cagali safe to Orb, desperate for those supplies. Now one VIP was MIA, the Asha clan's princess, no less. Mission failed. If word got back to Orb, they might as well scuttle the ship themselves. With the war heating up, the Atlantic Federation was eyeing Orb like a prize. And if this car-cup widened the rift, the brass wouldn't need Orb's help to bury them. Let's search at least. Gotta find the wreckage of Sky Dominator Unit 2. Yang Hui muttered, his voice heavy with unspoken grief. The crew fell quiet, clinging to slim hopes, but deep down, it was just that hope. Cagali's status. Mia missing in action, a soldier vanished mid-battle. Once the Strike Gundam and Sky Dominator Unit 1 were refueled, they launched urgently, scouring the surrounding seas. Meanwhile, the Archangel vectored towards the nearest uninhabited archipelago, dropping Lyle's Jin there to start a ground sweep for Cagali. The distress beacon should have pinged, but signals are rubbish out here, useless. Once the Sky Dominator and Strike clear the nearby waters, link up with Lyle's unit and comb the islands. Roger that. Remember, search wraps at 0800 tomorrow morning, no extensions. Badgerall reminded, her words clipped. Halting for SAR was already pushing it. With Cagali's fate unknown and Yang Hui still aboard, they'd lost one protectee. They had to safeguard the other and the whole crew. Yang Hui had signed off on the deadline after all. Young Master Yang Hui, Kisaka, something on your mind? If we don't find Cagali, I request permission to disembark here, to keep looking for her. I, Lord Yuzumi, entrusted her to me. If we miss the window, I can't just head back empty-handed. Spending all that time with Cagali's rubbed off on you made you daft too. Yang Hui shook his head, a wry smile tugging at his lips. In Cagali's words, it's all Hoyumaya's guidance. Kisaka replied with a bitter chuckle. Hoyumaya's guidance, eh? Approved. If we come up empty, you find her, bring her home, whatever it takes. Understood. As the Archangel kicked off its desperate search, over at Zaft Carpinteria base, they had their own vanishing act. The freshly minted Sarah squad hadn't even run a single up, and poof, their captain was gone. Izak, any word on Athron? Nicole spotted Izak returning from intel gathering and pounced, his voice laced with anxiety. They'd all meant to ship out together, but the transport hauling the Aegis Gundam hit a snag right before takeoff, so Athron and his suit lagged behind, and now, with the sun dipping low, still no sign at the base. Ladies and gents of the glorious Sarah squad, I hereby announce our inaugural mission. Izak ignored Nicole, standing ramrod straight with a deadpan face but a teasing lilt in his voice. This one's critical content, rescue the captain, PFFT tilde ha. Dirka burst out laughing, doubling over, Nicole's fists clenched, rage bubbling. But he bit it back, arguing with Izak and Dirka was pointless when Athron's safety hung in the balance. Can't blame him for the transport getting shot down, but HQ's swamped, says your captain. Your problem, go find him yourselves. Ah, what a smashing start, eh? But it's getting dark now, let's hunt tomorrow. How can we just... He's got the Aegis, mate. Even if he splashed into the sea, he'll be all right. Spot on. Crash in the dorms tonight. Mothership'll be prepped by morn, then we launch. Nicole relented, helpless against the logic. In space, he'd solo it in the Blitz Gundam, no questions. But here on Earth, especially over the briny deep, without carrier support, his lone wolf act would just double the rescue targets. Athrun, you've got to be safe, Nicole whispered, gazing at the sunset bleeding across the horizon. His prayer carried on the evening breeze. Chapter 302. A war of two souls. The sea breeze whispered through the air, carrying the salty tang of endless waves that crashed like thunderous applause against the jagged rocks. Seagulls wheeled overhead, their cries a haunting chorus piercing the vast blue expanse, but that fragile harmony shattered in an instant as a sleek, futuristic fighter jet, a relic of humanity's endless cosmic strife, plummeted from the skies, its hull scarred and smoking from the fury of battle. Slumped in the cockpit, Cagali stirred from the fog of unconsciousness, her eyelids fluttering open to the dim glow of emergency lights. Her heart pounded like a war drum in her chest, each beat echoing the roar of engines long silenced. "I'm still kicking," she murmured, her voice a hoarse whisper lost in the confines of the battered machine. She patted herself down frantically, fingers probing for wounds that weren't there. No blood, no broken bones, just the ache of survival. Relief washed over her, but it was short-lived. She jabbed at the comms panel, desperate to hail the Archangel, but the airwaves crackled with vicious interference, a digital storm courtesy of some Zaft jamming tech. Worse, the Sky Dominator's systems were dead, as a dodo, not even a flicker from the power core. "This is Cagali, Archangel, come in. Archangel, you there?" Static mocked her pleas. No dice, but Cagali wasn't one to wallow in despair. Not this fiery lass with a spirit forged in the fires of rebellion, sitting idle in this metal coffin, praying for mates to swoop in like knights in shining armor. Bollocks to that. Better to leg it, scout this god-forsaken rock, maybe stumble on some locals who could lend a hand and get her out of this pickle. Fate, though, had a cruel sense of humor. Cagali might have been a girl, but she lacked that delicate touch some lasses had, all bold strokes and no finesse. She clambered out of the cockpit, boots hitting the wet sand with a squelch, only for a rogue wave to surge in like a vengeful beast, snatching her emergency pack and dragging it out to sea in a frothy whirl. Bloody hell, she stared gobsmacked as it bobbed further away, vanishing into the churning depths. By the time her brain caught up, it was gone for good. Sodding waves, she growled, cheeks flushing with frustration, before wading ashore in a huff, drenched and alone, her soaked flight suit clinging like a second skin as she trudged into the unknown. "This island's a right titchy thing," she muttered after what felt like an eternity, but was barely half an hour of pushing through tangled undergrowth, vines snagging at her like grasping fingers. Emerging on the far side, she faced another stretch of coastline, the sea mocking her with its endless horizon. Her heart did a funny flip, part relief, part proper gutted. On the upside, the place was pint-sized. She'd canvass it in no time, and with no room for big nasties like predators lurking about. But the downside, bugger all chance of help. If anyone else was here, they'd have spotted her crash-landing spectacle, and she'd have bumped into them by now. Or so she thought. Then her eyes locked on it. A hulking silhouette against the rocks, the Aegis Gundam, its crimson armor gleaming like fresh blood under the sun. And there, rummaging about with a pack slung over his shoulder, was a figure in Zaft green scouting for a spot to hunker down. Zaft scum, the word spat from her lips like venom, without a second thought, instincts kicking in like a plasma rifle's recoil. Cagali yanked her sidearm free and squeezed the trigger. Athrun, fresh out of the military academy's elite ranks, was no slouch, a sharp mind, honed by rigorous drills and the cold calculus of war. As he scanned the terrain, a faint click pricked his ears, the unmistakable sound of a bolt sliding home. He whipped around, only to stare down the black moor of a pistol barrel. Dodging. Too late. Bang! The shot echoed across the island like a thunderclap, scattering flocks of birds in a whirlwind of feathers. Luck was on his side. Cagali's aim was pants, no proper training, just raw grit, and in her panic, the bullet only grazed his arm, tearing fabric and drawing a thin line of blood that stung like fire. No time to nurse it. Athrun ditched the pack and bolted, 3 lunging strides carrying him behind a cluster of boulders, heart hammering against his ribs. Bang, 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 freeze you git. Her shots pinged off rocks wild and wide. Cagali edged closer, boots crunching on pebbles, sweat beading on her forehead despite the cool breeze. Tension coiled in her gut like a spring, while Athrun, crouched low, fought to steady his breathing, the metallic tang of blood filling his nostrils. Earth Alliance grunt, must be the pilot from that fighter I spotted earlier, he thought, spotting his own pistol and pack lying exposed. Shoving down the fear, he drew the dagger strapped to his thigh, its blade glinting coldly. Footsteps approached, tentative, inexperienced. She was green, that much was clear, or maybe just rattled. Perhaps it was nerves or sheer inexperience, but Cagali kicked his dropped pistol aside, her gaze flicking away for a split second. That was his window. Athron calculated the distance too far for a direct lunge, so he rolled the other way, vaulting over the rocks in a fluid motion born of academy precision. She spun, firing blindly, bullets whizzing harmlessly into the underbrush. He vanished in a blur of flips and shadows. Stupidly, she bent to snag his gun, eyes off the prize, mesmerized by the weapon like it held all the answers. Athron struck like a comet. He exploded from cover, boots pounding sand, and with a savage kick, sent her pistol sailing into the air. Cagali staggered back 2 steps, fumbling for her backup, but he was on her, grabbing her wrist in a vice grip, twisting and shoving with brutal efficiency. She flipped through the air, crashing down hard. The wind knocked out of her in a whoosh. Before she could scramble up, he was astride her, knees pinning her arms, one hand fisting her collar. His dagger hovered at her throat, its edge a whisper of icy death, reflecting the terror in her wide eyes. Ah! The scream tore from her throat, sharp, piercing, a raw outburst that sent birds fleeing anew, and even jolted the dormant Aegis Gundam's optics to a flickering green glow, as if the machine itself recoiled in shock. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the end, but the blade didn't descend. No pain, no chill of steel-piercing flesh. Trembling, she cracked an eyelid, twisting her head to meet his gaze. Athron froze, the scream rattling him to his core, but it was her voice, high and unmistakably feminine, and the soft curve his hand brushed against that stayed his hand. Killing her now. It felt wrong, a line even in war he couldn't cross. A girl, tears welled in Cagali's eyes, spilling over as she glared up at him, defiance burning through the fear. You lot are proper monsters. Talk about the part calling the kettle black, classic Cagali, flipping the script with that stubborn spark. Athron blinked, dumbfounded. What was this? She could shoot at him, but he couldn't fight back. Still, he sheathed the dagger, not daft enough to think her harmless. He flipped her over, binding her wrists behind her back and hobbling her ankles with cord from his pack, then dismantled her pistols into bits, chucking them into the waves with a series of plops. You really with the Earth Alliance? No dog tags or nothing? He probed, bandaging his grazed arm, the sting making him wince. He'd given her a quick pat-down during the tie-up. No ID, no insignia. She clamped her mouth shut, jaw set like iron, vowing to play dead, give the enemy zilch. But then... Never heard a screech like that on the battlefield, he teased, a smirk tugging at his lips. Sure, screams echoed in war wails of terror and despair, but hers. If anyone overheard, they'd peg him for some sleazy perv eyeing up a young lass. Gosh. Sorry 'bout that, she mumbled, cheeks blazing crimson. She fancied herself a battle-hardened sort, but death's shadow had stripped her bare, revealing the scared girl beneath. You the one who downed our transport. Saw your rig on the other beach. Oi, you lot shot me down first, and what unit you with? Why flying solo out there? Athron cut straight to it, sensing logic was a lost cause with her. I'm no soldier, got no unit. Who'd wanna end up on this sarding rock? The dam broke. Once the vow cracked, words tumbled out like a breached hull, truth spilling in the heat of frustration. Maybe it was the embarrassment of her scream, that proud streak flaring up, but even bound hand and foot, she wriggled fiercely, trying to rise, only to flop face first into the sand in a humiliating sprawl, squirming like a worm in the dirt. Athron pondered, deciding she was no threat now, trussed up like a Christmas turkey. Best to fire off a distress beacon first, scout a camp, then figure her fate. He turned away. Were you part of the raid on Heliopolis? Cagali's voice halted him, laced with accusation. He pivoted, frowning. The Heliopolis collapse was public knowledge, but details, especially the classified G project, were locked tight. How does Civvy know? I was there, in the colony you lot blew to smithereens. Words failed him. Guilt gnawed at Athron for the civilians caught in the crossfire. But orders were orders in this brutal space opera of alliances and betrayals. No excuses offered. He strode back to the Aegis, ignoring her shouts and struggles. Priority, link up with Zaft forces pronto. But frustration mounted. Every channel was dead air, jammed or silent. Public freaks. Too risky with her here. Her bird was Earth tech, meaning Alliance ships might be combing the waves for her. Lure them in and he'd be proper knackered. Boom, thunder cracked like a orbital cannon, black clouds swallowing the sky, rain hammering down in sheets that turned the beach to mud. Athron sighed, launching a distressed boy into the surf, a faint hope amid the storm. The downpour reminded him of her, exposed and bound. Cockpit was too cramped for two. Grumbling, he powered down and scanned for shelter, only to spot a pathetic sight that tugged at something deep inside. Cagali hadn't quit. Like a determined caterpillar, she'd inched towards the Aegis, undeterred by the terrain's ups and downs, but a thunderclap jolted her, balance lost, and she tumbled back down the slope, splashing into a shallow pool. Rope snagged on rocks, she thrashed futilely, lying there as rain pelted her face, waves lapping at her sides, soaking her to the bone. Her eyes stared blankly at the roiling heavens, helplessness and regret crashing over her like the tide. Was this it? Had her stubborn streak finally done her in? Maybe she should have listened, played it safe. Then the rain stopped battering her skin. Shadow enveloped her, the Aegis's massive shield, deployed like a guardian's wing, hovering above to shield her from the deluge. Athrun, silhouetted against the storm, had activated it remotely, his expression a mix of reluctance and quiet compassion, the first crack in his soldier's armor. In this isolated corner of the cosmic war, two enemies, a fierce princess and a conflicted elite, were bound by fate's cruel twist, their personal battle just beginning. Chapter 303. Don't do anything daft. The storm raged on like a vengeful deity from some ancient space opera, thunder rumbling through the heavens as if the very stars were at war. Rain pelted the isolated isle, turning the sandy beach into a sodden quagmire, while the Aegis Gundam loomed in the distance like a silent sentinel, its crimson armor glistening under the downpour. Athrun trudged back through the sheets of water, his Zaft uniform clinging heavy and cold, spotting Cagali still sprawled where she tumbled half-submerged in a puddle, her bound form wriggling futilely like a fish out of water. "Oi, what the bloody hell are you up to?" Athrun called out, his voice carrying a mix of exasperation and reluctant amusement, like a knackered dad eyeing his cheeky kid causing mayhem. "Can't you see for yourself?" She snapped back, her golden hair matted and plastered to her face, eyes flashing with that stubborn fire that defined her. I'm stuck, you plonker. Don't just stand there gawping, give us a hand. You reckon you've got the right to boss me about in this state? Quit your yapping and hurry up." Athrun shook his head, utterly baffled by the girl's nerve. What kind of upbringing churned out a lass like this? They were enemies, weren't they? Moments ago, it had been a proper scrap, life and death in the blink of an eye. Now here she was, trussed up like his prisoner, yet barking orders like some posh madam at high tea. Still, despite the absurdity, he couldn't just leave her there. With a sigh that spoke volumes, he crouched down, hooked his arms under hers and hauled her up from the muck, water sloshing off her in rivulets. No sooner had she steadied herself than a tiny crab emerged from the tangle of her hair, scuttling leisurely across her forehead. Its beady black eyes darted between them, pincers clicking as if sizing up the pair, before it blew a cheeky bubble and plopped back into the puddle with a splash. PFFT. Ha. Athrun couldn't hold it in, doubling over with laughter that echoed off the rocks. What's so funny about a crab? Cagali huffed, cheeks flushing under the grime. Nah, sorry, it's just proper novel for me. No crabs on plant then. She shot him a glare, all prickly defiance, before hopping awkwardly out from under the Aegis's shielding arm, exposing herself to the relentless cascade of rain. "Oi, where do you think you're going? Figured I'd rinse off, I'm caked in sand and salt water." She tilted her head back, letting the deluge pour over her, a grin breaking through despite everything. "Oh, that's the ticket. Proper refreshing." Athrun paused, caught off guard by her unfiltered joy, a reluctant smile tugging at his lips. He stepped behind her, dagger flashing in the dim light as he sliced through the cords binding her wrists and ankles. You've got no weapons left, can't cause much aggro now, can you? What do you mean by that? Reckon there's another crab in your kit too? Huh. Her face went scarlet and sure enough a tickle in her flight suit confirmed it. Without a second thought, she yanked up the hem, exposing a flash of pale skin flushed pink from the cold, even the curve of her chest peeking out as she shook free the intruder. "There really is one," she yelped, watching it scuttle away, but then her eyes locked with Athrun's, both freezing in place, blushes blooming like solar flares across their faces. He realized too late what he'd glimpsed, something private, unintended, and spun away, cheeks burning. In his haste, his boot slipped on the slick rocks, and with a yelp he went down hard, splashing into the same puddle fate had claimed for her earlier. The rain hammered on, relentless as a barrage from orbital cannons, weaving an air thick with awkward warmth, as if the storm itself conspired to bind these two foes in some twisted truce. No choice but to seek cover, they dashed for the nearest cave, its mouth yawning like a black hole in the cliffside. Inside, Athrun gathered driftwood, striking a spark that bloomed into a crackling fire, flames dancing shadows across the damp walls as they peeled off sodden clothes to dry by the heat. Here, Cagali, wrapped in a rough blanket from his pack, stared blankly at the ration bar he offered, her fingers twitching but not reaching. "Signals our pants out here, looks like we're kipping in this hole tonight." Seeing her hesitation, he shrugged and set it at her feet, the gesture casual but laced with quiet care. "This interference is your lot's doing in it." Athrun went quiet, turning to his own ration, unwrapping it with deliberate slowness. "That's cause the Earth Alliance kicked off with nukes first," he muttered, voice low and edged with old pain. Now it was her turn to clam up. She knew the war's rotten roots, that nuclear strike sparking a chain of hatred, stretching across the stars like a venomous nebula. But why did it have to be all-out slaughter? Couldn't they just coexist like an orb? Their naturals and coordinators lived side by side, happy as Larry, no bloodbaths, no vendettas. Zaft rations are still grub, yours got washed away with that pack, right? Athron pressed, eyeing her stubborn silence. She turned her nose up, all proud and prickly, refusing to take charity from the enemy. But her belly had other ideas. A low rumble echoed from her stomach, betraying her with perfect timing. Gah, from midday till now, not a bite. She wasn't some delicate flower, but hunger gnawed like a persistent void. With a defeated huff, she snatched up the bar and tore into it, chewing fiercely as if to spite him. Heck, Athron's smile softened, warm as the firelight, like a weary guardian watching over his charge. Time trickled by, the fire popping and hissing, casting flickering glows that illuminated their faces across the divide. They sat opposite, wrapped in silence thick as cosmic dust. You, not gonna tie me up again? Cagali broke the quiet, her voice small, the awkwardness hanging heavy. It wasn't fear, not really, but this was her first time proper alone with a bloke in a wild cave like this, the vastness of the universe feeling awfully close. What, if I nick your gun while you're out? Tables turn, don't they? You'd look a right numpty then. PFFD. Ha ha ha, he burst out laughing again, the sound genuine and disarming. What's so funny? Nothing, you just don't learn, do ya? GRR. If you tried. His mirth faded, replaced by a shadow of sorrow that darkened his features, flames reflecting in his eyes like dying stars. I'd have to kill you, so don't do anything daft like that. Cagali faltered, dropping her gaze, confusion swirling in her chest like a nebula storm. What was his game? They were supposed to be enemies. Zaft didn't show mercy, did they? Yet here he was, all gentle warnings and shared rations. If they were this soft, then what about her fallen mates? The ghosts of battles past haunted her, their loss is a raw wound. Whether it was Heliopolis or this mess, you've dodged death by a whisker twice now. HMPH, fancy a Zaft git worrying about my hide. Heliopolis, we never meant for it to go tits up like that. What? Dawn Society was cooking up MS for the Earth Alliance, we just aimed to nick em. What's the point in excuses now? You lot wrecked the colony, that's fact. And Orb's so-called neutrality, playing both sides like a fence-sitter, raking in the dosh. Athron shot back. His political news might have been green, but he chafed at Orb's double-dealing, even if blokes like Yang Hui, Wang Liu Mei, and the Empress were mates. If you're neutral, stay out of it, simple as. Cagali went quiet, stewing. She wasn't thrilled with Orb's games either, the hypocrisy gnawing at her like rust on a hull. We're fighting for plant, couldn't let those weapons slide. The Earth's the same, your invasions turned it to rubble, so we had to. Their stares clashed, eyes ablaze with fury, regret, and a desperate urge to sway the other, pupils mirroring the fire's fierce dance. Finally, Athron looked away, voice laced with grim relief. My mum was on Junior 7. If it weren't for the Empress and Wang Liu Mei, she'd be gone. She made it, but countless innocents vaporized in seconds, kids too. How do you swallow that and not fight back? He knew the bloody Valentine tragedy could have been nipped in the bud. Yang Hui had tipped them off, but the brass ignored it. Still, the Earth Alliance's nuke on a defenseless agri-colony. Unforgivable madness, a scar on the soul no soldier could ignore. I've lost mates to your guns too. I forget it. Arguing here's pointless. Athron gave up, realizing words were futile against her fire. He lay back, ready to snatch some shut-eye. Cagali snorted, bundling her blanket and stamping to the cave mouth. The storm had eased, clouds parting to reveal a luminous moon, as if the skies had given up on their matchmaking ploy. Gazing up at the Aegis Gundam, its form a stark reminder of cosmic strife, she replayed Heliopolis in her mind, the chaos, her rows with Yang Hui, his sharp lessons and scoldings. Her thoughts churned like a warp drive in overload. She didn't grasp the grand schemes, just followed her gut, right or wrong. Turning back, she jolted. Athron was out cold, arm pillowed under his head, chest rising steadily. Oi, you're just crashing out. Nah, how could I? But fresh off planetfall, transfer, his words slurred, trailing into snores, exhaustion claiming him fully. The rigors of descent, the endless drills had all caught up now that threat seemed distant, his trained vigilance crumbling under fatigue's weight. Cagali eyed him, then his holstered pistol, a war raging in her heart, angel and devil duking it out. Torn, she plonked down with her back to him, grumbling louder than needed. Don't nod off like that next to the enemy, you daft sard. No reply came, just the steady rhythm of his breathing. She sighed, the confusion deepening. Zaft from Andrew Waltfeld's bold charisma to Athron's unexpected kindness, they shattered her prejudices. Yet beyond these encounters, Zaft meant only pain. Heliopolis' fall, North African comrades lost in the sand. With a knot of conflict twisting her insides, she reached tentatively for his gun, fingers trembling on the edge of betrayal, but his gentle warning echoed. Staying her hand, she pulled back, hovering in indecision. Just then the fire crackled sharply, a pop like a distant laser burst, jolting Athron awake with a start. Chapter 304. Yang Hui's proper villain vibes. The fire's sharp crackle jolted Athron awake, his eyes snapping open in the dim cave glow, heart racing like a thruster on full burn. Kagali caught it too, her mind whirring quick as a plasma bolt. She flung the blanket over him like a net, yanking the pistol from his holster and darting back to the far rock wall. She racked the slide with a metallic click, chambering around, but oddly she didn't point the barrel at him, her hands trembling like leaves in a solar wind. Athron tossed the blanket aside, drawing his dagger in a fluid motion, blade catching the firelight like a deadly star. At this range, he reckoned he could dodge her first shot, and close in for the kill, his training kicking in, muscles coiled tight as a Gundam's servos. "Sorry, I don't want to plug you." Kagali's voice quivered, raw and edged with desperation as she locked eyes with him. "But that machine's gonna be used to hammer Earth in it." The sting of betrayal flared hot in Athron's chest, then fizzled just as quick, leaving him puzzled but hooked. He needed to hear her out. "I know Orb shouldn't have built the bloody thing, but that MS is gonna wipe out loads of folks down on Earth, right? Then pull the trigger." He shot back, voice steady but laced with regret, his grip on the dagger unyielding. "I'm the one who pilots it, squeezes the trigger on that beast. I'm zapped through and through. I can't let you touch that suit. If you push it, I'll have to end you." They stood frozen in a tense standoff, neither twitching a muscle, each waiting for the other to make a move, the air thick as asteroid dust between them. Just like she'd said, Kagali hadn't snatched the gun to off him nah. Her plan was to subdue the bloke, then smash the Aegis Gundam to scrap. Athron didn't fancy killing her either, his stomach twisting at the thought, but if she wouldn't back off from wrecking his ride, he'd have no choice. He was a Zaft soldier, bound to his machine like a pilot to his cockpit. "Horsey. Kagali gasped, breaths coming ragged, sweat and tears streaking her face like rain on a viewscreen. Her mind flashed back to those gut-punching words from Andrew Waltfeld and Yang Hui, echoing in her skull like distant calms chatter. "If they are enemies, you've gotta fight till one side's wiped out. First path's humanity dying off, no humans, no wars." She knew they were spot on, each with their own twisted logic, but she couldn't swallow it, couldn't ditch her dreams of everyone getting along, understanding each other without the bloodshed. In the end, under Athron's horrified stare, she bellowed bloody hell, and hurled the gun away, watching it spin through the air like a discarded thruster pod. Athron's eyes widened in shock. He kicked off the ground hard, lunging like a missile to tackle her down, pinning her beneath him as they hit the cave floor. Bang! The shot echoed sharp, but neither took the hit, just a fresh graze across Athron's gut, blood seeping warm through his shirt. "You mad cow, chucking a loaded gun like that," he roared, rolling off to the side, anger boiling over. A chambered pistol, hitting the deck, could go off any which way. They could have both been proper done, for because of her reckless stunt. Sorry." Kagali stared up at him, dazed, her voice soft and small as she realized he'd shielded her, her cheeks flushing with a mix of guilt and something warmer. "Bloody hell. What's your deal, Athron slumped against the wall, utterly gobsmacked, shaking his head. From the afternoon's chaos onwards, every move she'd made had thrown him for a loop. This girl's wiring was nothing like anyone else's, all fire and unpredictability. Well, Kagali fumbled for words, her own actions baffling her now in hindsight like a glitch in the system, but sparring the fresh wound on his right side. The awkwardness vanished, replaced by a surge of concern that had her scrambling to her feet. "That gash from just now, just a scratch." He waved it off, trying to play it cool, pushing up to fetch the med kit for a quick patch-up. "But gimme that, I'll sort it." In a flash, she snatched the kit, clutching it tight to her chest like it was precious cargo. "Nah, I got it," Athron muttered, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. He was half scared she'd pull another wild card. "Come on, let me. It's all me owing you now, least let me square a bit of it." Sigh. He relented, softening despite himself, but then, "Before that, chuck some clobber on ya." He turned away, cheeks burning red, mumbling as he noticed she was still just in her undies, no blanket in sight. Kagali blinked, then dropped to the ground, arms crossing over her front, eyes welling up with embarrassed tears, mortified as the reality hit. Should be dry by now. With that, he slipped out of the cave, leaving her space to dress, trusting she wouldn't try anything daft again if she'd wanted him dead. That gun toss would have been the perfect chance for a safer play. Soon enough, she'd sworded herself and bandaged him up proper, their hands brushing awkward in the firelight. They settled on opposite sides, an unspoken understanding hanging between them. No more chit-chat, just drifting off to Kip. The dawn broke over the horizon, the sun peeking like a wary scout, its golden rays spilling across the vast ocean, chasing away the night's chill and igniting hope for a fresh start in this endless cosmic saga. Beep, beep, beep. The wrist terminal's alert yanked Athron from sleep. He bolted out, scrambling up to the Aegis Gundam's cockpit. Athron, you reading? Respond, that you, Nicole. Athron, brilliant. locking on your signal now. What's up? Cagali stirred from the noise, rubbing her eyes and hurrying over, voice thick with sleep. Comms are back online. Eh? A pang of disappointment tugged at her. She could hear the relief in his tone, meaning Zaft rescue was inbound, and their odd little truce was about to shatter. She wasn't Earth Alliance proper, but she downed their transport in that Sky Dominator, and as Orb's princess, getting nabbed by Zaft could spell disaster for her and her homeland. But then the sensors pinged a new signal, bubbling up from the depths, coming from underwater. Nicole had just linked up, so this fresh blip had to be an Earth search team hunting for her. Athron powered down and hopped out, facing her. My lart's en route, and looks like something's surfacing from your bird's direction. Gotta stash this thing first. Don't fancy a scrap here if I can help it. Right, then I'll head back to my rig, hole up and scope the sitch. Yeah. A weird silence wrapped around them, heavy but fleeting words bubbled up in their throats, unsaid thoughts swirling like nebula clouds, but all that came out was a simple, catch you later. As she trudged off, Athron called after her, You're not Earth Alliance, are you? Sure, she'd piloted their gear to splash his transport, but this brief clash had sparked something in him. He didn't want her as an enemy. This fierce girl who'd shaken his world. Nope, joy flickered in his chest, then twisted into knots, thoughts drifting to Kira, not soldiers yet all tangled in this mess. Name's Cagali, you. Athron. He hesitated, then spilled it, watching her grin and dash off. They parted ways, heading opposite directions, oblivious that fate's cruel whims would weave their paths together again in the stars. The Archangel had been combing the nearby seas relentlessly, so they scooped Cagali up before Zaft could close in. Back aboard, facing Yang Hui and the crew's welcoming stares, she managed a sheepish grin, but his intense gaze weighed on her like gravity well, making her drop her eyes. Sorry about that. Yang Hui feigned shock, glancing at Lyle. Lyle, sun rise in the west today or what? Oi, what's that supposed to mean? Cagali's face flushed crimson, temper flaring as she shot him a glare. Ain't it? Sun don't pop up west, you don't apologize without a fight. He teased, smirking. Yang Hui, you're a right bastard. She exploded, fist clenched like she was itching to deck him. All right. Surprisingly, he didn't bite back. Instead, he clapped her shoulder gently, big brother warmth in his eyes. You look lively enough, so you're golden. Dunno what went down, but hope you picked up a lesson or two from it. With that, he steered Lyle away, not giving her a chance to erupt. But to his surprise, she didn't just stood there, gobsmacked. Kisaka, he didn't barlock me, PFFT. Nope, even Kisaka, the Archangel's stern fixture, cracked a chuckle that built into full laughter. Don't you dare laugh, sorry. Can't help it, ha-ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha. The bridge was packed for her welcome, everyone bursting into grins and guffaws. Blimey, had Yang Hui's scoldings warped the girl. No telling off, and she was all out of sorts. Stop laughing, Captain Ramius, Major Flogger, Kira. Cut it out, ha-ha-ha-ha. Yang Hui caught the tail end through the closing hatch, her baffled question and the crew's mirth, shaking his head with a wry smile. Am I stuck with this villain rep forever? He muttered to Lyle, half joking. You just clocking that? You reckon I'm the bad guy too? Obviously. Besides the Empress, Wang Liu Mei and Yurin, who doesn't? Think how we survived your boot camp hell. Lyle squinted, side-eyeing him accusingly. Who made you lot such muppets? Yang Hui shrugged it off, nonchalant. Villain or not, as long as his lady saw the real him, the rest could sod off. You absolute git. If I could take you, I'd. No, if you can't, full stop. Lyle, Chinese letter, chapter 305. Narrow escape from the jaws of doom. Half a month had slipped by since Cagali's heart-pounding disappearance and her safe return to the Archangel, a sleek behemoth slicing through the vast cosmic seas of this endless space opera. The mighty vessel had punched through the Indian Ocean's treacherous waters, charting a course straight for Orb's welcoming shores. After wiping out Marco's squad in a blaze of laser fire and explosive fury, the journey had settled into a rare lull, a fleeting breath of calm amid the storm of interstellar war. In this brief respite, Yang Hui finally hunkered down to crack on with developing the OS for naturals. At least, that's what it looked like on the surface. Sai and Toll, those eager lads itching to master mobile suit piloting, were constantly orbiting him like satellites, not uttering a peep but their wide-eyed stares boring into him like plasma drills, full of that raw, unspoken hunger. He'd given them his word, so Yang Hui was dead set on delivering, but deep down, he knew Sai and Toll were proper cannon fodder material mates he cared about, no question. He'd much rather see them safe on the bridge, away from the frontline carnage. So while tinkering with the OS, he slyly held back a few key bits, spinning yarns about tech glitches and the need for tweaks to slow their progress without crushing their spirits. Besides, the Archangel was still plowing through the open ocean, with no telling when Zaft goons might drop in uninvited. Training was kept basic, getting the MS to lift an arm here, twitch a leg there, maybe shuffle a few steps across the hangar deck. Each session left the pair knackered, sweating buckets and gasping like they'd run a marathon through 0G, but their eyes lit up like supernovas. This was MS Tech, after all the coordinator's prized domain. Back in North Africa, Sai had been proper gutted when Frey got snatched by Kira, dreaming of hopping into the strike Gundam himself. He'd clambered in, managed a wobbly step or two, then collapsed in a heap, drained as a dead battery. Now, even if they could only manage simple moves, and not for long, it was worlds better. Yang Hui's natural use OS was still a work in progress, but they clung to the belief it'd get sorted one day. They'd proper pilot these beasts into battle, engines roaring and beams blazing. But peace in this galactic saga was always a fickle git, vanishing like mist under thruster heat. As they crossed the Indian Ocean and geared up to slip through the Malacca straight into Oceania's embrace, Zaft sprung a brutal ambush. Heavy hitters lurked in the shadows. Athron's squad, packing the Duel, Buster, Blitz and Aegis Gundams, their crimson hulls gleaming like bloody D-stars. The Archangel broke through by the skin of its teeth, but the toll was savage. Left side porcupine arrays and valiant guns obliterated in fiery blasts, the port engine a smoking ruin, and Lyle's Jin mangled beyond quick fixes, its combat edge dulled to a blunt nub. Zaft wasn't done with one cheeky trap, oh no, they were gearing up for Operation Breakout, mobilizing Earth's forces into a massive campaign frenzy. Yet Isaac and Dirka harbored this mad obsession with the Archangel, vowing to send her to the depths or die trying, their voices crackling over calms with unyielding venom. Athron, meanwhile, nursed his own twisted hope, sinking the Archangel to free Kira. He still reckoned the Earth Alliance had duped his old mate, or held his pals hostage, forcing his hand. One solid hit to scuttle the ship, and Kira's chains would shatter, or so he convinced himself, fists clenching on the controls with a mix of desperation and misguided loyalty. No matter which way the Archangel veered, Sarah's squad clung like limpets, dogging her tail through the waves, relentless as a hunter's hounds. Captain, if we keep this up, we'll never make orb, Nadal muttered, her face drawn and pale as she scanned the Archangel's battered status, shoulders slumping under the weight of grim readouts. I know it's proper tough, but we've got to hang in there. Meru rallied, her voice steady despite the exhaustion etching lines around her eyes. As skipper, she knew the ship was teetering on the brink. One wrong move, and they'd be space dust. In a moment of quiet desperation, she'd even cornered Yang Hui, swallowing her pride to beg him to wire orb for backup fleets, or, at the very least, splash some cash on mercs like back in the void. But Yang Hui turned her down flat, not out of coldness but sheer impossibility. Orb's fleets could escort them, sure, but only within borders. Inviting the Archangel for repairs and resupply under a protection deal was his limit. If Orb charged out and tangled with Zaft, it'd be outright war, no ifs or buts. As for mercs, besides Serpent Tail, he wouldn't trust the lot with a rusty wrench. Scrap dealers were sly foxes, but once the price was set they delivered clean. Most merc outfits, proper wolves in sheep's clothing, ready to sell out for a bigger payday. The Archangel and Strike Gundam were Atlantic Federation's crown jewels, brimming with top-secret tech. One whiff, and those greedy sods would turn on them faster than a beam saber swing, carving up the ship before Sarah's squad even arrived. Serpent Tail, bloody inconvenient. They'd bounced back to space, too far to haul arse in time. Yang Hui knew other crews, but trust was thin on the ground. There was Kate Madigan, a solid solo MS jockey he could vouch for, but she was tied up on bodyguard duty, no wriggling free. Beep beep beeps, a radar ping, 4 MS inbound. No need for specs, everyone knew exactly which squad those blips belonged to. Crew scrambled to stations, hearts pounding like war drums, while the Strike Gundam and Mu's Sky Dominator prepped for launch, engines humming with urgent fury. Then another blip flared on the scopes, from a whole new bearing. New contacts, heat signatures, massive fleet and fighters closing fast. What? Despair clawed at their guts like a black hole's pull. In her current state, the Archangel might just scrape by Sarah's squad, but a full armada. Fighters swarming like angry hornets. No chance they'd be vaporized, scattered to the cosmic winds. Bloody hell, we've come this far, it's over, all for nothing. Kaz and Toll vented their frustration, fists slamming consoles, faces twisted in bitter defeat. Arnold and the Reg spit back the same turmoil, clinging to posts with white-knuckled grips, sanity fraying at the edges. Only Meru and Nadal held firm, jaws set like steel bulkheads. Cross-check the database, ID those ship and fighter types. Right, Sai had been lost in the gloom, fingers frozen, but the results banished the shadows in a flash, his voice rising with sudden spark. Database match its Orb, Aegis-class cruisers and Izumo-class battleships. Orb's fleet, they here to bail us out. Brilliant, we're saved, hold up. Orb fleet, they've halted. What's the game? Why ain't they coming for us? Arnold ensign full burn, head straight for the orb fleet. Orb's arrival was a shot of pure adrenaline, igniting hope like a fusion reactor, but their standstill cast a fresh pall. Meru knew that line marked Orb's border. Survival hinged on crossing it, engines screaming defiance. The crew puzzled over Orb's freeze, but Meru's order was gospel, their last gasp at salvation. On the flip side, Athron's quartet spotted Orb's line forming across the waves, assuming it was a blockade to trap the Archangel. Glee surged through them, the prey boxed in, nowhere to run. As Isaac geared up for a reckless charge, the Aegis Gundam swooped in, blocking the duel's path with a defiant hover. "Hold it, Isaac, something's off. Athron, out of my way, it's dodgy, lads." Isaac, Dirka, Orb's guns, they're all locked on us. The Blitz Gundam cut in, mirroring the block on the Buster, its pilot's voice tense over the link. What? They double-checked systems. Alarms blaring confirmation. Orb's fleet ignored the approaching Archangel, parting like welcoming gates, cannons swiveling skyward to pin the 4 Gundams in crosshairs. "What's this bollocks?" Orb siding with the Earth Alliance. Isaac growled, teeth grinding in fury. "It's bloody obvious. If that's the case, Orb's fair game, let's have him." Dirka snarled, fingers itching on triggers. "Spot on, I've been itching to smack Orb down. Stand down." Isaac, Dirka, you lot hang back. "I'll scout it out. Too risky, Athron." Then what? Just Scarpa, watching their quarry slip away, stung like a beam graze not just Isaac and Dirka, but Athron and Nicole too, frustration boiling in their veins. "Watch yourselves. If Orb fires, I'll sink the lot." "Aye, you too." The Aegis edged forward slow and steady, stowing its beam rifle to signal no threat, but Orb's vigilance didn't waver, every turret tracking its glide like hawks on prey. "This is Zaft Independent MS Unit Sarah Squad, protesting to Orb. As a neutral state, why shield an Earth Alliance warship across your borders?" Athron broadcast on open channels, his query sharp as a saber edge. Orb's response crackled back swift. "This is Orb's second fleet. The Atlantic Federation vessel Archangel is under commission from our dignitary to escort them home. Agreement signed a month back with full documentation." What? Chapter 306. Touchdown in the realm of tranquility. The reply from Orb's brass hit the 4 pilots like a photon torpedo straight to the gut, leaving them proper reeling in the cockpits of their gleaming Gundams, hovering tense over the churning waves. "What's the bloody meaning of this? Why hasn't Zaft clocked any official diplomatic blurb?" Athron Zala barked into the comms, his voice crackling with frustration as he gripped the controls tighter, knuckles whitening under the strain. "This is a private diplomatic tango between Orb and the Atlantic Federation. No need to loop in Zaft, and certainly no public fanfare," came the stern retort. "Zaft forces, clear out from Orb's border pronto. Your assault on the escort vessel for our VIPs has us lodging a fierce protest with your Carpinteria base. Linger any longer, and our fleet will treat you as hostiles and open fire." Athron didn't back down, his eyes narrowing behind the visor, a flicker of defiance sparking in his chest. "We've got every reason to suspect Orb's jumped ship to the Earth Alliance. Cough up a proper explanation, or we'll brand you enemies and strike now." He wasn't bluffing. 4 Gundams couldn't wipe the fleet clean, but they could carve through Half and Scarpa safely. Orb's forces had always been hemmed in by the Alliance and Plant, numbers thin on the ground. Losing half their ships would sting like a beam saber to the gut. "This is standard diplomatic chit-chat between Orb and the Atlantic Federation. Our neutral stance hasn't budged an inch. If Zaft or Plant have gripes, pipe up through official channels. Now Zaft pilots, sawed off from our border, this is your final warning." The tone turned razor sharp, a proper ultimatum that made Athron's jaw clench. If they were telling it straight, attacking would paint Zaft as the villains, handing them the moral high ground on a platter. The Aegis Gundam eased back silently, thrusters humming low as it rejoined the squad, Athron issuing the retreat order with a heavy sigh. "Why pull back? Let's just smash 'em." Isaac Jewel snarled, his dual Gundam twitching with pent-up fury. "Coward," Dirka Elsman spat, fingers itching on the Buster's triggers. Isaac and Dirka vented their spleen, but they weren't daft. Their folks sat on the Supreme Council, and they'd soaked up enough politics growing up to know when to fold. Grumbling, they banked away, engines roaring in reluctant compliance. Nicole, Amalfi and Athron held their tongues. Nicole didn't share the same burning grudge against the Archangel, couldn't care less really, and dreaded sparking a scrap with Orb right now. Athron, though, his mind raced like a quantum computer, piecing together the puzzle with a furrowed brow. They had a legit entry excuse prepped a month back, escorting Orb VIPs tied to the Archangel. Yang Huey. Yeah, it's got to be him. Clashing with the Archangel had forged Athron anew, no more blindly following orders, especially as captain. He'd pushed himself to think solo, and this time the darts connected without a hitch. Yang Huey was the puppet master here, no doubt. "Athron, Athrun, Nicole's voice cut through the haze, urgent now, volume cranked as worry laced his words. I'm all right, what's eating you? Figured something out, yeah, let's head back first. I'll fill you in there, right. Meanwhile, word of the Archangel's border dash had spread like wildfire across Orb's compact turf, the seaside skirmish visible from some coastal spots, folks gawking at the distant flashes. Better to own it outright, announce the lot and spin an explanation to keep the punters calm, rather than let rumors fester. At the same time, Orb's top brass huddled in a tense summit, faces etched with strain around a polished conference table. Lord Uzumi, you sure it's wise letting the young lad run riot like this? One advisor challenged, leaning forward with a furrowed glare. Aye, he's gone a bit off-piste this time, Uzumi Nara Athar admitted, his brows knitting deep furrows, voice gravelly with concern. Young Huey was usually the picture of caution, setting up plays that left no chinks for foes to exploit against Orb. But this, it was all out in the open, bold as brass. Sure, commissioning the Archangel to ferry him and Kagali Eula Athar home was legit diplomacy, papers prepped to fend off Zaft nitpicking, but the bigwigs saw through it. Young Huey was propping up the Archangel, plain as day. Uzumi knew Young Huey's heart. The bloke loathed the Atlantic Federation with a passion, no chance he'd cozy up to them. But mates, Young Huey cherished fierce. That stint aboard the Archangel must have bonded him to the crew. This was about helping pals, not the Federation. To outsiders, though, the Archangel flew Federation colors, making it look dodgy as hell. Young Huey's probably got a backup plan sorted. Young Hongyu chimed in, defending his son with a knowing nod. He understood the lad better than most. Silence blanketed the room. Every soul there had been spooked by Yang Huey's cunning at some point, and they all knew Yang Hongyu's clout as Orb's number 2 was mostly down to his boy's smarts. No one called it out mind, but what do we do now? A clan head from the 5 families pressed, fingers drumming the table. Wait for his return, hear him out, Uzumi decided, his tone firm as orbital steel. And the public line, stick to the facts. I've a gut feeling the world's about to go pear-shaped. Orb might not dodge the fallout. Under the Second Fleet's watchful escort, the Archangel glided to Anagoro Island, hub of Orb's military might, and the secretive Morgan wrote Inc. Its docks shielded from prying satellite eyes by clever tech and natural cover. Few finally made it safe and sound. Young Huey stretched, rising with a lazy yawn, muscles unknotting after the endless tension. Proper thanks, Young Huey, Meru Ramya said, her eyes warm with gratitude, not just for the safe harbor and resupply, but for the lifeline he'd thrown them since North Africa, no, since Heliopolis. The Archangel's marathon voyage owed heaps to his savvy. We're mates in knit. No need for all that politeness. Young Huey waved it off, a casual flick of his hand urging them to ease up. Mates, eh? The crew exchanged grins, but Meru and Nadal Badgeral's expressions twisted complex, brows furrowing slightly. Thrilled as they were that Young Huey saw them as such, their clashing affiliations loomed like a dark nebula. This bond couldn't last forever, and someday they might face off as foes. Neither could picture it, the gut wrench of turning guns on him, their hands hesitating on triggers. Right folks grabbed this chance for a proper breather, no enemies sniffing about for a bit. Yahoo! Finally some shut-eye. Blimey, this stretch has knackered me out, haven't slept a wink properly. While Arnold and the original Earth Alliance crew whooped it up, fists pumping in relief, Toll, Mirialia Hoare, Sai Argyle and Kazui Buskirk turned expectant gazes on Young Huey, eyes wide with hope. They were Orb natives, roped into the Alliance mid-journey, stuck aboard without clearance to bail. A glimpse of their folks would be gold. Better yet, a pass to hit the cities. Hold your horses, I'll pull strings, worst case, sort a meet up with your parents. Young Huey promised, his nod reassuring. Brilliant, cheers, Young Huey, counting on that good news. Promise sealed, he swiveled to Meru and Nadarl. You two and Major Mulaflaga, smarten up, Lord Uzumi wants a word. The pair blinked, caught off guard. Come on, we did the diplomatic dance ahead, but anyone's eyes can see I'm backing you lot, puts Orb in a sticky spot, so. Young Huey spread his hands, a shrug saying it all. Sorry for the hassle. Told you, no sweat, constant thanks make it all formal-like. As he spoke, he clapped their shoulders gently. This is just mates bucking each other up, not harassment. PFFT. Ha ha ha. The women paused, cheeks flushing as they dipped their heads, stifling giggles behind hands. The rest erupted in belly laughs, not cause it was hilarious, but to vent the pent-up grind, letting joy wash away the hardships like a cleansing solar flare. Meru and Nadal tidied themselves, Mu dashed for a quick scrub and fresh kit, then they trailed Young Huey to meet Uzumi. The Lord had jetted to Morgan wrote the moment Archangel crossed borders, curious about the crew that had Young Huey bending over backwards, tagging along with the Empress and Wang Liu Mei, plus Setsuna F, Seiye and Tyria Erd. They filed into Orb Defense HQ's reception hall, Yang Hui spotting the Empress and Wang Liu-mei flanking Yuzumi, a long table with 4 spots empty. One beside Yuzumi for him, 3 opposite. Setsuna and Tyria stood guard behind, while joining their vigilant line. Long time no see sparked flutters of excitement and joy, but chit-chat could wait. Yang Hui offered a soft smile and nod, settling beside Yuzumi. Meru Nadal and Mu took the facing seats, glancing at the Lion of Orb before their eyes drifted to the Empress. Wang Liu-mei, Setsuna and Tyria, especially the women same age as Yang Hui, mere girls, yet perched like equals. What clout did they pack to sit level with Yuzumi, and the lads Setsuna and Tyria young, but Mu sensed it clear as day. That battle-hardened aura matching Lyle's, warriors forged in fire, strong as they come. Their stares didn't escape Yuzumi's notice, but he just chuckled. No deep dive wouldn't spill beans to Atlantic Federation officers anyway. Right, let's crack on, Major Ramius, Major Mulaflaga, Lieutenant Badgerul. We're dead grateful for Orb's aid, Lord Yuzumi, and for granting us audience. But is this about our ship's layover in Orb? Meru thanked then probed. Aye, but not just that, also the trade deal between Orb and the Atlantic Federation. Trade? Spot on. Your ship escorts Orb VIPs home. We kit you out with supplies and repairs, that's the surface gloss. The real deal. Orb bends over backwards with aid and perks for the Archangel, but you hand over all Strike's combat data from Heliopolis till now, and have its pilot, coordinator Kira Yamato, lend tech support to Morgan wrote. Chapter 307. Yang Hui's earnest plea. The weight of Yuzumi Nara Atha's words hung in the air like the oppressive hum of a fusion reactor, charging the sleek conference chamber with an electric tension that prickled the skin. Meru Ramius, Nadal Badgerul, and Mulaflaga sat rigid across the polished table, their faces a mosaic of disbelief and dawning realization, eyes wide as they processed the audacious bargain laid bare before them. The room itself was a bastion of Orb's unyielding spirit walls, etched with subtle holographic maps of starry frontiers, the faint glow of tactical displays casting ethereal shadows that danced like distant nebulae. Bloody hell, Mu blurted, his voice a rough bark edged with incredulity, leaning forward with elbows planted firm, his hawkish gaze flicking between Yuzumi and the documents. Lord Yuzumi, this is, well, it's a bit much, Meru interjected, her tone measured but laced with the quiet steel of a captain who'd stared down orbital barrages, fingers tracing the edge of the file as if it might bite. They couldn't quite wrap their heads around it. The Strike Gundam's combat data was pure gold dust, worth more than the machine itself in this brutal space opera of alliances and betrayals. The Duel, Buster, Blitz and Aegis had been pinched by Zaft ages ago, and the Strike had strutted its stuff in enough high-stakes scraps to lose its secretive sheen. Hell, the specs for the Gundam and the Archangel had already beamed back to Atlantic Federation brass via the 8th Fleet, no classified edge left there. But this, the raw battle logs, were the real treasure trove, especially with Kira Yamato at the helm. As a coordinator, his OS tweaks weren't plug-and-play for naturals, but those data streams, they could revolutionize natural piloting systems. His meteoric growth and kill tally a blueprint for turning underdogs into aces. Wang Liu-mei slid a crisp file across the table, her movements graceful yet commanding, like a shadow operative slipping intel in a dimly lit void station. This is the official pact between Orb and the Atlantic Federation, no smoke and mirrors here. The trio pored over it in turn, scrutinizing every clause with the intensity of pilots scanning for incoming bogies. Authentic, no doubt, but it stung handing over their crown jewel for a cushy stay in Orb. Felt like selling the family silver for a pat on the back, a mix of gratitude and gut-wrenching cheapness twisting in their chests. Hold up, Lord Yuzumi. Nadal cut in, her voice sharp as a beam saber, posture straight as a soldier's salute, eyes narrowing with that analytical fire. I don't see any clause about Kira Yamato providing tech support in your docs. Aye, that's not in the ink, Yuzumi conceded, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder over planetary storms, no evasion in his steady gaze. That's my add-on, not a demand on your ship, but a humble request. Meru paused, weighing her words carefully, her fingers interlacing as she met his eyes with respectful resolve. Lord Yuzumi, you're aware Kira Yamato's an Orb native. His enlistment with the Earth Alliance was a right peculiar twist. As captain, I've got to factor in my crew's feelings. Understood, Yuzumi replied, his tone softening like a shield lowering in truce, a faint smile creasing his weathered face. Just pass it along to young Kira, we'll honor whatever he decides. Proper thanks, Lord Yuzumi, the three chorused, their voices laced with genuine warmth, bows dipping in unison. Yang Hui might have sparked this cosmic chain reaction, but Yuzumi held the reins of the nation. His nod had opened Orb's gates, a lifeline in the void they couldn't ignore. Without it, they'd be drifting wrecks, just standard diplomacy, no need for fuss. Yuzumi waved it off, then pivoted with a thoughtful glance at Yang Hui. As for your crew, Yang Hui, what's your take? Yang Hui leaned back, his expression a blend of casual confidence and deep-seated care, fingers drumming a rhythmic tattoo on the table. They are solid, Lord Yuzumi trustworthy to a fault. Grant leave to roam, yes. We've got orb folks aboard, proper students before all this kicked off. They deserve a bit of time with their families, a proper reunion. Unlike the original tangle of events, the Archangel hadn't snuck in under Kagali's pleas or Yuzumi's whims. This was legit. Papers stamped and borders cleared. No skulking in shadows. With over a fortnight's layover, it was high time for a breather, engines cooling while spirits mended. Right, we'll go with that. Yuzumi nodded, decisive. The trio blinked, gobsmacked. Orbs leash this loose. A far cry from the iron grip they'd braced for. But mind this. Yuzumi's face hardened in a flash, eyes piercing like targeting lasers, his voice dropping to a grave warning. Major Ramius, Major Mulaflaga, Lieutenant Badgerall, your lot can hit the streets, but keep your traps shut and profiles low. Orbs neutral ground. I won't have loose lips stirring parts they shouldn't. You have our word, Lord Yuzumi. With that, the formal chinwag rapped, the air easing like pressure venting from a hull breach. They couldn't knock back Yuzumi's terms. Federation brass had greenlit the trade. And as for Kira, Meru knew the lad's heart. He'd jump in without a second thought. Once the three filed out, Yuzumi didn't dismiss the rest, turning to Yang Hui with a stern frown that etched deeper lines into his noble features. You've proper stirred the hornet's nest this time, Yang Hui, he chided, voice gruff with paternal edge. Yang Hui rolled his eyes, spreading his hands in mock surrender, a wry grin tugging at his lips. You know your daughter better than anyone, Lord Yuzumi. Bloody right he did. Without Yang Hui's heads up to prep the protocols and clearances, Kagali's antics would have forced their hand anyway, but it'd be all cloak and dagger. No legitimacy. Yuzumi's shoulders sagged just a tad, the weight of fatherhood in a war-torn galaxy pressing down. You should have just bundled her home, he grumbled, exasperation coloring his tone. And watch her scarper again. Yang Hui shot back, eyebrow arched. Sigh, this mess with Zaft and Plant won't be easy to paper over, Yang Hui. Then don't bother papering, Yang Hui replied, his gaze sharpening like a focused beam, all levity gone. Yuzumi's brows furrowed deep. A storm brewing in his eyes, that tone, that resolve. Was Yang Hui gearing to rip the veil clean off? Empress Liu Mei. Yang Hui turned to the poised women at Yuzumi's side, their presences commanding as orbital fortresses. They nodded, fingers dancing over pads with fluid grace curtains whispering shut, lights dimming to a conspiratorial glow, a massive screen flickering to life on the far wall like a portal to the stars. Lord Yuzumi, Zaft Cosmic Armada's been dumping troops earthward non-stop. You're clued in on that, the Empress stated, her voice calm yet laced with urgent undercurrents, holographic maps blooming across the display. Zaft plotting something massive, but so what? Their bullseyes the Earth Alliance's last spaceport Panama base falls, and the Alliance is marooned planetside, cut off from Luna. Doesn't mean they've no fight left. Orb was hurtling toward the war's vortex, no dodging it, every high-up knew it. The snag. Timing. Orb needed more muscle, more time to armor up against the cosmic gale. You're off the mark, Lord Yuzumi, the Empress countered, as Wang Liumei pulled up fresh intel packets, redacted files scrolling like encrypted star charts. Our agents report Gibraltar and Carpinteria bases, funneling troops toward Panama, but covertly, the bulk's rerouting here. Yuzumi bolted up at the red blips pulsing on the map, shark rippling across his face like a shockwave. This is, spot on. Zaft target ain't just Panama, it's the Alliance heart, Alaska's Joshua base, the Empress affirmed, her words cutting sharp as a vibroblade. Feint and flank straight for the jugular. But it's not enough, Yuzumi mused, still unconvinced, pacing with hands clasped behind his back. That's the rub, Lord Yuzumi, Wang Liumei interjected, swapping to another dossier sourced straight from Alaska. Alongside Zaft moves, we've snagged weird vibes from the Atlantic Federation proper odd. Yuzumi squinted at the intel massive transport subs on standby, hordes of engineers swarming Joshua, rigging something massive in secrecy. What's the play here? He muttered, brow creased in confusion. Everyone's betting Zaft gunning for Panama, even the Federation, stripping Alaska's main fleet to bolster it. Yang Hui weighed in, his face grave as a black hole's event horizon. But these subs are sitting pretty. Fleet's gone, yet engineers stay put. Hell, they're shipping in more. What project needs that many sappers? Base defenses. Alaska's their HQ, can't leave it naked with the fleet out. Yuzumi ventured, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Then why not leave guards and send engineers to Panama for fortifications? Yang Hui countered, leaning in with intensity. So piecing intel, the Federation's brewing something huge at Alaska, a counterpunch to Zaft op. Exact aim. Needs more dirt, the Empress concluded, her eyes alight with strategic fire. I've tasked our Federation moles 5 days max to uncover what's cooking at Jiaxie, Wang Liumei added, her voice cool as cryogenic steel. Right. Noted, Yuzumi conceded, not fully swayed but sensing the galactic tides shifting. Both sides were ramping for cataclysm, and Orb couldn't sit pretty forever. Better channel hidden strengths into raw power. Lord Yuzumi, I've a request, Yang Hui said, his tone earnest, eyes larking with unyielding resolve. Out with it. Divert national resources to the Pillar of Heaven. Sync Morgenroth's transfer. Done. Yuzumi rose, agreeing with a nod that seemed to age him in an instant, his once stalwart frame hunching slightly as he shuffled out, the burden of leadership carving deeper lines into his noble visage. He knew they all did. Yang Hui's ask meant prepping for the worst, Orb teetering on the abyss. In the eyes of the Titans, Orb was a ticking bomb, not yet a true foe but a threat to neutralize before the storm peaked. And deep down, from Yuzumi and the brass to Yang Hui, the Empress, and Wang Liumei, the bitter truth gnawed. Orb was dangerous, but lacked the clout to stand toe-to-toe with the giants. Chapter 308, finally got our mitts on it. Even after Yuzumi Nara Atha had shuffled out, the curtains stayed drawn tight, sealing the room in a cloak of secrecy like a stealth field, humming over a hidden outpost. The lights remained dim, casting long shadows that danced like elusive phantoms across the holographic displays, while Setsuna F. Seiei Tyria Erd, and Lyle Dylandi, who'd been standing sentinel like Vigila NT guardians, finally grabbed seats, pulling them close in a tight circle. What followed was their private powwow, the air thick with unspoken stakes in this sprawling space opera of betrayals and buried truths. Why not spill the beans straight to him about the Cyclops system brewing under Alaska? Tyria pressed, his voice a cool blade slicing through the hush, leaning forward with that analytical glint in his eyes, fingers steepled like he was dissecting a faulty circuit. Whether it was Yang Hui's insider knowledge from timelines unseen or Wang Liumei's web of spies spinning intel like cosmic silk, they all knew the dark game afoot at Jiaxie base. Yet in this shadowed confab, they'd held back from laying it bare to Yuzumi. Too soon, Yang Hui, the Empress, and Wang Liumei shook their heads in unison, their faces etched with calculated restraint, like strategists plotting moves on a galactic chessboard. If Yuzumi got wind of that intel, what do you reckon he'd do? How'd he play it? Yang Hui fired back, his gaze locking onto Tyria with probing intensity, arms crossed over his chest. Tip off Zaft, that's the mild version. I'm proper worried he'd call a presser and broadcast it to the bloody stars, trying to rein in the Atlantic Federation's mad dash. The setup at Alaska was a trap laid with ruthless precision, baiting Zaft with sacrificial lambs from the Eurasian Federation and internal Federation dissenters who didn't toe the brass line. Lure M in deep, then boom, detonate the Cyclops system buried beneath, turning everything within a 10-kilometer radius to scorched oblivion, Zaft invaders and pawns alike vaporized in a hellish microwave blaze. It'd cripple Zaft, no doubt, but it'd also ignite their fury like a supernova. With heavy losses, they'd lash out vengefully, eyes locked on the Federation's last spaceport at Panama, the prime target for their wrath. Once Zaft hammered Panama into rubble, the Earth Alliance would be proper stranded planetside, cut off from the void except for captured ports like Kaohsiung and Victoria. Then all eyes would swivel to Orb's mass driver. Kaguya, the Federation's brass, would come knocking, or worse, kicking down the door with force. Orb would be dragged kicking and screaming into the fray, a war with odds stacked like a black hole's gravity well. Yuzumi, ever the protector of his realm, might expose the Alaska lunacy to douse the flames, hoping to cap the escalating madness. But if he did, the Federation would turn venomous, perhaps striking Orb preemptively, swapping tactics to gut Zaft another way. The March of Eras didn't halt for a handful of do-gooders it had just reroute, barreling on. Better to steer the known path, keep the chaos in your grip. What about the Archangel? Alaska's their end game, Tyria pushed, his brow furrowing deeper, voice tinged with concern as he shifted in his seat. That's our cue to step in, Yang Hui replied, a sly spark lighting his eyes, leaning back with arms folded. No more hiding, bollocks to that, hatred's bubbling over, ready to erupt. What's the core twist in this world? Setsuna interjected, his tone steady but laced with that quiet intensity, fists clenching subtly on the table. Too many, Yang Hui sighed, shaking his head with a bitter chuckle that echoed hollow in the dim light. Patrick Zala in plant, hell-bent on coordinators lording over naturals. Blue Cosmos spouts Blue Cosmos bollocks for power grabs, logos rakes in credits from the carnage, and what? I haven't a clue. No clue. Spot on the Federation's war machines driven by the Atlantic Bloc, backed by Blue Cosmos with logos pulling strings behind. But I've a nagging gut feel there's something lurking deeper, the real rot at the heart. That's our mark, the origin of all this twisted mess we need to unearth. Yang Hui's voice dropped low, fervent, his fingers tapping an urgent rhythm, eyes distant as if peering into abyssal voids. Hidden in the shadows, the true distortion. Right, eyes on the now Federation and Blue Cosmos are the immediate storm, and that bloke. Rao Le Creuset, the git who hoodwinked the cosmos, the Empress murmured, shaking her head with a flicker of disdain, her posture elegant but tense. Young Huey, I still can't stomach it, why caught him. He's the missing cog we desperately need. Look at Promise Fortress now, we've got the lot. Barfins, techies, commanders, spooks, pilots, ship crews, just short one type. The ruthless sort who'll dirty their hands for the win. They all got it, such folk were essential, the grease in the gears. Back in their old stomping grounds, Celestial being had shadowy squads for the muck. Here in this seed tangle, the need hit harder. Building your own outfit ramped up safety, let you steer the chaos. Rao was a master deceiver, mind like a labyrinth, no qualms about the dark deeds young Huey, and his lot shied from he'd get results swift and sharp. But trust it, that was the rub, a leap into the unknown. Rao's a complex sod on the surface, but strip it back, he's just a broken bloke crushed by despair. Save his skin and he won't go off the rails. I'll hold my tongue on that. They knew young Huey's calls were ironclad, trusted him implicitly. If he vouched for Rao, they'd give it a whirl, but they'd watch like hawks, ready to pounce if. But young Huey reckoned how you'll even approach the bloke. Wang Liu queried, her brow arching with pragmatic concern. Clandestine chats with Rao weren't a stroll in the park. The man wasn't swayed by silver tongues. Snag a chance when it comes, I rate him, but he's not irreplaceable. Young Huey shrugged, though his eyes betrayed a calculated gleam. Opportunities to corner Rao, 3 popped, Alaska where he split from the pack and nabbed Flay, the derelict colony at L4, birthplace of Kira's secrets, or the final showdown, a last resort, as young Huey wasn't cocky enough to guarantee sparing him amid Providence Gundam's fury, and a premonition gnawed each clash ahead would twist unpredictably, complexity snowballing like a rogue asteroid field. So next moves. The Empress prompted, her role as Orb's strategic linchpin shining through. Hands clasped expectantly she commanded the armies, but big-picture calls were young Huey's domain. Pit the Federation and Zaft as hypotheticals, draft large-scale ops plans for each. Intel needs. Hand M to Liu Mei. Roger that. Setsuna Lyle Tyria Natural OS is rolling out soon. Ramp up MS squad drills pronto. Affirmative. Oh, young Huey, we've nabbed that gizmo, Wang Liu Mei added as the group dispersed, a triumphant spark in her eye. For real, young Huey's face lit up like a reactor core, sweeping her into a fierce hug and planting a deep, grateful kiss. You legend, Liu Mei, this is massive. Ah, is this my reward? Damn right, then it's a bit stingy and knit. New flames making you forget the old. Wang Liu Mei teased, feigning teary-eyed woe, her lips pouting playfully. Young Huey wasn't having her games, he cupped her face again, diving in for a lingering kiss, savouring the soft warmth and faint, intoxicating scent that was all her. After what felt an eternity, they parted, breathless. 2 days off, we're doing a proper date. He murmured, eyes soft with remorse, guilt weighing heavy for the separations since landing in this world. Scant moments to cherish with her and the Empress. Not now, young Huey, she demurred, thrilled but firm, shaking her head. Once phase 1's wrapped, world steady for a tick, then we date. All right. Am I interrupting? The Empress's voice cut in, arms folded, a mischievous grin playing on her lips as she leaned against the doorframe. Another one stirring trouble, young Huey pulled her close, melting her sass with tender affection until her cheeks burned crimson. Enough. Quit mucking about, we've got work, she protested, landing a light thump on his chest, flustered but smiling. I remember your promise yet. After all these years grinding, you owe us proper compensation. Wang Liu Mei quipped, linking arms with the Empress, eyes twinkling with shared mischief. You bet, the Empress and Wang Liu Mei never held grudges. They could have demanded his time, and he'd drop everything. But they weren't fragile ornaments, no sir. They craved growth, strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with him in the fray. As they departed, young Huey didn't linger. He bolted straight for Morgenroth's factory, urgency fueling his strides. The prize Wang Liu Mei had secured, anti-neutron jammer tech, the final puzzle piece for survival in this cutthroat cosmos. With nuclear engines back online, young Huey, Setsuna, Lyle and Tyria could unleash their full fury in battle. But arriving at Morgenroth, he bumped smack into Kira Yamato, fresh from piloting the strike Gundam into the hangar, the machine's frame still humming with residual heat. Young Huey, Kira, you're here. Aye, what's all this? Kira scanned the cavernous bay, eyes widening at the array, not just the strike, but ranks of sleek suits mirroring its design, standing sentinel like an army forged from starfire. These, mate, they're our shields for what we believe in the MBFM, 1M1 astray. Chapter 309. Kira's proper jitters. Kira Yamato stood there in the cavernous hangar of Morgenroth Inc., his eyes darting about like a scanner picking up faint signals in the void, locking onto the sleek forms of the machines lined up before him. M1. Astray, that's a Gundam too, in knit. He muttered, brow furrowing in confusion, cause it looked so bloody similar to the strike Gundam he'd been wrestling with for ages. Gundam, Erica Simmons, the no-nonsense director trailing alongside, and Kagali Eula Atha both froze mid-step, exchanging baffled glances. They couldn't fathom why Kira was slapping that label on the M1 Astray. General Unilateral Neurolink Dispersive Autonomic Maneuver, that's the full whack. Take the first letters. Gundam, Yang Huey chipped in smoothly, his voice carrying that easy authority, like he was explaining the basics of thruster alignment to a green recruit. A's. That's how it works. Erica and Kagali swiveled back to Kira, seeking confirmation, their expressions a mix of surprise and dawning curiosity. Yeah, Kira nodded, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly, feeling the weight of their stares. Heh, neat breakdown Gundam, eh? If we're going by that, the M1 Astray could pass as one, just a stripped-down mass-production knockoff. Yang Huey quipped, a smirk tugging at his lips as he eyed the array of suits gleaming under the harsh overhead lights. Oh, speaking of Kagali, your face. Kira trailed off, his gaze flicking to the swollen red patch on her left cheek, concern flickering in his wide eyes. I'm fine, don't fuss, Kagali snapped, clapping a hand over the bruise and twisting away, her shoulders hunching defensively, cheeks flushing even redder under the scrutiny. Reckon the little tyke got a proper telling off from the old man. Yang Huey teased, his mouth curling into a cheeky grin, arms folding across his chest as he leaned against a nearby console. SH. Shut it. Anyway, what are you doing here? Kagali shot back, whirling on him with fire in her eyes, hands balling into fists at her sides. Obviously come to check on my rig, Yang Huey replied casually, shrugging like it was the most natural thing in the cosmos. Your rig, Kira and Kagali chorused, their jaws dropping in unison, shark rippling across their faces like a sudden gravity shift. While the pair gawped, Erica's expression turned grave, her arms crossing tightly as she processed the slip. Yang Huey's machine was a closely guarded secret within Morgenroth's walls. Yet here he was spilling it in front of Kagali and Kira. That could only mean, timing's right then, she asked, voice low and steady, locking eyes with him. I got it. Hold up, what's the deal? You lot playing at riddles again. And what's this about your rig? Kagali demanded, stamping a foot in frustration, her ponytail swishing like a whip. Literally my custom MS, Yang Huey said deadpan, as if stating the obvious. Since when do you have a custom MS? She pressed, eyebrows shooting up in disbelief. Since you kept doing your vanishing acts from home, he fired back, a playful glint in his eye. Yang Huey, you absolute git. Kagali exploded, lunging forward to grab his arm, yanking hard as if to drag him off like a misbehaving kid. Oi, what are you playing at? Yang Huey didn't budge, planting his feet firm. He had a mountain of tasks piling up, no time for her antics. Obviously to see your rig, she huffed, tugging harder, determination etching her features. Why, just cause, actually me too. Kira raised a tentative hand, his voice barely above a whisper, curiosity burning in his hesitant gaze despite the awkward vibe. Yang Huey glanced at Kira, then at Kagali's imploring stare, letting out a long-suffering sigh that echoed in the sterile hangar. Fine, let's go, I was heading there anyway. Brilliant, come on then, Kagali beamed, grabbing his arm again with renewed vigor, but once more he stood rooted. Kagali, what? You said yes. You're going the wrong bloody way. Ah. The quartet veered off through a side corridor, navigating a gauntlet of stringent security, checks, biometric scans, flashing green retinal beams probing like inquisitive drones, heavy doors hissing open with pneumatic sighs. They delved deeper into the bowels of the facility, descending countless meters underground, the air growing cooler and thicker with the scent of oiled machinery and humming electronics, until they emerged into a clandestine hangar that felt like stepping into a forbidden vault. This is it, Kagali gasped, her eyes widening at the sight of 4 imposing Gundams arrayed like silent titans, each distinct in design yet radiating an otherworldly power, far removed from the M1 Astray lineage. While Kagali squinted in vague recognition, Kira's breath caught. He instantly pegged the Exir, Cherudum and Seravi Gundams, the very machines that had shielded them in the cosmic fray up in orbit. The fourth was a mystery, though he'd been hunkered in the strike's cockpit during that skirmish, missing the action. Let me do the intros, Yang Huey said, gesturing with a sweep of his arm. My personal beast, FPF-01 Dawn, then we've got FPF-02 Exir, FPF-03 Cherudum, and FPF-04 Seravi. These 3 aren't. Ah, gotcha, Kira murmured. Piecing it together, the mercenary cover was just smokescreen for Yang Huey's crew hiding in plain sight. So what's the point of building these monsters? Kagali prodded, hands on hips, tilting her head challengingly. To safeguard orb, obviously. Barlocks, the M1s aren't enough for that. Why these brutes? And if you can whip up kit like this, why bother helping the Atlantic Federation crank out MS? Cash, resources, well, you think MS gets sculpted from mud with bare hands. All right, but there's gotta be other ways in it. Kagali's right cheek flushed crimson, matching the swollen left as she shifted uncomfortably, toes scuffing the grated floor. He ever peeked at the finance ledgers, eyed the logistics burn rate, grasped what one MS costs in materials. No, you know how much trade with outsiders rakes in credits and gear. The value of those stockpiles. Don't. And do you realize the Atlantic Federation and Plant have been leaning on Orb forever, always scheming to swallow us whole for their games? No. Yang Hui's barrage of questions hit like rapid-fire pulses, leaving Kagali shrinking inward, head bowed low, unable to meet his gaze, her fingers twisting together in front of her like tangled wiring, shame burning hard on her skin. So Kagali, just stick to being the princess, yeah. Leave the heavy lifting to us. What are you on about? I can't pitch in. I'm Orb too, then tell me, besides mucking things up, what can you do? She stammered, fumbling for words, then a spark lit. I can fight, you know your own level, don't ya? Gah, so toddle off home, quit the tantrums here. Yang Hui, you're a right bastard. Tears welling in her eyes, Kagali bolted, feet pounding the metal floor in a frantic rhythm. Kira reached out instinctively, arm half extended, but froze. What right did he have to stop her? And Yang Hui's words, they rang true, didn't they? This really the way? Erica crossed her arms, tilting her head with a skeptical arch of her brow, sympathy flickering as she watched Kagali's retreating form. The lass was a handful, sure, but getting dressed down like that seemed a tad harsh. What else? Let her run riot. Can't have that, but I doubt she'll toe the line. Same here, so. Before he could finish, Kagali stormed back in, cheeks puffed out in fury, glaring daggers at Yang Hui, her eyes blazing with humiliated rage that could scorch hull plating. Teach me. Her whisper was faint as a distant calm signal, but Yang Hui caught it though. What was that? He asked, cupping his ear with feigned confusion. I said teach me. You promised, didn't ya, to show me how to pilot an MS. Going back on your word, you git. That's how you ask for a favor. Yang Hui teased, smirking. You sard. Tilde. You teaching or what? Later, I'm swamped, no time now. Damn it. Yang Hui, you're proper scum. Kagali fled again, this time without a backward glance, her footsteps echoing fainter until swallowed by the corridors. You really planning to teach her MS piloting? Erica asked once the echo faded, arms still folded. Why not? It does Lord Uzumi know. What if he does? What if he doesn't? Borrowing your line, if I don't, she won't try anyway. Fair point. Simmons, priorities upgrading our 4 rigs, I'll sort the rest. Right, Kira, let's move. Kira had faded into the background like a ghost in the machine, not daring to butt in, just absorbing the back and forth with wide-eyed silence, even forgetting why he'd come in the first place. Yang Hui led him out of the secret hangar, leaving Erica to marshal teams for the Gundam's power overhauls. His real aim, steering Kira toward tweaking the M1 Astray's OS, but, Yang Hui, what do you need from me? Just eyeball the current OS for any tweaks, Yang Hui said nonchalantly. You don't really need me for that, do ya? Kira probed, trailing behind, cause Yang Hui's coding wizardry outshone his own. No way he couldn't nail a natural-friendly OS solo. It's mostly done, you're just patching holes, treat it like a breather, Yang Hui replied. Kira twigged the gig didn't require him. Some hidden motive had yanked him to Morgan wrote, wondering why I dragged you here. Yang Hui guessed, chuckling as he glanced back. Yeah, 1-bit's genuine OS is sorted, but fresh eyes spot glitches. Maybe you'll spark a better fix. Really? The other angles. You wanna get stronger? Yang Hui asked, his voice dropping serious. As they trudged on, Kira realized this wasn't the inbound path. Yang Hui guided him to a sprawling new zone, vast as a starship bay, crammed with MS cockpits in neat rows, indicator lights flipping between red and green like erratic beacons. Grumbles and curses bounced off the walls, a chorus of frustration echoing in the cavernous space. What's this place? MS pilot training hub. Fancy a go? This ain't right, is it? Kira genuinely balked, dread coiling in his gut like a faulty grav drive. Since stepping into Morgan wrote, he'd been plunged into Orb's deepest secrets. M1 Astray, Dawn Gundam and its trio siblings, now this facility. None of it for an outsider's eyes, still pondering the why. Yeah, I reckon one day, Kira. Yang Hui clapped his shoulder firmly, striding ahead toward the training expanse. We'll fight side by side. Chapter 310, Yang Hui's eye for talent slipping. The sterile hum of the training facility echoed like the distant thrum of a starship's engines, lights flickering overhead in a vast chamber buried deep beneath Morgenroth's fortified bowels. Yang Hui strode in with purpose, his boots clipping against the grated floor, the air thick with the metallic tang of machinery, and the faint ozone whiff of simulated battles raging in virtual voids. "You made it. What's the score with the rigs?" Tyria piped up as he spotted Yang Hui, his voice cool and clipped, arms folded across his chest like he was sizing up a faulty circuit. In his mind, the MS pilot drills were well in hand, with the three of them overseeing Yang Hui's top priority. Should have been swapping out those energy systems pronto, before the next cosmic storm hit. All sorted Director Simmons knows the drill. Yang Hui replied, waving it off with a casual flick of his hand, though his eyes gleamed with that underlying urgency, the kind that came from juggling a dozen high-stakes ops at once. Tyria nodded, his gaze shifting to the figure trailing behind Yang Hui, sizing him up with a subtle arch of his brow. "He's the one then, I, Kira Yamato, sure Setsuna F. Seiei, Lyle Dylandi and Tyria had all heard the buzz about Kira, the so-called ultimate coordinator, a legend whispered in pilot circles, but for Setsuna and Tyria it was just hearsay. This was their first propaganda at the lad. "All right," Kira offered, his voice tentative but polite, not recognizing Setsuna or Tyria outright. Still, clocking their matching uniforms and how they stood shoulder to shoulder with Lyle, he sussed they were MS jockeys too, and no slouches either. Tallying the numbers, including Lyle, they had to be the pilots behind the Exir, Cherudim and Seravi Gundams. "You know Lyle already," Yang Hui said, gesturing with a nod. "These two are Setsuna F. Seiei and Tyria." The pair dipped their chins in a curt nod, a silent hello. They weren't the types to gush with feelings, more like stoic sentinels holding the line. "Mount up," Setsuna said flatly, already turning toward one of the three vacant cockpits at the forefront, his movements precise, like a machine calibrating for launch. "Mount up," Kira blinked, caught off guard, watching Setsuna stride ahead. "Yeah, treat it like a lark test drive, the sim system I coded," Yang Hui explained, a hint of a grin tugging at his lips, though his eyes held that calculating spark. But Kira hesitated, shifting on his feet, uncertainty flickering across his face like static on a view screen. "Go on," Yang Hui urged, giving him a firm shove that brooked no argument, bundling him into the empty cockpit and sealing the hatch with a hydraulic hiss. Settling in, Kira scanned the setup. It mirrored the Strike Gundam's cockpit down to the last glowing panel. With the hatch locked tight, he let out a resigned sigh and fired up the sim program, fingers dancing over the controls with reluctant familiarity. "This is Yang Hui. Kira, you reading me? Loud and clear. Spot the machine select. I've loaded all the Strike Gundam's data, pick it straight up for the sim." "Yeah, got it. And the OS, it's running my natural special brew now, but swap it to your custom setup for a trial run. Get the feel of the system, flag any tweaks. A sim battle, spot on practice makes perfect, right? That old chestnut you know well. Better to feel out glitches in the heat than poke code. Setsuna's your sparring partner." Understood. Kira's face twisted in a weird mix of doubt and resignation. Felt like Yang Hui was pulling a fast one, but he couldn't argue the logic. No fighting it, then might as well roll with it. Kira picked the Strike Gundam with its Ale Striker pack, tweaking the OS to his own specs, and there it was on the screen. The Exir Gundam looming ahead, a spectral guardian in the virtual arena. "It's the Exir." Knew it. Setsuna didn't give him breathing room. The sim's start signal blared, and Exir's thrusters ignited in a blaze of fiery glory, rocketing forward at blistering speed, weaving through the Strike's frantic shots like a shadow dodging laser fire. His right arm's sword rifle hybrid barked back, pulses streaking hot. "So fast," Kira gasped, yanking the controls to evade, but Exir's velocity was a beast, closing the gap like a predator on prey. The folded blade snapped open, gleaming with skin-prickling menace, forcing Kira to whip out his beam saber in a desperate parry. Bang! The inertial slam hit like a meteor strike, Exir bulldozing the Strike backward, tires screeching long furrows in the simulated dirt before they ground to a halt. "Such raw power," Kira muttered, even though it was just a sim, no real jolt, but he knew the Strike inside out. For Exir to shove it back, that far spoke volumes of its brute force, but alarms screamed in his head a split second later. He jerked the stick on instinct, the Strike leaning back just as a green blur whipped past his viewport. Dual blades, spotting the identical solid sword's true form, Kira's heart skipped. If not for that gut reflex, the Strike would have been bisected clean. Setsuna pounced on the distraction, the off-balance Strike reeling as he ramped up the pressure, slamming the other blade to bat away the beam saber with a resounding clash. "Oh no," the thought barely formed before sword light flashed blinding, and Kira's cockpit plunged into darkness. "Eyes." Lost, Kira sat stunned, the sim wrapping in under 3 minutes. Win or lose decided in a blink. In a real scrap, he'd be space dust. "Kira, respond if you're hearing." Yang Hui's voice crackled through, snapping him back. "This is Kira Yamato, go ahead. Any issues jump out?" Well," Kira squirmed, cheeks heaving. He'd barely scratched the surface of the sim before it ended. Too quick. Gotcha, Lyle's up next, he'll go easy. Hey, we're going again. Told you need you patching holes. All right, fine. Kira rebooted the sim, the cockpit blooming back to life. Opponents swapped to the green-hued Cherudum Gundam. Against Dylandy. Watch for snipes. Having teamed with Lyle before, Kira knew his pinpoint accuracy was lethal, so he opted for the Sword Striker pack, charging in for close quarters chaos to neuter the range game. Outside the pods, Yang Hui monitored Kira's run. Setsuna subbed out by Lyle, sidling up with a blank stare. Didn't I say ease off? Yang Hui grumbled, frustration creasing his brow. He'd hauled Kira in to genuinely probe the sim and natural OS, hands-on feedback the real deal. He told Setsuna to pull punches, drag it out for Kira to soak it in, but bam, instant KO. Thought he was tougher, Setsuna replied flatly, not a flicker of regret. Yang Hui, this bloke's miles off what you described, you seeing things. Tyria chimed in, backing Setsuna, cause Yang Hui had hyped Kira as the ultimate coordinator, destined to be this world's top gun. But that showing, a letdown that left them proper underwhelmed. Heh, you lot born aces. Yang Hui shot back, rolling his eyes with a sardonic snort. From the Heliopolis ambush till now, he's clocked under 2 months with MS, no formal drills before, barely a handful of scraps under his belt, and the lad's dead set against fighting. How ace do you expect? On fair point, train him up, Setsuna asked, tilting his head slightly. Play it by ear, he's still hung up on that mental block. Main gig's polishing the sim and natural OS, Yang Hui said. Can't you handle it? Setsuna and Tyria blinked, baffled. Yang Hui's research chops were legendary. Some kid couldn't top that. Give it a whirl, he's the type who tweaks OS mid-fight, adapting to the chaos. Truth be told, Kira's raw research might not eclipse Yang Hui's, but his coding was top tier and his on-the-fly adaptability outshone even Yang Hui. No way he'd pull off battle-time programming like that slick up. Setsuna and Tyria clammed up. They might scoff at Kira's piloting now, but if he nailed what Yang Hui claimed, it'd earn a nod of respect. Watch for now, Lyle raps you in, Tyria. Right, the strike and Cherudum deadlock dragged on, a grueling tango where neither yielded, trading blows in a whirlwind of clashes. Sim start blared, and strike charged Cherudum like a bull, sticking close to deny Snipe's melee grind could tip the scales. But Kira underestimated. Lyle, his sniping was ace, sure, but up close. No slouch and not your bog-standard swordplay. Unlike most blade wielders, Lyle nay, the Dylandy brothers ditched beam sabers for guns even in the thick of it. Masters of gun fu. First-timers facing that style. Proper throne, unfamiliarity handing the edge. Strike suffered just that closing in. It got pummeled by dual beam pistols, disoriented as a ship in a nebulous storm. If Lyle hadn't held back Sim over, ditching the cumbersome ship-slaying sword for nimble armor Schneider daggers, Kira twisted into knife-range brawl, clawing back a sliver of ground against the pistol's agile barrage. Their sweet spot matched the swords, but guns flexed better. Still, just a sliver. After a grueling half-hour slog, Cherudum seized a gap, batting Strike's arms wide, boots slamming it airborne. Twin guns chattered, a beam hail riddling Strike into a sieve. Kira's cockpit dimmed once more. Horsey. Dylandy's, a monster, that weird style. Kira panted, drenched in sweat like he'd been dunked in a coolant tank. Sim or not, no death, but Setsuna and Lyle's pressure crushed like gravity wells. Kira, how's it hanging? You all right, N? Nah, just a bit. Good. Tyria's next. Gear up. Hang on. Chapter 311. Burst mode. The SEED gene unleashed. Kira Yamato was proper knackered, his body screaming for a breather in the confines of that sealed cockpit, the hum of simulated engines still ringing in his ears like a distant starship's whine. But no dice, the hatch was locked tighter than a vault on a derelict colony, refusing to budge no matter how he fiddled with the controls. And before he could even think to protest, the sim program kicked in all on its lonesome, screens flickering to life with that familiar glow, thrusting his opponent right back into view. This time it wasn't the sleek, sword-wielding Exir or the lance-toting Cherudum, but a hulking brute of a machine, the Cerevi Gundam, all bulky armor and swollen with massive cannons, looking like it had been forged from the heart of a neutron star. Firepower beast, eh? Right then, Kira muttered under his breath, his fingers dancing over the panels with instinctive speed, sizing up the Cerevi's hefty frame and those twin howitzers like a pilot scanning for weak spots in a meteor storm. Heavy armor, heavy artillery that meant a barrage from afar would be brutal, but mobility bound to be pants. Stick with the sword striker pack, get in close and tangle it up in melee, that'd be the ticket. Turned out his gut call wasn't wrong, but blimey, it was all relative. Compared to the zippy Exir and Cherudum, Cerevi's agility was a joke, But this was no pushover, a solid B-grade powerhouse against the Strike's C+ setup. Its so-called flaws barely scratched the surface, no worse off than his own rig in a pinch. And then there was the real kicker. CeraVe's lockdown firepower, a wall of destruction that hit like an orbital strike. The sim blared its start, and Strike lunged forward with a roar of thrusters, charging like a bull in 0G. CeraVe mirrored the move, but its play was subtler, shoulders locking into place, beam repeaters zeroing in with mechanical precision. CeraVe eliminate the target. Tyria Erd's voice crackled over the comms, cold as cryogenic frost. Oh no, Kira's heart jolted, eyes widening as the repeaters spat fire, beams lancing straight for Strike's faceplate. He yanked the controls, weaving left and right in a desperate jig, inching forward bit by bit, desperate to close the gap. But CeraVe wasn't done, arms rising slow and deliberate, beam cannons thundering to life, twin pillars of raw energy flanking Strike from either side, grazing so close they singed the air. No direct hit on the hull, but the unfolded anti-ship sword melted away in the blaze, dissolving like ice in a solar flare. Pinned from left and right, Strike leaped and twisted, dodging the incoming storm, breaking free from the kill zone with thrusters screaming protest. Midair, no sitting duck, Kira's right hand snapped to the shoulder, yanking free the beam boomerang, the pink disc slicing through the void with elegant menace, arcing toward CeraVe. Left hand fired the rocket anchor, homing straight for the Gundam's visor like a harpoon in the black. Naive, Tyria scoffed, simple as that, and then, what the? Kira's jaw dropped as CeraVe's knees split open, mechanical arms unfolding with a whir, spewing pink beam blades that hacked the boomerang and anchor to scraps in a flash of sparks. Strike hadn't even touched down, and already a gaping black maw locked on the cannon's barrel, yawning wide. Can't dodge this. Panic surged through Kira like a system overload, death's chill flooding his mind, temperature plummeting as if his very soul was icing over. Crack tilde, something shattered in his head, a seed bursting open in the depths of his psyche. Kira's eyes glazed over, pupils vanishing into voids, foot slamming the pedal to the floor, stick shoved forward with desperate force. CeraVe's arsenal erupted in full fury, every gun trained on one mark, the Strike Gundam. But in that hair's-breadth moment, with no leverage in the air, Strike's back thrusters ignited in a ferocious blaze, slamming it earthward just as doom rained down. What? Tyria's brow creased in surprise. That split-second window shouldn't have allowed any reaction, yet Strike evaded his kill shot. No pause, Strike hit the deck running, shedding the deadweight pack, dual daggers drawn as it charged CeraVe like a comet on collision course. CeraVe mirrored the lockdown, beams weaving a net of death, but Strike's moves had shifted, erratic, unpredictable, impossible to pin. Closer and closer, Tyria dialed up the intensity, no longer rooted. He backpedaled while unleashing hell, denying the gap. What started as a one-sided slaughter twisted into a grinding stalemate, thrusters howling and beams scorching the virtual sky. The moves changed, Setsuna observed, staring at the feed with laser focus, his posture rigid as he leaned in. It's here, the burst, Lyle added, wiping the smirk from his face, zeroing in on every tick of the clock with sharp-eyed seriousness. SEED gene activation finally triggered. Young Huey watched the scene unfold, recognizing the signs. Kira had burst, and for the first time not in a life-or-death pinch. This was the hidden ace up Young Huey's sleeve in pitting Kira against Setsuna, Lyle, and Tyria coaxing him to master that burst power on demand. Bursting was an explosive knack, controllable after awakening, but it took practice, not some instant unlock post-first flare. Bursts fed on emotions, peaking when inner turmoil hit the red line, shattering limits. Erica Simmons' research nailed it, and Young Huey bought in. From anime days, Kira and Laka seemed to burst at will, casual as flipping a switch, but others carrying the SEED gene Athron Kagali, and the yet-to-show Shin Asuka only ignited under extreme duress. Anime author perks for leads, reality no cheats, everything traceable. Kira and Lacus weren't anomalies. Young Huey reckoned their calm facades masked roiling peaks, worry, anxiety bubbling under, just not on show. And bursts had another puzzle, side effects. Sudden bodily surges couldn't be free rides. Young Huey recalled faster stamina and energy drain, but who knew what else lurked? Better safe, research it proper. Gonna wrap soon. The feed showed the end game. Kira's surge had Tyria on the ropes at first, but as the grind wore on, Strike's edge dulled, movements turning sluggish, scales tipping back. Stamina tapped. Time to end it, Tyria judged, seeing Strike stagger, opting to finish with cannons bearing fangs anew. But then... What? The faltering Strike dug in hard, thrusters erupting in a mighty shove, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Armor Schneider dagger thrust upward from below, stabbing CeraVe's midriff with a screech of sparks and grinding metal, plunging deep into the plating. Cannons fired simultaneously, brilliant glow engulfing Strike's lower half. Boom tilde. hissed Tilda. Kira's pod cracked open, and he lifted his head weakly toward the light, spotting young Huey extending a hand. Nice one, Kira. Didn't I lose? Kira rasped, words stumbling out as he grasped the offered hand, letting young Huey haul him from the sim seat. 3 rounds down, you're out but this bout. Dead heat, young Huey said cheerfully, glancing aside with a mischievous curl to his lip. Kira followed the look, twitching a smile. Tyria stood there with a face like thunder, while Lyle clapped his shoulder with a smug, punchable grin, muttering something that only darkened Tyria's scowl further. Not compliments, that was for sure. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause thundered around them, cheers and whoops filling the air. Blimey. You took down Lieutenant Erd, you legend. Avenged us all. Haha, dunno who you are, but you're my mate now. Spot on. Keep it up, hard graft that. Kira blinked, realizing every pod in the place had popped open. All the trainees had tuned into their scrap, now clapping and hollering for him. Ahaha, th. Thanks, he managed, chuckling despite the vibe felt like they were painting a target on his back. But their cheers rang true, genuine props, lifting his spirits. Then Tyria approached, his icy demeanor making Kira flinch back a step. Good thing young Huey steadied him, or he'd have toppled. Kira braced for trouble, but Tyria just extended a hand. This the hard fought, your top notch. Sorry for underestimating you. Kira paused, then gripped it with a warm smile. Nah, luck played a part, your ace, all of you say and Dylandy. Luck's strength too. Fancy a rematch sometime? Maybe pass. Kira chuckled bitterly. He loathed fighting. If young Huey hadn't roped him into system tweaks, he'd never have climbed in. Looking forward to fighting alongside you one day. With that, Tyria turned away, Setsuna offering a nod of approval too. Back to drills. Tyria's chill command boomed through the base, sending the Gawkers scrambling back to pods in a shiver, terrified of drawing his ire. Chapter 311. Burst mode. The SEED gene unleashed. Kira Yamato was absolutely shattered, his limbs heavy as lead weights in the cramped confines of that sealed cockpit, the artificial glow of the screen still buzzing in his skull like a swarm of malfunctioning drones. All he craved was a moment to catch his breath, to slump back and let the exhaustion wash over him. But fate was having none of it. The hatch clamped shut like a stubborn airlock on a derelict space station, unyielding no matter how he jabbed at the release. And before he could even muster a protest, the sim program sprang to life unbidden, interfaces humming with electric urgency, thrusting his next foe right into the fray. This wasn't the razor-sharp Exir with its deadly blades, or the lance-wielding Cherudim, but a colossal juggernaut, the Cerevi Gundam, bloated with armor plating and bristling with enormous cannons, a behemoth that looked like it had been hammered out from the core of a collapsing star. Firepower monster in it. Right then, Kira murmured, his fingers flying across the controls with a mix of instinct and desperation, eyes narrowing as he assessed the Cerevi's ponderous bulk, and those twin howitzers that promised devastation. Thick hides, heavy artillery. It had rained hell from afar, no doubt, but mobility. Bound to be sluggish as a freighter in a gravity well. Stick with the sword striker pack, weave in close and turn it into a knife fight that'd level the field. His hunch wasn't off the mark, but blimey, it was all about perspective. Against the nimble Exir and Cherudim, Cerevi's agility seemed laughable, yet this was no slouch, a bona fide B-grade powerhouse towering over the Strike C+ setup. Its so-called weaknesses barely registered, no more crippling than the Strike's own quirks in a tight spot. And lurking beneath was the true gut punch, Cerevi's lockdown barrage, a fortress of firepower that crashed down like an orbital bombardment. The Sim's klaxon wailed and Strike surged forward with thrusters roaring, a bold charge cutting through the virtual void. Cerevi responded in kind, but its move was deceptively simple, shoulders locking with a mechanical clunk, beam repeaters zeroing in like predatory eyes. Cerevi, eliminate the target. Tyria Erd's voice sliced through the comms, frigid as the vacuum between stars. Oh crap, Kira's pulse spiked, eyes bulging as the repeaters erupted, beams lancing straight for Strike's faceplate with lethal intent. He wrenched the sticks, jinking left and right in a frantic dance, edging closer inch by grueling inch, desperate to breach the gap. But Cerevi wasn't done playing, arms hoisting slow and deliberate, beam cannons thundering alive, dual pillars of raw fury flanking Strike from either side, grazing so near they scorched the air. No fatal blow to the hull, but the unfurled anti-ship blade dissolved in the inferno, melting away like wax under a plasma torch. Hemmed in from left and right, Strike bounded and twisted, evading the relentless onslaught, thrusters screaming as it clawed free from the kill zone. Mid-leap, no idle prey. Kira's right hand snapped to his shoulder, ripping loose the beam boomerang, the pink disc carving the air with graceful menace, curving toward Cerevi like a vengeful comet. Left hand unleashed the rocket anchor, streaking true for the Gundam's visor like a harpoon through the black. Naive, Tyria scoffed, his tone flat as a dead calm line, and then, what the? Kira's jaw dropped as Serevi's knees split wide, robotic arms unfurling with a whir, spewing pink beam edges that hacked the boomerang and anchor to ribbons in a shower of sparks. Strike hadn't even hit dirt, and already a yawning black barrel locked on the cannon's maw gaping wide with ominous promise. Can't swerve this. Panic clawed at Kira like a hull breach, death's icy grip flooding his thoughts, the temperature plummeting as if his essence was freezing solid in the void. Crack tilde, a seed shattered in his mind's depths, Kira's eyes glazing over, pupils dissolving into abyssal blanks. His foot hammered the pedal flat, shoving the stick forward with raw desperation. Serevi's arsenal detonated in a symphony of fury, every barrel fixated on one quarry, the Strike Gundam. Yet in that razor-thin instant, with no foothold in the air, Strike's rear thrusters exploded in a ferocious glare, slamming it groundward just as annihilation reigned. What? Tyria's brow creased in faint surprise that fleeting window shouldn't have allowed any counter, yet Strike slipped his surefire kill. No respite. Strike slammed down and charged, ditching the burdensome pack, dual daggers flashing as it hurtled toward Serevi like a meteor on impact trajectory. Serevi echoed the lockdown, beams weaving a deadly web, but Strike's rhythm had shifted, elusive, unpredictable, defying locks. Closer it drew, Tyria ramping up the heat, no longer anchored. He retreated while unleashing hell, denying the breach. What began as a rout twisted into a grinding deadlock, thrusters howling and beams scorching the simulated heavens. The moves shifted, Setsuna noted, scrutinizing the feed with laser-like focus, his stance unyielding as he leaned closer. It surfaced the burst, Lyle added, his cheeky grin fading into grave intensity, absorbing every frame with hawk-eyed precision. SEED gene ignition finally sparked. Yang Hui observed the unfolding drama, recognizing the telltale surge. Kira had burst, and for the first time, not amid a do-or-die crisis. This was Yang Hui's covert play in matching Kira against Setsuna, Lyle, and Tyria guiding him to wield that burst on command, turning raw eruption into honed weapon. Bursting was a volatile surge, tameable post-awakening, but it demanded refinement, no instant mastery after the initial flare. Bursts thrived on emotion, cresting when inner turmoil peaked, shattering barriers. Erica Simmons' findings and Yang Hui concurred. From anime recollections, Kira and Lacus burst at will, effortless, but others with the SEED gene Athron Kagali, and the absent Shin Asuka only ignited under crushing strain. Anime. Plot armor for stars. Reality. No handouts, patterns traceable. Kira and Lacus weren't outliers. Yang Hui theorized their serene masks hid turbulent peaks. Anxiety, concern simmering beneath, unspoken on their faces, and bursts posed another riddle, repercussions. Such bodily overdrives couldn't be cost-free. Yang Hui recalled accelerated stamina and energy drain, but lurking shadows. Who knew? Better probe safety first. Gonna wrap, aye. The feed signaled endgame. Kira's outburst had Tyria reeling initially, but as the slog dragged, Strike's ferocity waned, movements turning leaden, victory tilting back. Endurance tapped. Let's finish, Tyria assessed, noting Strike's stagger, opting to conclude with cannons bearing fangs anew. But then... What? The stumbling Strike dug in fierce, thrusters erupting in a mighty shove, bridging the gap in a heartbeat. Armor Schneider dagger thrust upward from below, stabbing Serevi's gut with a screech of sparks and grinding alloy, delving deep into the plating. Cannons belched simultaneously, radiant fury devouring Strike's lower frame. Boom tilde. Hiss tilde. Kira's pod unsealed, and he raised his head weakly toward the invading light, spotting Yang Hui offering a steady hand. Nice work, Kira. Didn't I lose? Kira rasped, words tumbling haltingly as he clasped the hand, letting Yang Hui steady him out of the sim seat. 3 bouts, you're down, but this round. Stalemate, Yang Hui said cheerily, glancing aside with a sly twist to his mouth. Kira followed, his lip twitching. Tyria loomed with a face like a storm cloud, while Lyle slapped his shoulder with a smug, infuriating smirk, whispering something that only deepened Tyria's glower. Not sweet nothings, that much was clear. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause thundered around, cheers and whoops filling the air like a victory parade. Blimey. You took down Lieutenant Erd, you legend. Avenged us all. Ha had dunno you, but you're my mate now. Spot on. Keep it up, hard graft that. Kira blinked, clocking every pod wide open the whole trainee lot had tuned in, now clapping and hollering for him like he'd just aced a cosmic showdown. Ahaha th. Thanks, he chuckled, waving awkwardly. Felt like they were painting a bullseye on him, but their cheers rang genuine, warm props that lifted his weary spirits. Then Tyria approached, his frosty vibe making Kira recoil a step. Lucky Yang Hui braced him, or he'd have tumbled. Kira braced for a bollocking, but Tyria just extended a hand. This the hard fought, your top notch. Sorry for underestimating. Kira paused, then gripped it with a warm smile. Nah, luck factored your ace, all of you Sae and Dylandy. Luck's strength too. Fancy a rematch? Maybe pass. Kira chuckled bitterly. He loathed scrapping. If Yang Hui hadn't roped him into system tweaks, he'd never have strapped in. Looking forward to fighting alongside you one day. With that, Tyria turned away, Setsuna offering a nod of approval too. Back to drills. Tyria's icy command boomed through the base, sending the Gawkers scrambling back to pods in a shiver, terrified of drawing his ire. Chapter 312. Little mice sneak out. Little mice get nabbed. Kira Yamato felt a right twinge of awkwardness hanging in the air like a glitchy screen, but Lyle Dylandy just clapped him on the back with a cheeky grin, trying to smooth things over. Don't take it to heart. Kira, Setsuna and Tyria are like that with everyone in knit. Ain't personal, they're just wired that way. No worries, Dylandy, I get it. Setsuna and Tyria didn't mean any harm, Kira replied, managing a small nod, his shoulders easing a tad as he rubbed the back of his neck, the tension melting like ice under a thruster's glow. Aye, you proper earned your stripes back there, go on. Let Yang Hui sort you out with a breather. I've gotta keep an eye on this lot's drills, make sure they don't slack off. Cheers, Dylandy. With Yang Hui's steady arm propping him up, Kira shuffled to a quiet little rest pod, the door hissing shut behind them like a sealing bulkhead. He splashed through a quick rinse in the sonic shower, swapping his sweat-soaked kit for fresh threads, finally feeling the weight lift off his bones, a sigh escaping as he sank into the padded bunk. Feeling better? Yang Hui asked, leaning against the wall with arms crossed, his voice casual but eyes scanning Kira like a diagnostic probe. Yeah, loads, Kira mumbled, snatching the chilled bev Yang Hui tossed his way, gulping it down in one greedy swig, the cool fizz chasing away the last dregs of fatigue. So how'd it all feel? What do you mean? The whole shebang. A bloody impressive. Setsuna, Dylandy and Tyria are proper beasts. I could tell Dylandy and Tyria were holding back, yeth. Kira admitted, cheeks flushing a bit as he averted his gaze, fiddling with the empty can in his hands. Aye, you're not quite up to their level yet. And the training sim? Kira faltered, scratching his head with an embarrassed chuckle. Truth was, the thought made him want to give Yang Hui a right earful. If it weren't for that yarn about patching the system, he'd never have squared off against those three, and in the heat of those blistering scraps, who'd have time to hunt for bugs. All right, looks like we need another go. Yang Hui shrugged, reading Kira's face like an open data pad. Again, give us a break, Yang Hui. Chill, no rematch with Setsuna's crew. Just basics, spot any tweaks needed, Yang Hui assured, clapping him on the shoulder. Kira let out a relieved huff, the string of defeats and bone-deep weariness enough for one day, but curiosity niggled anew. Why not use proper training, MS? Yang Hui, this sim stuff's gotta be pants for real gains, right? Yeah, it's proper rubbish, Yang Hui admitted without a blink, leaning back as he spoke, his tone matter-of-fact like explaining a dodgy nav chart. Running drills through basic code was 10 times less effective than hands-on with a live suit. It was like playing some vid game. No heft of the machine, no bone-jarring impacts, zilch on the life-or-death edge. But needs must orbs. MS ARPs can't go public yet, so finding big enough spots for live runs is a nightmare. This is the best we've got for now. Aye, makes sense, but you seem dead rushed. Orb jumping into the fray? Kira asked, head bowed, fists clenching tight at his sides. In his heart, Orb was the last haven, a slice of peace amid the galactic storm. Orb's neutrality set in stone forever. Then, we don't dive into wars, but that don't mean the flames won't lick our shores. Got it. Right, call it a day. Rest up, Kira. Proper work kicks off tomorrow. Stick to those civvies you're in. Strutting about in Earth Alliance gear here at Morgenrote's a bad look. Well, do I'm off then. Just as Kira hit the hatch, Yang Hui's voice pulled him back. Kira, anything else, if you get a chance. Pop home, see your folks. They're proper worried sick. Kira didn't bite, just slipped out without a word, his mind a whirlwind. Truth be told, he was torn. Relations with his parents weren't sour, but resentment simmered like a faulty reactor. They'd tweaked him into a coordinator, sparking the chain of chaos that followed. He itched to demand why, but dreaded the truth or hurting them, so he dodged the reunion like a ship evading missiles. Plus, someone on the Archangel needed him close. At least for now, even if it was all wrong, he couldn't shake her loose. Once Kira vanished, Yang Hui let out a heavy sigh, rubbing his temples. The lad was still green, not ready for harsh realities, and Yang Hui couldn't help pitying his tangled fate. If only Kira could slip back to a quiet life, blind to the ugliness. But wishes were stardust, not even cosmic corrections could unwind it now. Kira was ensnared in the vortex, no escape. Let it be, he murmured to the empty room. Beep, beep, beep. His PAD chimed, Yang Hui fishing it out to see Wang Liu Mei's ID flashing. He tapped connect without a beat. What's up? Got some sneaky little mice scampering about domestically, might tickle your fancy. Oh, Yang Hui's eyebrow arched, a spark of recognition hitting as he pieced it together. Lock their positions. Aye, but they are splitting up nab-em. Nah, just tail em tight, I'll swing by for a look. Righto, fancy tagging along to say hello to some old faces. Sounds fun, I'll grab the Empress sis, it's been ages since you spoiled us. Weren't you all about work? Turned down my date invite. Young Huey teased, putting on a mark pout like a sulky kid denied a treat. Hehe, this counts as work too. Fair play, can't argue that. Settled then, doll up sharp, yeah. As you wish, my princess. Meanwhile, dawn's first light crept over a desolate stretch of Orb's rocky coastline, a hidden gem for die-hard anglers, where the waves crashed like thunderous applause and intrusions were rare as a stable wormhole. But today a pair of fishermen weren't casting lines for scaly prizes instead. They reeled in 4 frogmen, sleek in their wetsuits, emerging from the surf like shadows from the deep. I'm from the Crusette team, Athron Zala, the lead infiltrator announced, water dripping from his gear as he stood firm on the jagged rocks. Welcome to the land of peace, one angler replied with a wry nod, the words hanging ironic in the salty breeze. After the curt pleasantries, the 3 anglers handed over 4 briefcases, 2 peeling off to scout the perimeter, while the last briefed Athron and his squad Isaac Jewel, Dirka Elsman and Nicole Amalfi with clipped efficiency. Change into these first Morgenrote staff uniforms, bags got your ID cards, and cover stories memorize em. This'll get you into zone 1 of the factory, but deeper needs personal scans, couldn't snag internal passes on short notice. Cheers for the graft, keep it low-key, no ruckus, we don't want to wake the sleeping lion. Got it. Dressed and ready, Athron's team slipped from the rocks, blending into Orb's interior, climbing a cliff that offered a panoramic view of Arnagoro Island's bustling port, the dawn sun glinting off distant hulls like scattered stars. Remember, job's just pinpointing the Archangel's exact spot, don't poke the official hornets. Meet back here in 3 days, 8 sharp. Like the original playbook, Athron's crew had infiltrated Orb, but twists abounded, no need to confirm the Archangel's presence. That was solid. Their gig, nail its precise berth and status, so when it shoved off, they'd pounce like hawks on a lame duck. Missed that window, and it'd vanish from under their noses, snatching any shot at sinking the beast. Course, it wasn't blind hunting. The Archangel lurked somewhere in Morgenrote's sprawl, multiple exits aligning with projected routes to Alaska. Their task, suss which gateway it'd bolt through. No need to state the obvious, just don't get yourselves nabbed. See ya. They split into pairs, Isaac with Dirka, Athron with Nicole, melting into the morning flow. Streets are proper peaceful, eh? Yeah, after yesterday's kerfuffle offshore. Reckon cause its neutral turf. Land of peace in knit. Dawn had broken fully, transforming quiet lanes into a buzzing hive, weary workers hustling for their daily grind, holidaymakers linking arms for a jaunt, the vibe so serene it tugged at Nicole and Athron's hearts, their anxious minds easing into the calm like ships docking after a storm. Savoring the tranquility, they let it wash over them, mission or no. It didn't hurt to let the jitters fade, but then a voice sliced through like a beam saber, turning Athron's blood to ice. Oi, Athron, fancy bumping into you here, mate. Yang Huey. Whipping around, they spotted Yang Huey, Wang Liu Mei, and the Empress lounging at a quaint open-air cafe by the roadside, waving them over with easy smiles. Scarpa, Nicole hadn't met Yang Huey, but he knew the Empress and Wang Liu Mei on-site exposure confirmed. Bolting was instinct, but unseen figures had materialized at their flanks, gun muzzles jabbing discreetly through clothing into their sides. No choice under the barrel's silent threat, they shuffled over to Yang Huey's table, tension coiling like overcharged capacitors. Don't be so uptight, park yourselves, Yang Huey said, gesturing to the empty seats with a relaxed wave. Athron and Nicole traded helpless glances, confusion swirling amid the defeat, but they sank into the chairs opposite, spines rigid. Hello there, Athron, Nicole popping into Orb for a visit and not dropping a line. I'm a tad gutted, Wang Liu Mei said, sipping her coffee with a mock pout, steam curling lazily from the cup. What's your game? Athron hissed at Yang Huey, voice low and edged with suspicion. Bit bold for a prisoner in knit, Yang Huey quipped, eyebrows shooting up in feigned surprise. Athron faltered, cheeks heaving with awkwardness. When you spot us? From the off. Figures. Athron let out a bitter chuckle, inwardly cursing his slip. He'd underestimated Orb's home turf surveillance, the net cast wider than he'd reckoned. So, how are you handling us? Give you a holiday, how's that sound? The pair blinked in unison, bafflement etching their faces like glitched lines on a faulty display. Under their puzzled stares, Yang Huey flagged down the cafe waiter with a casual wave. Yang Huey, sir, anything else? 1 tiramisu, 1 mixed mousse, 2 house coffees. Right away, sir, won't be long. Grateful for the 1W tip, no words, just 2 updates incoming. Chapter 313, Delicate Damsels in Distress. The morning sun hung low over Orb's bustling streets like a watchful sentinel in the vast cosmic theatre, casting golden hues across the pavement where everyday folks hustled about their lives, oblivious to the shadows lurking in the underbelly of this so-called haven. But in a tucked-away corner of the city, far from the gleaming spires and humming markets, a different drama unfolded, one laced with espionage and unexpected twists, where infiltrators thought they'd slipped the net, only to find themselves ensnared in a web spun by sharper minds. Young Huey lounged back in the open-air cafe, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingling with the salty breeze wafting from the nearby docks, his fingers drumming idly on the tabletop as he watched Athron Zala and his crew Isaac Jewel, Dirka Elsman and Nicole Amalfi get corralled like wayward pups. The four Zaft lads, still dripping with the tension of their botch sneak-in, were herded over by discreet guards, their faces a picture of baffled defeat, eyes darting like cornered prey in a zero-G chase. Not long after, the waiter glided over with a tray laden like a bounty from a frontier outpost, steaming mugs of the house blend, and plates of decadent treats that looked fit for a commander's feast. He set them down before Athron and Nicole with a polite nod, vanishing back into the bustle, leaving the pair staring at the spread like it had grown legs and started dancing. Athron and Nicole froze, gobsmacked, their minds whirling like faulty nav systems. What the bloody hell was the right play here? Give it a whirl, lads, this spot's my top pick. Owner's got a magic touch. Young Huey urged, his voice light as a solar wind, lifting his own cup with elegant flair before downing it in one greedy gulp, smacking his lips with unfiltered satisfaction. Oh, that's the stuff proper hits the spot. Dunno why folks faff about with all that posh sipping, it's just torturing yourself to look fancy and knit. PFFT, ha. The Empress and Wang Liu stifled giggles behind dainty hands, their eyes sparkling with mirth. Young Huey's cheeky rant was pure gold, blaming others for his own lack of finesse. Young Huey, what are you playing at? Athron demanded, his voice a low growl, fists clenching under the table, as confusion and suspicion boiled in his chest like an overheating reactor. Didn't I say, giving you lot a day off, proper holiday vibes? Young Huey replied, his grin widening, utterly unfazed. What's that supposed to mean? Athron pressed, leaning forward, his blue eyes narrowing like targeting reticules locking on. Literally, you blokes rarely drop by orb. As your host, gotta show you a good time, not tucking in. Athron and Nicole exchanged a baffled glance thrown off-kilter by the sudden swerve, peering at the coffee and desserts like they might be laced with truth serum. They flicked wary looks back at Young Huey, gears turning. If memory serves, Athron, you're partial to tiramisu, yeah, and Nicole goes for grape mousse, but trust me, this joint's mixed mousse is the dog's barlocks. Young Huey added, leaning back with a knowing wink. The pair's faces hardened, a chill running down their spines. How the hell did he know such personal tidbits? Stuff like favorite sweets wasn't classified, but it was intimate, the sort only close mates would clerk. Young Huey having that intel, it painted him as a master with a terrifying intel net, depths unknown and proper unsettling. Oi, can't you lot stop assuming the worst? Young Huey grumbled, spotting their guarded stares, exasperation creasing his brow like a glitch in the Matrix. Every time I popped round yours, Mrs. Zala whipped up tiramisu for you didn't even notice. Young Huey asked Athron, shaking his head with mock pity. And Nicole's grape mousse fixation. The Empress spotted it, said something about the elegant music princeling turning into a cute kiddo around it. Oh, and the Jewel and Elsman lads Tsundir Whitehairs mad for bear biscuits, and the golden playboys all about burgers and sarnies, especially beef-packed ones. You get, who's the Tsundir Whitehair? Isaac exploded, face flushing scarlet as he and Dirka were frog-marked over by more guards, joining the captive reunion. Isaac, cool it, Dirka muttered, clamping a hand on his shoulder. Isaac, Dirka, you two. Athron and Nicole whipped around, jaws dropping at their teammates' sudden appearance, the shark hitting like a surprise beam volley. Sit down, I'll sort your orders. My treat, but reckon they do bear biscuits or beef burgers here. Young Huey teased, his smirk stretching wider, clearly relishing the chaos. Dirka shrugged it off like beef burgers wasn't embarrassing, but Isaac's face ignited like a thruster overload, on the verge of detonation. Ha. The Empress and Wang Liu's laughter bubbled free, genuine delight sparkling in their eyes at Isaac's squirming, even Athron and Nicole dipping their heads to hide chuckles. You bastard, let me go, we'll settle this proper. Isaac snarled, thrashing futilely, words flying like wild shots. Duel mad, are ye? Captives demanding duels now. PFFT, ha, you sod. Isaac hopped in fury, outmatched in banter. A million of him couldn't outwit Young Huey. Weapons confiscated, guards eyeing like hawks he didn't dare swing, and the real gut punch, his crush witnessing his humiliation, seated cozy next to Young Huey, hinting he was likely the Empress's betrothed she'd mentioned. "All right, seeing as you're not keen on scoffing sweets and sipping Joe, next stop it is," Yang Hui announced, rising smoothly. To the foursome's disbelief, he wolfed down the untouched tiramisu and mixed mousse in a frenzy, savoring every bite with unabashed glee. "Yang Hui, what the hell?" Athron stammered, brow furrowing in confusion. "Wasting grub's a sin, especially when it's this lush." Athron's mouth twitched like a faulty servo. This Yang Hui felt like a stranger, not the sharp operator he knew. But they held their tongues captives after all, clueless where he was herding them, eyes peeled for escape hatches. "Best shot," snatched the unguarded Empress and Wang Liu Mei as leverage. Yet, Athron hesitated. Could he really lay hands on them, even if slipping the net seemed dicey, and it'd spark a ruckus, blowing their covers and igniting an interstellar row? So Athron shot his mates a subtle glance. Play it cool, bide time. They weren't daft calming. They piled into the vehicle after Yang Hui, cruising toward the unknown, tension thick as nebula fog. They braced for a grim fate: interrogation cells, black site holding, or some dingy lockup. But arrival shattered expectations. No prison, no intel hub, no stark room with flickering lights, just a posh boutique, all elegant storefront and gleaming displays that screamed luxury. "Welcome, young Master Yang Hui," purred the proprietress, emerging in a deep purple gown that hugged her curves like a second skin, exuding grace and a timeless allure that turned heads. "Slurp Tilda. Back to grace your sharp, madam." "Oh, always a pleasure here for Miss Noriega and Miss Wang's custom fits again. Nah, these four are mates. Kit 'em out proper, yeah? Of course, leave it to me, they'll look smashing. This way, gents." Chance. Athron's crew clocked it prime escape window, just the madam and staff leading. Yang Hui's trio and guards lounging in the waiting area out of sight. They could bolt. The moment racks and displays masked them fully, they struck. Isaac, Dirka and Nicole lunging for nearby clerks, Athron targeting the madam. No intent to harm, just subdue, grill for back exits and scarper. But fate flipped the script as their hands shot out. The women countered like lightning, delicate fingers snapping around wrists with iron grips, twisting back with crushing force, feet sweeping legs in fluid trips. Four thuds echoed as they face-planted the floor, arms pinned behind, knees grinding into backs helpless as pinned butterflies. What the? Shock hit like a beam graze, the cold floor and stinging pain snapping them to reality. Glancing back in disbelief at their Chinese letter captors, these elegant ladies had floored them effortless as swatting flies. Clip-clop, footsteps approached, Yang Hui sauntering in with the Empress and Wang Liu Mei, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Sorry bout that, madam, my mates got rude, but blimey, you're too stunning," lust addled their brains. "Aha, careful, Miss Noriega and Miss Wang might get jealous, young master. Just stating facts." "So, young master, these guests what now? Let him up, pick him some sharp threads." "As you wish." Orders given, Yang Hui retreated with his companions to the lounge, not a flicker of worry about escapes, a lesson Athron's team had just learned the hard way. Soon they emerged transformed, ditching the drab Morgenroth overalls for finery that turned heads. "Blimey. Spot on, madam's got the eye," Yang Hui praised, nodding approval. Isaac now sported crisp white leisure suits with a pale green shirt underneath, unbuttoned and tie-free casual dash with flair. Dirka went sharper. Black suit, matching vest, white shirt, sapphire tie in a loose knot, polished yet relaxed. Nicole skipped suits for a khaki and coffee casual shirt, over white trousers, youthful vibe, bursting with energy. Athron rocked an emerald stand collar jacket over burgundy base, white pants contrasting bold, a mix of rogue charm and noble poise. "Cheers for the kind words, young master, but next time you bring pals, clue 'em in on the rules. My staff are delicate damsels, scaring 'em's no good." Athron's quartet twitched at delicate damsels, wanted to demand if she knew what that meant, after getting proper humbled. "I'll keep it in mind, madam." Bills settled, Yang Hui herded the revamped infiltrators out, no grim cells in sight, just a leisurely tour of Orb's hotspots, sprawling malls, iconic landmarks, the works. "What are you scheming?" Isaac finally snapped, patience frayed like a worn cable. "Told you, giving you a day off to soak up Orb." "Why?" Athron probed, suspicion etching his features. "No reason, but we're..." Yang Hui cut in, hand raised to halt the word. "Your mates of mine, the Empress and Liu Mei, honored guests from Plant, here on Halls for a spot of sightseeing. 2 updates done, cheers." Chapter 314. Hot potato. The revelation hung in the air like a charged plasma field, crackling with unspoken tensions that could ignite at any spark, leaving Athron Zala and his Zaft comrades Isaac Jewel, Dirka Elsman, and Nicole Amalfi staring at each other in the dim confines of their mothership's briefing room, the metallic walls humming faintly with the ship's ever-present life support systems. The four had barely shaken off the sting of their botched infiltration into Orb, a mission that had unraveled faster than a faulty warp drive, and now this bombshell from Athron dropped like an orbital strike, reshaping everything they thought they knew about Yang Hui. Athran leaned against the bulkhead, his arms crossed tight over his chest, the weight of secrets pressing down on him like increased gravity in a training sim. It's true, Yang Hui saved my mum during the Junior 7 catastrophe. What? The trio's jaws dropped in unison, faces paling as if they'd just taken a direct hit from a beam cannon, the name Junior 7 slicing through them like a vibroblade. That tragedy was a raw scar on every plant citizen's soul, a wound that time couldn't fully mend. Isaac's fists clenched, knuckles whitening, his silver hair almost bristling with indignation, while Dirka ran a hand through his golden locks, brow furrowed in disbelief. Nicole, ever the quiet one, simply stared, his youthful features twisting with a mix of shock and quiet horror. But how? And why just her? Isaac demanded, voice rising like a thruster building to full burn, pacing the cramped space as if caged. Athran sighed, rubbing his temples, the memory replaying in his mind like a looped tactical vid. Turns out, before the disaster even kicked off, Yang Hui slipped a warning through back channels to the Supreme Council. No one bit dismissed it as barlocks. That's how it all went to hell. You what? The three recoiled, gobsmacked, their exclamations echoing off the reinforced plating like ricocheting shots in a zero-G skirmish. Athran nodded grimly, his blue eyes shadowed with the weight of it all, leaning forward to rest elbows on his knees. I only pieced it together at the last hearing, not just the Earth Alliance heads-up orbs been tangled with us in all sorts. Trades, tech swaps, you name it. And the same with the Alliance. That's why the Empress and Wang Liu may kept popping up in plant. That Junius mess. It's why the Council's gone easy on Orb, no heavy-handed squeezes. And behind it all, I reckon Yang Hui's the puppet master, pulling strings. This is barlocks. Isaac exploded, slamming a fist into the console with a metallic thud that reverberated like a distant explosion, his face flushing redder than an overheating reactor core. He's our age. How's a kid pulling off that lot? If Yang Hui was orchestrating symphonies like that, what did it make Isaac? How could he even dream of rivaling him for the Empress's affections? Same vintage as me, Athran confirmed, his voice steady but laced with reluctant admiration, like admitting a foe's superior tactics in a dogfight. But he's done it, and his clout in Orb's off the charts. Intel whispers every big move Orb's made lately has his fingerprints all over it. And what? Dirka pressed, leaning in, his casual swagger cracking under the intensity, golden hair falling into his eyes as he fixed Athran with a piercing stare. Athran hesitated, the words sticking in his throat like a jammed firing mechanism. But after their humiliating jaunt in Orb, some truths couldn't stay buried. The team would fracture like a hull under stress if he didn't spill. That unknown rig that proper hammered me and Captain Crusette, odds on he's the pilot. What? The shockwave hit them like a full barrage, faces draining of color, eyes wide as saucers in the dim glow of the room's status lights. The implications crashed over them. Yang Hui wasn't just a schemer. He was a force in the cockpit too, a shadow player weaving through the galactic fray with terrifying precision. Isaac slumped back, fuming silently, while Dirka whistled low, processing the intel like a tactical overlay updating in real time. Nicole just sat there, fingers twitching as if itching for controls, the quiet dread settling in his gut. Athran let the silence stretch, the ship's ambient hum filling the void before adding softly, "He's not the enemy we thought, but figuring him out, that's a war all its own." The weight of it all pressed down, leaving them adrift in a sea of doubts, the stars outside the viewport marking their fragile grasp on the chaos unfolding across the cosmos. Chapter 315. Gut-wrenching blows. The crimson sun dipped low on the horizon like a wounded star, bleeding into the vast ocean expanse, painting the orb skyline in hues of fire and shadow, a poignant reminder of the fragile peace clinging to this neutral haven amid the galaxy's relentless storm. Yang Hui stood there, flanked by the Empress and Wang Liu Mei, the trio perched on a seaside overlook where the salty breeze whispered secrets of distant battles, carrying the faint hum of city life, below hover vehicles zipping like fireflies, folks bustling homeward in the fading light. But beneath the serene facade, Yang Hui's mind churned like a malfunctioning warp core, his gaze distant, fingers tapping an anxious rhythm on the railing. The day's work intercepting Athran's sneaky quartet had doubled as a cheeky escape, letting them steal a slice of normalcy amid Orb's vibrant chaos. Yet now, as twilight crept in, the weight of their covert ops pressed down heavier than a Gundam's armor plating. "Sorted that with Mina?" Yang Hui asked, turning to Wang Liu Mei, his voice low, laced with that familiar edge of command, though his hand lingered protectively on her waist, a subtle warmth against the cooling air. "Aye, she's clued in, reckons it's your call if we bail him out from Gina's clutches," Wang Liu Mei replied, her elegant features softening into a sly smile, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear as the wind tousled it like playful fingers. Yang Hui scanned the message on his PAD, a bitter chuckle escaping as he shook his head, the device's glow casting eerie shadows across his face. Blimey, didn't see that clash coming, proper fireworks. The Empress leaned against the railing beside him, her posture graceful yet tense, like a coiled spring in a high-end mechanism, her eyes reflecting the dying sun's fire. Mina's torn in knit, wants your nod on whether to yank em from Gina's grip. Confirm it's saving them, not Gina, Yang Hui quipped, his tone teasing but eyes sharp, glancing at her with a knowing wink. Wang Liumei giggled, a light melodic sound that cut through the evening hush like a beam saber's hum. Who knows, but she's family brother in a bind, sisters bound to fret. Yang Hui nodded, pocketing the PAD with a decisive snap, his mind racing through tactical overlays in his head. Tell her Gina's mess is his own kid's squabbles won't derail our blueprint, no interference. Will do, Wang Liumei affirmed, her fingers flying over her own device, the screen's glow illuminating her determined expression, a fierce intelligence shining through like a navigator plotting hyperspace jumps. The Empress sighed, her hand brushing Yang Hui's arm lightly, a gesture both affectionate and anchoring, her voice soft but laced with worry that tugged at the heartstrings. This all right? I'm fretting Mina might, you know, blood's thicker than water. She won't meddle, Yang Hui assured, pulling her closer, his arm wrapping around her waist with gentle firmness, the warmth a stark contrast to the encroaching chill. He knew the Empress's concern ran deep. Mina and Gina were twins, bound by ties that could twist loyalties like warped alloy. But he also knew Mina's fire. Ambitious to her core, Sahak's legacy and orbs might her North Star. In that blaze, everything else, even a brother's life, paled. With Yang Hui's crew crashing into the scene early, Mina's path had veered not a full U-turn, but his blueprints and vows had struck her core, promising orbs ascent. She'd chosen him over her foolhardy sibling, no regrets. And them, need a hand? The Empress probed, her eyes searching his, a flicker of empathy softening her regal poise. Na Luo's got cosmic luck on his side, Gina won't touch him, and Hex no mug either, Yang Hui replied, a smirk playing on his lips though his gaze hardened, envisioning the distant fray like a Harlevid replay. Gotcha per the playbook, once Archangel shoves off orb, we kick MS squad drills into high gear. I'll sink the troops sharpish, the Empress said, straightening with that commander's resolve, her posture shifting like a Gundam powering up. Wang Liumei chimed in, her voice steady as a lark targeting system. Earth Alliance side they're churning him out, and the natural OS is nearing wrap. Yang Hui turned to the Empress, eyebrow arched expectantly. Spot on prediction. Action and their lot are no slouches, matching Plant Heinlein, Asimov and Clark Bureau's punch for punch. She replied, a knowing nod, her tone laced with wry amusement at the irony naturals outpacing coordinators. A cosmic joke. Heh, zaffed in for a nasty shark serves him right, reaping what they sowed. Wang Liumei sneered, a cold edge to her laugh like frost on a view screen. I'm not fussed about the alliance or zaft, it's the shadow puppeteers we haven't nailed that keep me up, Yang Hui confessed, his face darkening like a storm cloud over a planetary blockade, fists clenching on the railing. Wang Liumei's expression turned grave, leaning in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Our Federation assets took a hammering heavy losses, out of the blue. They must have sniffed us out ages ago. Struck without flinching, severed over a dozen lines, only a handful of outering ops pulled out clean. Yang Hui's jaw tightened, the news hitting like a torpedo breach. On the board so far, Blue Cosmos Murida Azrael and Logos Lord Gibril confirmed. Take him out? Wang Liumei asked, her eyes gleaming with predatory intent, fingers hovering over her PAD like triggers. No need, Yang Hui decided, waving it off. Those two were flashy decoys, puppets dangled by deeper shadows. Blue Cosmos and Logos sprawled vast and loose, named faces just bait for the unwary. The real power brokers lurked in obscurity, whispers pulling strings from the dark. Understood, I'll keep tabs tight. They're backers. Wang Liumei got the drift. Familiar foes were easier to predict, and letting the hidden hands think they were untouchable bred complacency, a veil for striking true. Hold fire on fresh inserts, opportunity'll come. Affirmative. Yang Hui glanced at the blood-red sun sinking into the sea, a dramatic curtain call on the day, then pulled the women close, his hands warm on their waists. Home time, day's rest, back at it tomorrow. PFFT tilde, the Empress and Wang Liumei felt the gentle grip, cheeks flushing like overheated circuits, shooting him playful glares. You call this rest? You bet, heh heh. Chapter 316, surprise guest for Baiken Mufeng's grand shout-out. The first rays of dawn pierced the sleek, curved windows of Yang Hui's quarters like laser lances slicing through a nebulous haze, bathing the room in a soft, golden glow that danced across the rumpled sheets. He stirred awake with a vigor that belied the late night's indulgences, his body humming with renewed energy. muscles uncoiling like a Gundam's servos powering up after a long standby. Careful as a stealth operative slipping through enemy lines, he eased out of bed, mindful not to disturb the two graceful forms nestled under the covers, his beloved wives, their breathing steady and serene, chests rising and falling in peaceful rhythm. With a tender touch, he tucked the duvet snug around them, a soft smile playing on his lips as he watched their faces, so tranquil in slumber, before padding off to the sonic shower. The invigorating hum washed away the remnants of fatigue, leaving him sharp and ready, dressed in crisp attire that hugged his frame like custom-fitted armor plating. Stepping into Morgenroth's bustling command hub, the air thick with the electric buzz of monitors and the faint scent of heated circuitry, young Huey spotted Lal Dylandi lounging against a console, a cheeky grin splitting his face. "Blimey, you look like the cat that got the cream prop arrested last night, eh?" "Aye, spot on, been grinding away for ages, deserved a decent kip in knit." Young Huey shot back with a wink, stretching his arms overhead, feeling the satisfying pop of joints aligning like a Mecha's hydraulics. "Course you did, mate, just pity the Empress and wangle you may, yeah. You don't half know how to wear him out, you heartless sard." Lyle teased, dodging a playful swipe with a laugh that echoed off the metallic walls. "Hech, wait till you've got a lass nar, even then you won't touch my highs, you plonker." "You cheeky git sawed off," Lyle roared, mock fury lighting his eyes as he lunged in for a brotherly shove. "Pack it in, you two." Tyria Erd's voice cut through like a precision beam, his face a mask of icy disapproval, arms folded tight across his chest as he glared from his station, the holographic displays flickering behind him like restless spirits. "TCH, you're just jealous," Lyle fired back unfazed. "Aye, frosty face with a debt collector's mug," young Huey piled on, grinning wickedly. "Tyria, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter hash." "Ahem, joke's over." Young Huey cleared his throat, sensing Tyria's fuse shortening like a countdown to detonation, clapping Lyle on the back with a final chuckle before steering the chat. "Drills kicked off today. Spot on got some standouts." Tyria nodded, cooling his jets, pulling up a data stream on the main screen, holographic readouts blooming like digital fireworks. "May you're a labat, Julie you. Nyan Asagi Caldwell Barry Ho." "Hold up Barry Ho." Young Huey's eyes lit up like targeting larks acquiring a bogey, cutting off the list mid-flow, surprise and delight mixing in his voice. "Barry Ho Orb's hidden gem. A martial arts maestro dubbed the Fist God for weaving hand-to-hand mastery into MS combat, turning mechs into extensions of his fists." Young Huey knew of him, a local legend running a modest dojo, but the bloke had turned down his recruitment pitch flat, citing his gaggle of orphaned kids as reason enough to stay put. Young Huey hadn't slipped some funds under the table to help with the sprogs, figuring Barry'd step up when Orb's chips were down, and here he was, smack in the MS training roster. "I only spotted him sifting through recent scores," Tyria confirmed, tapping a panel to zoom in on the stats. "Where's he at? Pod 152. Pull up live feed." Young Huey leaned in, eyes glued to the big screen as Barry Ho's basic drills unfolded flawless execution, not a wasted motion, the man treating the sim like a sacred kata, sweat beading but focus unbreakable. "Blimey, not bad at all, the Fist Guard lives up to the hype." "Setsuna, spar him use M1 astray specs," Young Huey ordered, a spark of excitement in his tone. "Roger." Setsuna didn't question if Young Huey said jump, he vaulted, striding to a pod with mechanical precision. The few 328th daily drill done, Barry Ho exhaled in his cockpit, a plume of breath fogging the viewscreen briefly, his gaze sharp as a vibroblade despite the exertion. While most trainees collapsed in heaps after quota, Barry tripled his, emerging dry as a bone, his martial discipline a fortress against fatigue. "Next up, free train A battle request pinged, catching him off guard. Morning slots were basics only, no duels, not even for overachievers. Afternoons were for scraps, team clashes, positional warfare solos, rule breakers. Examples were made, so this challenger had to be an instructor. Barry Ho accepted, and an identical M1 astray materialized opposite Sand's beam rifle and shield, dual solid swords gripped instead. "Setsuna F. Say, Barry's eyes narrowed, recognizing the close combat ace among the trio. Setsuna for melee, Lyle for shots and snipes, Tyria for heavy bombardment. "Ready," Setsuna's voice crackled through, flat as a dead scanner. "Instructor Setsuna, why me?" "I'm no match for you," Barry replied, posture straight, voice steady with respect. Young Huey's orders. "Young Master Young Huey, affirmative, full throttle ready." "Anytime." Barry's aura shifted, no longer just a trainee, the martial master's presence erupted like a contained supernova, his sim astray adopting a stance, right palm forward, left fist tucked at waist. "Fist guard," a murmur, and Setsuna's astray charged straight, bridging the gap in a blink, right sword thrusting for the head, left sweeping low for the waist, one for decapitation, one for bisection. Facing the lightning assault, Barry stayed cool as cryo-frost, right palm slapping aside the thrusting wrist with pinpoint deflection, veering it harmlessly past his head. Left claw snagged the sweeping wrist, yanking it inward with borrowed force. Right palm snapped back. Readjusting in a flash, Barry's astray unleashed a shoulder bash of titanic power, slamming into Setsuna's chestplate. Bang tilde. The impact hurled Setsuna's machine airborne, crashing down in a skid, chest armor buckling like tin under a hammer. What? Tyria and Lyle gawped at the feed, jaws dropping, while young Huey's eyes widened in awe. Barry had turned the tables with raw finesse, a masterclass in underdog triumph. From prior drills, Barry hose at best C+, Tyria reported, pulling stats with frantic taps. It's the martial arts, he's fused it into MS combat. Lyle exclaimed, leaning in, excitement lighting his features like a targeting lock. Martial ways turning weakness to strength's no rarity. Setsuna didn't slack, just never tangled with this breed, caught flat-footed. Barry's a bloody genius, weaving his fists into mech warfare. Young Huey mused, chin in hand, as the screen showed Setsuna rallying, Barry's right arm now a mangled wreck, sparking and dangling limp. You nailed it, young Huey-style suits one-on-ones, maybe small packs but close in only, and machine wears brutal. That shoulder ram scrapped his own arm. Young Huey pulled the collision data, shaking his head at the staggering burst force. No frame in this verse hell. Not even AGE or 00 realms could handle that without crumpling. Maybe Super Series Worlds. Spart on his ace material for elites, but unleashing full fury needs a custom build. Green machine's free, yeah. Waiting for the right pilot. Assign it fits him best. I'll tweak the green personally. Settled. Their chat wrapped as Setsuna and Barry's sim climax. Setsuna victorious, his astray barely scratched post-initial hit, Barry's battered but unbowed. Pards hissed open, Barry emerging drenched in sweat, breaths ragged, while Setsuna was steady, just a sheen on his brow. Young Master Young Huey. Barry approached, dipping in a respectful bow, though his military fatigues marked him as a soldier now, not the dojo master of old. Finally joined the fray. Young Huey teased, arms crossed with a grin. Orb needs me. It's given me and the kids peace when danger knocks. I've the strength to answer. Young Huey's jest faded, replaced by solemn respect, nodding at the man's quiet resolve. Yesterday's call for discretion, keep it low-key, heh. Chapter 317. Lo's arrival, for Hong Sai's grand shout-out. The cavernous training facility pulsed with the rhythmic thrum of 100 humming simulators, a vast chamber buried deep in the heart of Orb's secretive military complex, where the next generation of mobile suit pilots were forged in the crucible of virtual combat. Light from the holographic displays cast long, dancing shadows across the polished floor, a silent ballet of light and dark that mirrored the life-or-death skirmishes playing out on screen. Young Huey stood amidst it all, flanked by Lyle Dylandi and Tyria Erd, their gazes fixed on the main viewscreen, where a lone M1 astray moved with a grace that bordered on supernatural. Even you can see it, can't you? Young Huey murmured, his voice low but tinged with a quiet awe, turning to the figure of Barry Ho, who had just emerged from his cockpit, sweat beading on his brow, but his posture as solid as a mountain. The truth was, Orb was teetering on the edge of a precipice, a fact known only to the top brass. Down below, the nation hummed along in blissful ignorance, shielded by a deliberate veil of information blackouts, their peace a fragile illusion. But Barry Ho, the fist guard, had seen the cracks. Truth be told, a fair few of us have, Barry admitted, his gaze sweeping across the rows of silent cockpits, his voice a steady rumble. That's why we're pushing so hard, grinding it out every single day. Young Huey and his comrades fell silent, a wave of profound respect washing over them. To have a citizenry like this, soldiers with this much heart, what more could a nation ask for? You know your strengths and your Achilles heel, right? Young Huey said, steering the conversation back to tactics, his eyes sharp and analytical. I do, Barry affirmed with a nod, his expression stoic. In a duel or a one-on-one, I've got the edge, but in a full-blown battlefield scrum, my style's a liability. Spot on. From now on, Setsuna will be your sparring partner. Your combat styles are similar. He'll teach you how to leverage your strengths to cover your weaknesses. Understood. With a decisive nod from Young Huey, Setsuna and Barry strapped back into their pods. This time, Barry's machine wasn't the standard M1 astray. The data loaded was for a different beast, entirely the astray green frame. This machine is MBFP04 astray green frame. From this moment on, she's all yours. Got it. Barry didn't waste time with flowery thanks. He accepted the gift with the quiet dignity of a true warrior. No pilot, no matter how humble, would turn down a superior machine, and Barry Ho had the confidence to wield it. The green frame's a step up from the M1, but it still won't handle your full-throttle technique. Young Huey cautioned over the comms. You'll need to control your power, adapt to the machine's limits, or better yet, Fuse your martial arts with its capabilities to forge a new style altogether. Understood. The simulation flared to life. Setsuna, ever the methodical combatant, didn't go all out. He applied just enough pressure to keep Barry on his toes, a guiding hand in the form of a relentless assault. One bout, then two. By the fifth round, Tyria and Lyle were staring at the screen gobsmacked. Blimey, he's fast. Lyle breathed, his usual smirk replaced by wide-eyed astonishment. It wasn't about raw speed. It was Barry's incredible adaptability. In just 5 bouts, he'd not only mastered the green frame's performance specs, but had reined in his own ingrained habits, meticulously molding his style to the machine, the first rough draft of a new combat doctrine taking shape before their eyes. By the 7th match, Barry was already experimenting with the beam rifle and shield, weaving ranged attacks into his deadly dance. By the 10th, he was pulling off slick maneuvers with them, turning standard-issue gear into an extension of his will. That level of adaptation is monstrous, Tyria commented, his voice laced with a rare hint of admiration. Another monster in our ranks. He switched up his combat style 3 times already. Lyle marveled, shaking his head. Barry's a martial arts master, young Huey explained, a thoughtful look on his face. His core skills have always been there. This rapid evolution is the fruit of a lifetime of discipline, of honing his body and mind into a single, perfect weapon. So, got a plan forming? Lyle asked, turning to young Huey. The beginnings of one. I need more detailed data, though. His combat style is still fluid, still evolving. I'll have a go with him later, Lyle volunteered, a competitive glint in his eye. His use of the beam rifle is interesting. Not just Tyria you're up to, young Huey decided. His skill level is beyond that of a mere student. You can all learn from each other, push each other. It'll benefit him and it'll sharpen you. Barry's style was unique, a path few could walk without his deep understanding of martial arts. But while they couldn't replicate it, they could certainly learn from it. Lyle, a master of gunfu himself, second only to his late brother Neil in firearms proficiency, saw a kindred spirit. What about Kira, you lot can take turns with him, but his main job is still ironing out the kinks in the simulation program and the OS for beep beep beep. Young Huey's PAD chimed, cutting him off. He glanced at the screen, a call from Erica Simmons. He answered immediately. Young Master Young Huey Low is here. Right, I'm on my way. Hanging up, young Huey passed on a few quick instructions to Lyle and Tyria before heading straight for the Morgenroth hangar bay, where he found Lo Gel and his motley crew waiting. Yo, young Huey, hope we're not crashing the party. Lo called out, his grin as wide and bright as a ship's floodlights. What brings you lot here? Ahaha, it's a long story. And so, Lo recounted the tale of how they'd ended up on Orb's doorstep. After fulfilling young Huey's last order, Lo and his junk guild team had been scavenging the cosmic junkyards, taking odd jobs to make ends meet. Their sudden appearance on Earth was, to put it mildly, intriguing. Turns out, not long ago, a massive piece of debris in the graveyard was caught in a decaying orbit, on a collision course with Earth. A catastrophe in the making. Lo's team took the job to deal with it. Then trouble came knocking. While they were cutting up the hunk of metal, the astray gold frame, piloted by the unhinged Rondo Gina Sahak, showed up missing an arm and a leg. Gina, mad as a box of space frogs, immediately challenged Lo to a dance, his flair for the dramatic rivaling that of some theatrical sword master. Lo wasn't a fighter by nature, and his energy reserves were running on fumes from the salvage job. He dodged and weaved, avoiding Gina's relentless attacks. This evasion convinced the madman that Lo and his red frame were weak, unworthy of piloting a machine identical to his own, and he became obsessed with destroying them. Finally, in a flash of inspiration, Lo sacrificed one of the red frame's arms to repel the gold frame, but by then his machine was caught in Earth's gravity well, plummeting towards the planet. The professor, ever resourceful, used their ship, the Home, as a makeshift heat shield, riding a fragment of debris through the fiery atmospheric re-entry, landing on Earth battered but in one piece. The Home, however, was practically a write-off. Luckily, they were found by a patrolling Andrew Waltfeld. The two had heard of each other, and after his own run-in with young Huey, the Desert Tiger had been subtly recruited by a clandestine faction within Plant, granting him access to a wealth of new information. So Waltfeld didn't give Lo's crew any grief. He even offered what simple repairs and supplies he could spare for the Home and the red frame. But it was a drop in the ocean. The Home was in no shape to return to space. They needed a mass driver. The Earth's 3 main spaceports, the Atlantic Federation's Panama, and Zaft Victoria and Kaohsiung were off limits. That left Orb. The professor was old pals with director Erica Simmons, and Lo's team had always maintained a good working relationship with the nation. Looks like your rotten luck and your jammy luck are perfectly balanced. Young Huey chuckled, Finding the whole cosmic coincidence hilarious, the Junk Guild was regularly contracted to clear the graveyard, but only Lo would run into a lunatic like Gina. Ahaha, who knows? But hey, I survived a fall from orbit, didn't I? Proves my cosmic luck is the strongest. Fair point. Still, the home is done for. Need a new ship. Orb doesn't have spare starships lying around for you. I know, wasn't planning on buying one off you, but there is something you could help me with. What's that? Follow me. Young Huey followed Lo to a small private warehouse. There, resting on a heavy-duty platform, was a colossal chunk of gleaming metal. Young Huey immediately understood. Can you help me process this rare metal? I ran a scan on the way down. It's a new alloy, and I've got no way to work with it. Sure, I get half done. Lo didn't flinch at Young Huey's opportunistic bargain. For one, he couldn't ask for a freebie. 2, they were broke after needing to buy a new ship. 3, this chunk of metal was massive, far more than the red frame needed, so it made sense to use it to cover the processing costs. And finally, he and Young Huey were good mates. If Young Huey genuinely needed it, Lo wouldn't be stingy. There's something else I need your help with too, Young Huey said, his tone shifting. What's up? The green frame's assembly is complete, and I've found the perfect pilot for it, but his combat style is unique. I want your help modifying it. A pilot who's giving you a headache? Lo asked, surprised. He knew Young Huey was a brilliant MS designer, on par with himself, if he was being modest. It's different. My designs are conventional, by the book, a downside of my formal training. Not like you come at it from the wild side. Your ideas are always out there, a real breath of fresh air. Yo-ho, well, I'm chuffed. Never knew you rated me that highly. Skip the flattery. You in or out? In. Why wouldn't I be? Good. I'll send you his simulation data tonight. Have a look and we'll hash out a modification plan. Why not get it sorted today? I've got other things to deal with, and so do you. Like what? Young Huey just grinned, a playful, knowing look in his eyes. A moment later, Lo, you're here. A graceful figure darted across the hangar, throwing her arms around Lo's and hugging him tight. Whoa, who are you? Really? You've forgot me already, Tilda. After what you did to me, Tilda. What? Don't talk nonsense. I don't even know you. Yeah, Tilda. You climbed all over me without my permission, touched my body, and now you forget. Or is it? You found someone new. Don't be daft. I never did anything of the sort. Chapter 318. The inevitable arrives and the unexpected too. The hulking silhouette of the Archangel loomed in Orb's fortified docks like a slumbering titan from some ancient space saga, its scarred hull gleaming under the artificial lights of the cavernous bay, a testament to battles won and losses endured across the starry voids. Young Huey strode through the echoing corridors, his boots clanging against the grated decking with purposeful rhythm, the air thick with the metallic tang of recycled oxygen and the faint hum of idling systems, a ship at rest, but never truly dormant. He made straight for the bridge, instincts guiding him true, knowing that's where they'd be. Meru Ramius and Nadarl Badgerul, the steadfast hearts of this floating fortress. Pushing through the hatch with a pneumatic hiss, he spotted them immediately. Meru at the command console, her posture straight as a beam saber, fingers dancing over holographic readouts with quiet intensity, while Nadarl stood nearby, arms crossed, her sharp eyes scanning status reports like a hawk eyeing prey in the black. Their faces lit up at his entrance, a flicker of warmth breaking through the professional veneer, cheeks flushing faintly in the bridge's cool blue glow. Young Huey, what brings you here? Meru asked, her voice a mix of surprise and subtle delight, rising from her seat with a graceful tilt of her head, the overhead lights catching the subtle sheen of her uniform. Ah, you found us, Nadarl added, her tone steadier but eyes softening just a touch, a rare crack in her ironclad composure. Reckoned you'd be glued to the bridge spot on as usual. Young Huey replied with a cheeky grin, sauntering closer, his presence filling the space like a stabilizing gravity field. You came looking for us. Meru's cheeks bloomed a deeper rose, her hand fidgeting with the edge of her console, a shy spark in her eyes that belied her captain's poise. Dead right, heard you lot haven't had a proper breather. Figured I'd whisk you away for a spin round Orb. Rare chance like this, not seeing the sights. Criminal in knit. Before Meru or Nadarl could muster a reply, the bridge crew Arnold Newman and his mates erupted in a chorus of wolf whistles, leaning back in their seats with grins wide as a Gundam's beam spread. Woo Tilda, Captain Lieutenant Date Night A, Young Huey you smooth operator, yo Tilda, Captain and Lieutenant blushing proper, go on say yes, hang on Young Huey inviting both at once, playing the field are ya, cheeky scoundrel, pipe down you lot. Young Huey barked, shooting them a glare that could have silenced a Zaft squadron, but there was no real heat in it. In one fluid motion, he slipped an arm around each woman's waist left for Meru. right for Nadal, pulling them close with a bold, unapologetic tug, steering them toward the exit amid the crew's escalating hoots. Meru and Nadal stiffened at first, a reflexive squirm against the sudden intimacy, but the warmth of his touch seeped through their uniforms like a comforting heat sink, sapping their resistance. They melted into it, bodies going limp as they let him guide them, cheeks burning hotter than a re-entry blaze. You wanna talk, scoundrels? You sad sacks couldn't pull this off in a million cycles. Single lad's gripes don't faze me. Young Huey tossed over his shoulder with a triumphant smirk, tapping a quick code into the panel. The bridge doors sealed with a resounding clang, a timed lark engaging to keep the rowdy bunch penned in, their muffled roars of protest fading as the trio escaped down the corridor. PFFT, you're proper wicked. Meru chuckled, her laughter light and bubbling, a rare glimpse of the woman beneath the captain's mantle, her hand lightly swatting his arm. Man's gotta be a bit bad to keep things interesting, Young Huey quipped, winking as he gave their waists a gentle squeeze. Young Huey, this ain't right, Nadal stammered, her head dipping low, cheeks aflame like overheating circuits, voice a whisper laced with shy protest. You've got fiancés already. PFFT already got two, what's two more? Might as well go full slag. Young Huey shot back, his grin widening, utterly shameless in his declaration. That did it, the spell broke. Meru and Nadal's bashfulness evaporated like mist under thruster fire, strength surging back into their limbs. Slap tilde. Oh tilde. Young Huey yelped, rubbing his stinging cheeks with mock indignation, the sharp cracks echoing down the corridor like minor detonations, leaving him chuckling even as he winced. Chapter 318. The inevitable arrives and the unexpected too. The cavernous bowels of the Archangel thrummed with the low, constant pulse of idling systems, a colossal beast at rest in orbs fortified darks, its scarred hull a tapestry of battles etched across the stars like ancient runes on a cosmic relic. Young Huey navigated the echoing corridors with purposeful strides, the metallic decking clanging under his boots like distant thunder in a nebulous storm, the air thick with the sterile tang of recycled oxygen, and the faint, oily scent of machinery in standby mode. He zeroed in on the bridge, instincts sharp as a beam saber's edge guiding him true. He knew they'd be there. Meru Ramius and Nadal Badgerul, the unyielding pillars of this floating fortress, their presence a beacon amid the dim glow of status lights and holographic displays flickering like restless ghosts. The hatch hissed open with a pneumatic sigh, revealing Meru hunched over the command console, her fingers dancing across glowing interfaces with the focused grace of a pilot threading an asteroid field, while Nadal stood sentinel nearby, arms folded tight, her keen eyes dissecting readouts like a strategist plotting hyperspace jumps. Their heads snapped up at his entrance, a spark of warmth breaking through their professional masks, cheeks tinting softly in the bridge's ethereal blue luminescence. Young Huey, what brings you aboard? Meru asked, her voice a blend of surprise and subtle delight, rising from her seat with a fluid tilt, the overhead panels casting shimmering highlights on her uniform like stars on a midnight hull. You found us, Nadal added, her tone steadier but eyes softening just a fraction, a rare fissure in her armored composure. Figured you'd be glued to the bridge bang on, as always. Young Huey replied with a roguish grin, sauntering closer, his presence filling the space like a stabilizing field in turbulent void. You came hunting for us. Meru's cheeks bloomed a deeper crimson, her hand absently fiddling with the console's edge, a shy glint in her eyes that peeled back the captain's veneer. Spart on word is you lot haven't had a proper kip. Thought I'd whisk you away for a jaunt round orb. Rare gig like this, skipping the sights. That's criminal in nit. Before Meru or Nadal could form a response, the bridge crew Arnold Newman and his ragtag bunch erupted in a symphony of wolf whistles, leaning back in their chairs with grins wide as a Gundam's beam spread, the air buzzing with their cheeky energy. Woo tilde, Captain Lieutenant date night on the cards, eh? Young Huey, you sly dog. Yo tilde, Captain and Lieutenant turning proper rosy. Go on, say I. Hold up, Young Huey, wooing both at once. Feet in two camps are ya, naughty spounder. Bounder, zip it, you rabble. Young Huey barked, fixing them with a glare that could have quelled a Zaft boarding party, though a smirk tugged at his lips. In a bold sweep, he looped an arm around each woman's waist left for Meru, right for Nadal, drawing them in close with unyielding confidence, steering them toward the exit amid the escalating hoots, their bodies fitting against his like perfectly calibrated components. Meru and Nadal tensed at the intimate hold, an instinctive wriggle of protest rippling through them, but the warmth of his embrace seeped in like a comforting heat from a life support vent, sapping their will to resist. They softened, yielding to the pull, cheeks blazing harder than a re-entry shield as they let him lead, the crew's cheers fading behind. You wanna chat, bounders? You sorry sards couldn't pull this in a lifetime. Single lads whines, don't touch me. Yang Hui flung over his shoulder with a triumphant laugh, punching a quick code into the panel. The bridge doors clamped shut with a resounding thud, a timed lock snapping into place, trapping the rowdy mob inside, their muffled bellows of outrage echoing faintly as the trio escaped down the corridor. "PFFT, you're a right menace," Meru chuckled, her laughter light and sparkling, a rare peek at the woman beneath the officer's steel, her hand giving his arm a playful swat. "A bloke's gotta have a wicked streak to keep things spicy," Yang Hui quipped, winking as he gave their waists a gentle squeeze, his touch lingering like a promise. Yang Hui, this ain't on," Nadal stammered, her head bowing low, cheeks aflame like overheating plasma coils, her voice a hushed murmur laced with flustered protest. "You've already got fiancés. Heth, already juggling too, what's a couple more? Might as well dive headfirst into the slag heap." Yang Hui shot back, his grin unrepentant, owning the declaration with shameless flair. That snapped them out of it, the haze of bashfulness shattered like brittle armor under fire, strength flooding back into their limbs with vengeful force. Slap tilde. "Oh tilde," Yang Hui yelped, rubbing his stinging cheeks with exaggerated woe, the sharp reports echoing down the passage like minor detonations in a hull breach, leaving him chuckling through the wince, eyes twinkling with mischief. "Fort chapter cap hit. Hung size grand 2W tip means 4 updates. 1 today, 2 tomorrow, 1 the day after locked in." Chapter 319. Heart's desires. The sun hung low in the orb sky like a weary sentinel bidding farewell to the day, its golden rays bleeding into the horizon and painting the sapphire sea with strokes of fiery crimson, a breathtaking canvas that mirrored the turbulent emotions swirling within the trio, perched on a weathered bench in the heart of Central Park. Yang Hui sat there, flanked by Meru Ramius and Nadal Badgerul, their heads resting gently on his broad shoulders, the cool evening breeze tousling their hair like playful fingers from some distant cosmic wind. The park buzzed with the fading hum of daily life, families strolling hand in hand, laughter echoing from nearby fountains that sparkled like liquid stars, the distant roar of hover vehicles blending with the rhythmic crash of waves against the shore. It was a slice of tranquility in a galaxy teetering on the brink, a fleeting bubble of peace amid the encroaching shadows of war. "Those sharps, they weren't your run-of-the-mill boutiques, were they?" Nadal murmured, her voice a soft whisper carried on the salt-laced air, her head tilting slightly against Yang Hui's shoulder, eyes fixed on the shimmering water. "I spot on all mine," Yang Hui replied, his tone casual but laced with that underlying certainty, like a captain plotting a course through asteroid fields. "Why tell us?" Nadal pressed, hesitation flickering in her eyes, her fingers absently tracing patterns on her knee, the weight of unspoken loyalties pressing down like increased gravity in a sim pod. "Why not? You're my girls," Yang Hui said with a light chuckle, his arms wrapping a bit tighter around their waists, pulling them closer, the warmth of his embrace a stark contrast to the cooling dusk. "But we're Atlantic Federation officers," Meru interjected, her voice trailing off, lifting her head to meet his gaze, her expression a storm of conflict duty, clashing with the budding affection that had taken root like vines on a derelict hull. "Trust me?" Yang Hui asked, his eyes locking onto theirs with an intensity that cut through the twilight haze, sincere and unyielding. "Aye," they both whispered in unison, their voices blending like harmonious calm signals, heads nodding faintly, hearts sinking in that shared moment of vulnerability. "We'll stand together one day, shoulder to shoulder in the fray," Yang Hui vowed, his words hanging heavy, infused with the gravity of impending storms. "What do you mean?" Is orb, the women's eyes widened, snapping to him in unison, a terrible suspicion dawning like a rogue planet emerging from the void, their bodies tensing against his hold. "Nah," Yang Hui cut in swiftly, shaking his head to dispel the fear before it could take root. "Then what's the play?" Meru demanded, her brow furrowing, leaning forward slightly, the park's fading light casting dramatic shadows across her face, highlighting the worry lines etched by endless command decisions. "The hour ain't struck yet. When it does, you'll see. But promise me one thing," Yang Hui urged, his voice dropping to a grave whisper, turning to face them fully, his hands clasping theirs with a firmness that spoke of unbreakable bonds forged in the fires of conflict. "You've gotta say what it is first," Nadal replied, her practical side kicking in, though her fingers intertwined with his instinctively, a silent plea for reassurance amid the uncertainty. "When you dock at Alaska, if the brass hands down orders splitting one of you from the Archangel, refuse flat out, even if it means bucking the chain of command." Yang Hui's eyes burned with fierce determination, his grip tightening like a vice on a critical component, the distant crash of waves underscoring the urgency in his plea. Chapter 320. Begging for a mental scar, the grand estate loomed against the orb skyline like a sentinel fortress from some epic space odyssey, its towering spires piercing the twilight haze, bathed in the soft glow of automated loom panels that flickered like distant stars in a nebula's embrace. Young Huey stepped through the ornate gates, the cool evening air carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers from the manicured gardens, a rare oasis of calm in a world teetering on the brink of cosmic chaos. Inside, the lavish sitting room awaited, where the Empress and Wang Liu Mei lounged on plush divans, sipping tea from delicate porcelain cups, their elegant forms silhouetted against the floor-to-ceiling viewports that framed the glittering cityscape beyond. Their smiles were subtle, laced with depths of meaning that danced in their eyes like hidden codes in an encrypted data stream. Back already? The Empress murmured, setting her cup down with a gentle clink, her voice a soothing melody that cut through the room's hushed ambience, rising to greet him with a knowing tilt of her head. "Aye, home sweet home," Yang Huey replied, his tone light but his steps weary, sinking into the sofa with a sigh that spoke volumes, closing his eyes as if to shut out the galaxy's relentless grind. He seemed oblivious to the profound undercurrents in their gazes, sprawling back with lazy abandon, but the Empress and Wang Liu Mei exchanged a glance, their smiles deepening with affectionate mischief. "What's got you down? Weren't you off gallivanting with those two sisters today?" Wang Liu Mei teased, sliding closer to nestle against his side, her warmth a comforting anchor, her fingers tracing lazy patterns on his arm. Yang Huey rolled his eyes, a flicker of frustration crossing his face like a glitch on a viewscreen, his expression turning glum. The day's date had been a whirlwind, but the lingering silence from Meru and Nadal on his plea gnawed at him like a persistent system error. The pair hadn't outright refused his desperate request, but neither had they agreed that unspoken limbo was answer enough, a void more telling than words. "You're proper chuffed with yourselves, innit it?" He grumbled, sensing their teasing vibes without even looking, his arm wrapping around Wang Liu Mei instinctively. The Empress leaned in from the other side, her presence a regal calm, consoling him with a gentle touch on his shoulder. "You've done all you can, haven't you? And they didn't say no outright, that's something. Besides, this ain't some scripted vid you watched. The future's a wild card, who knows how it'll play." I know. Just bloody hell, this cursed correction force, feeling like I've gotta pray to the stars for a break its proper gutting. Yang Huey vented, his fist clenching in frustration, the weight of unseen cosmic machinations pressing down like an unrelenting gravity well. The women fell silent, their expressions thoughtful, a shared understanding passing between them like a secure data link. They didn't buy into the notion of a world correction force outright, but Yang Huey's tales of traversed timelines and the cryptic missions from Promise Fortress hinted at something profound, a hidden mechanism driving them across realities to mend some greater fracture. "And you'll step in, won't you?" the Empress asked softly, her hand finding his, fingers intertwining with quiet resolve. "If I don't, am I even me?" Yang Huey replied, his voice firm, eyes snapping open with that unyielding fire, pulling her closer in a protective embrace. "Of course not," they chorused, voices blending in harmonious certainty, their smiles sweet as they nestled against him, hearts swelling with trust. No jealousy here, for they knew his devotion ran deep enough to encompass them all, a bond forged in the fires of shared trials. The Empress straightened slightly, her regal poise returning as she shifted gears. "Speaking of which, the MS Squad's live drills kicked off. First batch, MMPH. Her report on the initial hands-on sessions was cut short as Yang Huey sealed her lips with his own, his arms tightening around both women, drawing them into a cocoon of warmth. "Let me just be with you two properly. No work talk tonight," he murmured against her skin, his voice husky with longing, the day's burdens melting away in their embrace. "Hummed." A night of spring's gentle gales, a night of unbridled release. Yang Huey poured out his pent-up weariness and stress like venting plasma from an overtaxed reactor, emerging the next morning revitalized, striding toward Morgenroth with a spring in his step that belied the looming shadows. "Blimey, you look like you've had a right proper recharge," Lyle quipped upon seeing Yang Huey's glowing demeanor, a smirk playing on his lips as he leaned against a console in the bustling control room. "Aye, you single sod wouldn't get it," Yang Huey fired back with a wink, clapping him on the shoulder. "Lyle, Chinese letter. Business time, how's it shaping up?" Yang Huey asked, steering the chat, his eyes scanning the array of monitors flickering with training feeds. "Same old," Lyle shrugged, nodding toward the screens where the M1 strays lumbered through their paces, movements jerky and hesitant, like newborns testing limbs in 0G, and these were the elite batch, top scorers from sim runs. "Proper rubbish, they'd be cannon fodder on a real field." Yang Huey sighed, shaking his head, frustration etching his features like cracks in a hull. "Inevitable, even sim aces flop first time in the real thing. That weight the kick your program's ace, but it can't mimic the grit. Lyle explained, arms crossed, watching a pilot fumble a basic maneuver. Young Huey fell silent. He was confident, not cocky. Promise Fortress's god-tier sims that even simulated death were beyond him. That was higher-dimensional wizardry, defying physics. His setup was top-notch but limited. How long till they adapt? This lot. Worst case tomorrow. Too bloody slow. That's the optimistic call. Don't push him harder. Time's not on our side. Young Huey groaned, rubbing his temples, the pressure building like a reactor on the fritz. These are the cream and just a handful. The rest, even worse. Staggering it out, full adaptation, team tactics, large-scale ops, ranged melee. How long's that gonna take? So, what's the plan? Shift to surface drills. The underground's too cramped. Commandeer the nearby uninhabited isles, all of them. It's time then. Not quite, but we've no choice. Got it. We're a Setsuna interior. With Barry and Kira we're rotating. Someone's gotta mind the shop, yeah? Fair. Barry's data. A monster. Young Huey pulled up the feeds, his mouth twitching at the stats. Barry Ho lived up to the hype. A true fist guard. His metrics screaming C+ pilot in a C-grade machine, yet sparring toe-to-toe with Setsuna. Those eerie martial flows giving the ace a headache. Setsuna adapted to Barry's style, but Barry mirrored it back, familiarizing faster his unpredictable arts, blending ancient forms with mech might, shackled Setsuna's direct assaults. Compared to Setsuna's melee mastery, Lyle fared better with his tri-range versatility, gun-fu blending shots and strikes. Tyria, he hunkered behind Seravi's ironclad defenses, grinding Barry down before unleashing a carpet of fire. And Kira, another freak. Young Huey eyed Kira's logs. No shark there. He knew the lad's potential. The ultimate coordinator wasn't hype. Original timelines showed him evolving from greenhorn to legend in under 2 months, soloing elite squads. Young Huey's meddling had dialed back Kira's battle count, stunting growth, but the gauntlet against Setsuna, Lyle and Tyria bridged the gap by Archangel's departure. Kira'd surpass his Regina L self, Young Huey was sure. Oh, 2 things need your say-so. What are they? Young Huey asked, noting Lyle's pained look. Those 2 mates you made on that ship, they wanna learn MS piloting. Toll and Sai. Aye. With Archangel darked at Morgan wrote, Kira tweaking the OS, the M1 Astray secret was out among the crew, especially with Young Huey's pull granting freer access. Post-family reunions, Toll and Sai had spotted the suits, remembering Young Huey's promise. Too busy to connect, they'd cornered Lyle, let M loose in the sim zone. Rido, the other, someone else badgering us for lessons. Not her, surely. Yep, where's she at? Sim training area. Let's have a gander. Lyle nodded, briefing his aides before they headed to the sim zone. Stepping in, they caught Kagali's triumphant cackle ringing out. Ha-ha-ha, I win again. Round 2, Miss Kagali, mercy let us off. Our basics ain't done. If the instructors catch us slacking for games, we're toast. How's this a game? It's training. Those boring basics are bollocks. Nothing beats a proper scrap. Her bold declaration met dead air, the trainees exchanging glances, words only she'd dare utter, thoughts they wouldn't entertain. Spotting 2 familiar, fearsome figures lurking behind her, they bolted back to pods like shadows fleeing a spotlight. Kagali's spiel hung unanswered, frustration bubbling as she whirled. Oi, what are you lot doing? I wasn't done. Keep going, I'm all ears, came the chillingly familiar voice laced with gentle frost. Gah, Kagali shuddered, spinning stiffly to face Young Huey's warm yet icy smile. Out with it, I'm your audience. I, remembered something. In you get. Yes, sir. At Young Huey's frigid command, Kagali dove into a nearby cockpit without a peep. Young Huey's lips flattened, expression turning neutral as he settled into an empty pod opposite. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Lyle clucked, shaking his head in mock pity, already mourning Kagali's impending trauma. Young Huey taking the reins personally. Her mental scars would be legendary. 4 chapter limit smashed. Baiken Mufeng's shoutout means 4 updates. 1 today, 2 tomorrow, 1 the day after. Sorted. Chapter 321. Kagali's meltdown. Kagali Eula Atha slumped back into the pilot's seat, the cockpit of the M1 Astray simulator closing around her like the jaws of some metallic beast, the air instantly thick with the scent of recycled oxygen, and her own simmering frustration. She fired up the basic training program, her fingers jabbing at the controls with barely concealed contempt, muttering under her breath as the familiar drills began. What's the big idea, eh? That git, he's just tryin' to spook me. These basic drills are proper pants, ain't they? Hopping back and forth, side to side. What's the point? You want us dancing ballet on the battlefield or something? Whether it's ballet or not, you're about to find out. Gah, thump. Young Huey's voice sliced through the calms, cold and sudden as the vacuum of space, making Kagali jump so hard her head cracked against the cockpit's canopy. What are you playing at? You know that's proper scary, you div. With a mindset that fragile, you reckon you're fit to pilot an MS in a real scrap. His calm, cutting words hit harder than any physical blow, and Kagali's fiery retort died in her throat. She couldn't argue with that, could she? Lesson 1, he continued, his tone flat, devoid of any emotion. On the battlefield, whatever happens, you stay calm. Got it, TCH. She huffed, face still a mask of irritation, but she didn't lash out again. She tucked his words away, a bitter pill she was forced to swallow. How long she'd remember it, or if she'd ever use it, was another story entirely. Beep, beep, beep. Dual request. Accept. All right, I'm on it. She jabbed the accept button, her screen flickering to life to show an identical M1 astray materializing in the virtual space before her. You taking the piss? She demanded instantly, her temper flaring. She knew he had a custom rig, a proper beast of a machine. She wasn't daft enough to think she could take it on in a standard M1, but this felt like he was looking down on her, patronizing her. Lesson 2, no chit-chat in combat. The words barely registered before the countdown hit 0. Yang Hui's machine blurred into motion, a phantom streak across the screen. Before Kagali could even flinch, her entire view was consumed by a blinding pink light. The next second, her cockpit plunged into darkness, the word failure burning stark and marking on the dead screen. Beep, beep, beep. The dual request pinged again. Fury surged through her. She accepted and immediately spat into the comms. You cheat. That was a proper sneak attack. Forgotten lessons 1 and 2 already. And lesson 3. This is a battle, not a duel. There's no honor, no rules. Only killing and being killed. The countdown ended. Yang Hui's machine lunged again. Kagali still couldn't react. The only difference this time being a horrifyingly clear view of his astray drawing its beam saber and plunging it through her machine's core. Beep, beep, beep. Accept. Kagali bit her lip so hard she tasted blood, the coppery tang a stark counterpoint to her burning humiliation. It trickled down her chin, staining the collar of her flight suit, but she didn't care. No more words. Her eyes were glued to the countdown, heart hammering against her ribs. The fear from the last 2 defeats was there, a cold knot in her stomach, but it was dwarfed by a raging, stubborn pride. She had to beat him. She had to prove she was more than just some stroppy princess. The exact same opening, lunge, draw, thrust. This time, Kagali wasn't a lamb to the slaughter. She scrambled to react, shoving her shield up just in time to block the direct thrust of his beam saber. Blocked it, a flicker of triumph sparked within her, but it was a fleeting, pointless struggle. Her view was obscured by the shield. From the side, another flash of pink, the glint of a second beam saber. Her shield arm was severed at the shoulder, and then, failure. Kagali stared dumbfounded. She had no idea how she'd lost again. Beep, beep, beep. Except the simulation reset. Same move, no variation. Same frantic block with the shield. Same inevitable outcome. This time, just before the screen went black, she saw it. Yang Hui's machine had ditched its own shield at some point, wielding a beam saber in each hand. Again, countless failures, countless restarts. Kagali and Yang Hui's duel became a nightmarish loop, a game stuck between save and load. Without exception, she was cut down. The longest she lasted was a mere 4 or 5 seconds longer than her initial attempts. Every time she thought she'd anticipated his next move, launching a preemptive counter, she was met with swift, brutal defeat. As the number of attempts mounted, the time she could survive grew shorter and shorter. Eventually, she just stood there, motionless, letting his machine cut her down. Beep, beep, beep. Wah! The sound of the dual request was now an unbearable screech in her ears. She couldn't accept. She just curled into a ball in her pilot's seat, knees drawn to her chest, burying her face and sobbing, her body racked with shuddering cries. Screech tilde, the cockpit canopy hissed open, the sudden light blinding, but it couldn't penetrate the darkness that had consumed Kagali's vacant eyes. Given up? Yang Hui asked, his voice calm, almost gentle. Where have you given up? Where? Answer me. Have you given up? Kagali Yula Atha. His voice exploded into a roar, laced with pressure and fury, a sound so powerful it seemed to shake the very foundations of the simulator. It jolted her. She slowly, stiffly, turned her tear-streaked face towards him, her empty eyes meeting his, which burned with a cold, furious fire. She shrank back like a small, helpless child. Answer my question. Seeing her like this, Yang Hui shook his head, the icy pressure in his voice vanishing, replaced by a profound, heavy disappointment. I'll take her home, and she's not to leave her room without my permission. Got it, Yang Hui, you can't do this to me. Hearing she was to be locked up, a flicker of her old fire returned to Kagali's eyes. She mustered her last ounce of strength and courage, her voice cracking with indignation and hurt. Then tell me, what can you do? Someone who gives up at the first hurdle can do nothing. I didn't. Then I'll ask you again. Have you given up, Kagali Yula Atha? I haven't. Then get on with it. My time is precious. I don't have time to play house with you. Without waiting for a reply, Yong Hui slammed the cockpit shut. He returned to his own pod and sent another dual request. The familiar chime echoed in her ears, a grating noise that scraped at her raw nerves like a rusty blade. It terrified her. Her face was a mask of panic, hands trembling as she reached for the controls. She snatched them back, then reached out again, a frantic repeated motion, as if the joysticks were some horrifying monster. 5 seconds. Start now or don't start at all. That voice, the voice she loathed, the voice she feared. Finally, through the overwhelming terror, a sliver of her defiance pushed through. Her trembling hands closed around the controls. She accepted the request. Watching from the observation deck, Lyle shook his head with a wry, pained smile. What are you lot gawping at? He roared at the other trainees who had gathered to watch. Get back to your training. Oh, yes sir. Yong Hui's brutal training session had drawn a crowd, everyone watching as he pushed Kagali to the brink like some cold-blooded monster. They felt for her, but they were too intimidated to speak up, genuinely afraid she might break. Everyone, basic training from level 4. If you don't clear level 6 before lunch, you don't eat. Ah! A collective groan of misery filled the training hall. The cacophony didn't affect Yong Hui and Kagali's grim dance. Load, fail, over and over. But Yong Hui could see a change. Kagali was slowly coming back to herself, still clumsy, still full of holes, but the Chinese leather corpse-like stiffness was gone. After what felt like an eternity, Yong Hui didn't send another request. He simply left his cockpit and walked out. Lyle shrugged, then remotely opened Kagali's pod. He found her slumped in the seat, sopping wet with sweat, her chest barely rising and falling, looking as if she'd just been fished out of the ocean. He's gone. You think you can continue? I can. Lesson 4, no matter how hard it gets, never give up. I think you've learned that. Lesson 5, base your actions on the actual situation. Analyze the battle, don't just charge in to die for nothing. TCH you and that git. You even sound the same. He taught me these things too. Naturally, I'm passing them on to you. I've contacted Mana. She'll be here to take you back soon. All your combat logs have been sent to your PAD. Review them when you rest. You lot are proper sick, aren't you? Humiliating me here. And now you want me to go home and humiliate myself all over again. A short rest had restored a sliver of her strength. She still didn't want to move, but her words had regained their usual Chinese letter spike. And lesson 6, there's more, a debrief. Find your weaknesses in the combat logs and fix them next time. The day's lesson was over. Lyle didn't linger. She wasn't his type, and unless Yong Hui ordered him to, he had no desire to deal with the stubborn, one-track-minded princess. Soon Mana, the nanny who had raised Kagali, arrived to take her home. Her heart ached seeing Kagali in such a weakened state, but she knew this was Yong Hui's doing, and for Kagali's own good, so she said nothing. After a long soak in the bath, dressed in fresh clothes, Kagali lay on her bed, replaying the day's events. The humiliation, the frustration, it all came flooding back. She knew Yong Hui could pilot an MS, knew he was good, but she'd never faced him as an opponent. The one time she'd seen him fight in North Africa, he'd beaten the desert tiger, but it was a costly victory, which had lowered her estimation of him. Today, she learned what it truly felt like to face him. Even in a simulation, the pressure was immense, his ability to destroy his target clean and efficient. So what if he's a good pilot? What's so special about that? Kagali fumed, punching her pillow. If she weren't so utterly exhausted, the room would have likely borne the brunt of her anger. Ha, looks like you had a rough day. Father, chapter 322. Some folks are just born standouts. The opulent chamber in the heart of Orb's grand estate felt like a sanctuary carved from the stars themselves. Its high ceilings arched like the vault of a cosmic cathedral, soft lumorbs casting a warm, ethereal glow that danced across polished marble floors, and intricate tapestries depicting ancient spacefarers charting unknown voids. Yuzumi Nara Atha's arrival hit like a sudden gravity shift, jolting Kagali Eula Atha from her tear-streaked stupor. She didn't know where the burst of energy came from, but she bolted upright, scrubbing at her eyes with frantic swipes, stuffing the PAD behind her back, as if hiding a forbidden relic from prying eyes. Ha, come on then, spill it. How'd that lad proper wind you up? Yuzumi chuckled, his voice a deep, rumbling echo that filled the room, settling into a plush armchair with the ease of a man who'd weathered galactic storms. Father, Kagali stammered, her cheeks flushing a deeper crimson, caught off guard like a rookie pilot in her first sim run. Let's have a gander together, eh? I ain't no MS jockey, but a fresh pair of eyes on the replay might spot what you missed. That's how you nail the breakdowns proper. Father, you knew. I've known all along. Yuzumi nodded, his weathered face creasing with a knowing smile, eyes twinkling like distant stars in the room's soft light. He wasn't exaggerating. Kagali's every move had been under his watchful gaze, from her sneaky jaunts to Morgenroth where she'd curse him and Yang Hui at the sight of the M1 astray. Right up to the brutal training session, where Yang Hui had pushed her to the brink. Truth be told, if Yuzumi hadn't put in the word, Yang Hui might have brushed off the headstrong lass, entirely disrupting drills just to knock her down a peg. Not worth the hassle, but Yuzumi had asked, and so it was done. Kagami twisted away, cheeks burning, fidgeting like a fidgety thruster on a faulty suit. She was proud, yeah, and proper tsundere to boot. The last thing she wanted was anyone seeing her at her lowest, so she wasn't keen on her dad's idea. But a father knows his daughter like a seasoned captain knows his ship. Yuzumi saw the stubborn set of her jaw, and didn't bother asking permission. His aged hand shot out with surprising speed, snatching the PAD from behind her back before she could blink. "Father, don't look," Kagami yelped, lunging to grab it back, but he waved her off with a casual flick, already thumbing through the device one-handed, pulling up the logs of her humiliating defeats. "Settle down and watch proper," he said, his tone shifting to something sterner, more commanding, like issuing orders from a flagship bridge. Hearing that edge, Kagami deflated. No more fussing. She plonked down beside him, cheeks still aflame, and forced herself to watch her own embarrassments unfold on the screen. At first her face could have lit a reactor, burning so hot she thought she'd melt right through the cushions, but with each log's end, the shame ebbed a smidge, replaced by a growing weight of solemnity and wide-eyed shock. By the time the total routs wrapped, seeing her every counter effortlessly dismantled by Yang Hui, Kagami finally grasped his terror. Her strikes. He dodged with the barest twitches, precise to a hair's breadth, scrutinizing close. His machine's movements were exact down to the millimeter, a level of control that bordered on the inhuman. How's he doing it? She gasped, jaw-dropping, staring at the replay as if it was some glitchy illusion. "Basics training," Yuzumi replied simply, his voice steady as orbital steel. "What?" Kagami gawked at him, convinced he'd spouted pure fantasy, her eyes wide as saucers. "When the sim program wrapped, Yang Hui showed me basics split into levels 1 to 10, all core ups. Difference. Frequency. You tried level 1 today, bored you stiff, right? Yeah, it was like kiddie stuff, no point at all. What if I said, shrink the gaps between each command in level 1 by 10 times? Not just tighter timing, add distance limits to moves, pinpoint landings to the exact foot. Still sound boring? This." Under her stunned stare, Yuzumi pulled out his own PAD, linking to his personal vault and queuing up a classified file for her to see. "What's this? Level 10 basics, the only one who's nailed it." Kagami barely had time to react before the vid kicked off, an M1 astray blurring through a dizzying sequence of moves, every shift precise within a hair's breadth of 10 centimeters, leaps landing with feet sliding perfectly into tiny designated zones. It didn't last long, just 5 minutes or so. Done, or rather forced to stop. Forced? What's that mean? Cause it simming an M1 astray's data. System calc says under that intensity, the suit disintegrate in under 5 minutes. You what? Meaning a plain M1 astray can't hack level 10 basics, and that's just drills, no combat. This ain't humanly possible. Kagami gaped, mouth hanging open, chin practically unhinged in shock. "Honest, first time I saw this log, my face was worse than yours. But it's real live operator. Who? The one who just schooled you? It's Yang Hui." "No way, have a butcher's at another log," Yuzumi said, pulling up yet another secure file and hitting play. "That's Dawn, Yang Hui's custom rig. Dawn. Opponents a mixed squad, 50 Jin and 20 Sieg data sim mind." The battle erupted on screen, Kagami glued to it, transfixed. Before long, she was gobsmacked again. Dawn streaked like a golden meteor, trailing a comet's tail, weaving through the fray. Everywhere it went, explosions bloomed like fireworks in the black. From start to finish, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. 50 Jin, 20 Sieg. Wiped out, so Kagami losing to Yang Hui. "Ain't a shame," Yuzumi consoled, his hand resting gently on her shoulder. This, you wanna learn MS piloting, I'd rather you didn't, but I can't stop you. So promise me you'll stick with Yang Hui, learn proper. Even if you just pick up scraps, it'll up your odds of coming back alive. Father, Yang Hui. How? He's just some folks in this world. They are cut from a different cloth. Yang Hui. He's a true genius, more than that. He's a powerhouse. Kagami was lost in a fog, her mind reeling. She'd always known Yang Hui was mature beyond his years, a standout since they were kids, the envy of every parent, but she'd never back down, convinced hard graft would bridge any gap. Yet time and again, blow after blow, her pride had been shattered into stardust. "Where you off to?" Yuzumi asked as she snapped the PAD shut, rising and heading for the door, not stopping her. "I'm going to train." She admitted it. Yang Hui outshone her like a god to a mortal, but damn it, she wouldn't yield. She craved his approval, yearned for him to see her as more than a dispensable afterthought. without that indifferent chill. Watching her go, Yuzumi's lips curved in a subtle smile. Young Huey had nailed it. Kagali was spoiled rotten, lacking a girl's grace or a boy's steadiness, all rough edges and nerve. She needed someone to grind down that pride, and young Huey was the perfect forge. Shame though those two kids just ain't faded. Glug 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 tilde r tilde, break time hit, and Kira dragged his weary bones from the Strike Gundam's cockpit, stumbling into the canteen without a glance at the food line. He chugged a bottle of water like it was life support in a vacuum breach, the cool rush finally bringing a spark of relief to his drained frame. Kira Toll, what are you doing here? And that getup? The familiar voice spun him around. There stood Toll Koenig in orb pilot garb, tray laden with lunch, hovering behind him. Heh, young Huey promised us, didn't he? Teach us MS piloting. But you all right, mate? You look knackered, Toll said, concern creasing his brow as he set down his tray. I'm fine, just wiped. Quick rest'll sort me. Kira forced a smile, though it warbled like a faulty stabilizer. You're training that brutal? Toll asked, sliding into a seat. A bit. Kira's grin stiffened even more brutal. Understatement of the cycle. He wasn't clued up on other pilots, but he'd survived scraps aplenty. Setsuna, Lyle, Interior. They outclassed even Athron. 3 aces like that tag teaming him. Even iron would buckle. Figures you're a natural. Me and Sai are still mired in basics, just Sims. Toll sighed, a tinge of envy in his voice. He knew the drills had structure, but who didn't crave that raw heft of a real MS? Sai, the name hung, Kira clamming up, unable to meet Toll's eyes. Facing Sai, a minefield. Even Toll, Mirialia Hoare, and Kazui Buskirk felt like walking on eggshells. If not for Toll and Mirialia's occasional chats, they'd be total strangers by now. Kira dodged them like asteroid debris, never initiating. Kira, the tangled mess between Kira, Sai, and Flay Ulster left Toll tongue-tied. No denying Kira had mucked up, painting Sai's pride green with envy. But digging deeper, Flay's loss of her dad, seeking a safer harbor. It wasn't unforgivable. Gotta bounce, work piling up this afternoon. All right. Kira's retreating figure cut a lonely path, forlorn and isolated. Toll opened his mouth to call him back, but the words stuck like a jammed hatch. Toll, what's... Sai wandered over, tray in hand, catching Kira's fading shadow. He bit his lip, head dropping low. Sai, you and Kira. Drop it, Toll. Right. The pair had been buzzing with excitement, sim drills or not, subpar scores be damned, it was MS piloting, but Kira's shadow snuffed it out, leaving them to pick at their lunches in heavy silence. Meanwhile, Kira grabbed 2 packed meals and trudged back to the Archangel, where Flay awaited in their quarters. Kira, you're back. I hungry. Starving, thanks, Kira. He handed over her share, waving off a joint meal, wiping sweat before dropping into the terminal chair, pulling up files and diving into work. Flay's face soured, a storm brewing behind her eyes. Since leaving North Africa, she'd felt Kira slipping from her grasp, still doting, still caring, but the distance grew like a widening void. Kira, you not seeing your folks? The question slipped out unbidden. His hands paused mid-keystroke, then resumed. This project's trickier than I thought, gotta crack it before Archangel ships out. He'd answered, yet dodged, skirting the parent issue like evading enemy fire. Doubts about his mum and dad gnawed at him, fear of confronting, fear of truths unearthed. Liar. You're lying, Flay's voice cracked, accusation sharp as a beam edge. 4 chapters maxed. Flood's 2W reward means 4 updates. 1 today, 2 tomorrow, 1 the day after on it. /answer chapter 323. Like oil and water, the opulent halls of the Klein estate implant gleamed under the artificial starlight of recessed loom panels, a sanctuary of polished marble and holographic vistas that mimicked the endless cosmos outside, where the colony's vast dome curved like a protective shield against the void's cold embrace. Sigil Klein stormed back from the Supreme Council chambers, his footsteps echoing like muffled thunder on the ornate floors, frustration boiling in his chest like an overtaxed reactor core ready to blow. He barricaded himself in his study, the heavy doors sealing with a pneumatic sigh, and let loose, slamming a fist into the desk, sending data pads scattering like debris from a hull breach. Damn it, Patrick, you bloody fool. He roared, his voice cracking with rage and regret, the weight of his impotence crushing down like unrelenting gravity. He'd failed to rein in his old mate's madness, and now the balance of power had tipped into chaos. Knock knock tilde, who's there? Father, it's me, Lacus, come in. Lacus Klein slipped inside, her presence a calming breeze in the storm, her elegant gown whispering against the floor like silk on a quiet starship deck. Sigil wrestled his fury under control, but the lingering helplessness clung to him like stubborn space dust, impossible to shake. Something on your mind? He asked, sinking into his chair with a weary sigh, the leather creaking under his weight. Father, you've lost, Lacus stated plainly, her voice steady as a lark navigation beacon, no trace of the bubbly innocence she so often wore like a mask. Dropping the act then, Sigil replied, a faint, resigned smile tugging at his lips, though his eyes held a father's knowing glint. Aye, she confirmed, settling opposite him, her posture straight and unyielding, shedding the facade of the naive idol like a ship jettisoning dead weight. No more wide-eyed charm, just the sharp, calculating mind of a born strategist. Things that dire already. Sigil leaned forward, elbows on the desk, his weathered hands clasping as if in prayer to the stars. They are. It's all unfolding just as he predicted. By now you must admit it, Lacus said, her tone firm, locking eyes with him, her composure a fortress amid the gathering storm. Aye, that lad's a proper monster in knit. Foreseeing this mess a year back, Sigil shook his head, awe and unease mixing in his voice like conflicting signals on a jammed calm line. Young Huey, that enigmatic force from Earth, had painted the future with chilling accuracy during their clandestine meet after the bloody Valentine tragedy zapped vengeful strikes, the unbridgeable chasm between naturals and coordinators, and worst, the rift between him and Patrick Zala turning them from allies to adversaries. Sigil had dismissed it then, trusting his friend wouldn't cross that line. Now, the chairmanship snatched, malice in Patrick's gaze it all rang true, a bitter pill that stuck in his throat. So father, we've got to gear up pronto, Lacus urged, leaning in, her words sharp as a beam saber's edge. What's his play? Sigil asked, rubbing his chin, the lines of age deepening with worry. Shift our strength underground, relocate to L4. L4? Aye, he's already funneling support, building his own network in the shadows. Orb's in a tight spot too, yeah. How's he sparing the aid? I don't know the hows, but I trust him. If he says it, he'll make it happen, Lacus replied, her faith unwavering, a quiet conviction shining in her eyes like a guiding star. Sigil blinked, his expression twisting into something peculiar, a mix of surprise and paternal curiosity. His daughter was an enigma masterful at hiding her depths, far-sighted with a politician's cunning. Yet when it came to young Huey, she trusted blindly, no reservations. Not the mark of a shrewd leader. He'd learned that the hard way with Patrick. You fancy him? Sigil ventured, leaning back, studying her face for tells. Aye, father, Lacus admitted without a blush or flicker of hesitation, her response as natural as breathing, straightforward and unadorned. But you and Athron. If not for young Huey, if Chairman Zala weren't so pig-headed, I'd wed Athron, she said simply, her gaze steady, no regret in her voice, just the cold calculus of what-ifs in a galaxy of shifting alliances. Sigil fell silent, the room heavy with unspoken futures, the holographic stars outside twinkling mockingly. Lacus's heart had chosen its path, and in this cosmic game of thrones, love was just another variable one that could either fortify or fracture everything. Fourth chapter ceiling cracked. Baiken Mufeng's grand shout-out means 4 updates. 1 today, 2 tomorrow, 1 the day after locked and loaded. Chapter 324. Setting sail once more. A fortnight had evaporated in a whirlwind of frantic activity, a blur of repairs and hushed preparations that hummed through the very hull of the Archangel, her scars mended, her engines once again thrumming with the promise of the void. Now she stood ready, gleaming under the artificial sun of Orb's clandestine darks, a titan poised for departure, her colossal form casting a long shadow over the waters. Finally, all patched up, Meru Ramius murmured, her voice a soft sigh that fogged the viewport she gazed through, her reflection a ghostly echo of the captain she was meant to be, her heart aching with a bittersweet pang. Aye, Nadarl Badgerul agreed, standing ramrod straight beside her, the familiar crispness of her uniform a stark contrast to the turmoil churning within. Time to leave Orb. Leaving felt like tearing a part of themselves away. This fortnight had been a reprieve, a taste of a life they'd almost forgotten, a life of peace, of warmth, of a quiet, unassuming happiness woven by young Huey's presence. They'd found something here, a connection that had blossomed in the stolen moments between duty and despair. To leave now felt like stepping back into the storm, abandoning a safe harbor for the raging tempest of war. Any other soul would have been tempted to stay, to drown in the comfort of it all. But not them. They were soldiers, bound by duty, their path already charted across the stars. Their feelings for young Huey were a dangerous flame, one that threatened to consume their identities, their oaths. They had to leave, to put distance between their hearts and the man who'd captured them. That warning from young Huey, what's your take on it? Meru asked quietly, breaking the heavy silence, her gaze still fixed on the bustling dark outside. I don't know, Nadarl confessed, her voice barely a whisper, a flicker of uncertainty in her usually resolute eyes. PFFT, Meru let out a soft laugh, turning to her subordinate with a gentle smile. Look at you, Nadarl. You've changed, it was true. The old Nadarl, the one bound by the rigid letter of military law, would have dismissed young Huey's warning as utter nonsense, snapping that following orders is a soldier's sacred duty. But now, she hesitated, torn. The bedrock of her convictions had been shaken, fractured by the man who had somehow become the anchor between them. "You want to talk," Nadal countered, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks, her own gaze softening as she looked at her captain. Meru's own face colored. "I suppose so. He has that effect on people, doesn't he?" She mused, a wistful sigh escaping her lips. Nadal was right. Meru too had been a soldier of a different stripe, one who might question and debate but would ultimately execute orders. Now the thought of the brass splitting them up, of being torn from this newfound family on the Archangel, filled her with a dread so profound she knew she would defy it. She'd follow Yang Hui's advice, stay with her ship, and beg the others to do the same. "Beep, beep, beep." "Go ahead," Meru answered her calm. "Captain, departure procedures ready. Please report to the bridge." "Roger that." "On my way." The call ended. They looked at each other, a shared sigh passing between them. Yang Hui's words echoed in their minds, a haunting premonition. This departure felt different, heavier. It could be the last time. They pushed the thought down, burying it deep, focusing on the duty at hand. The future would have to wait. On the bridge, the crew was assembled, a quiet melancholy hanging in the air. Arnold and the others looked on with a mix of reluctance and nostalgia. Who wouldn't miss these days of peace? For Mirialia, Sai, and the other Orb natives, the parting was even sharper. This was their home. To leave it to fight for another nation's flag was a bitter pill to swallow. Through the bridge's main view screen, Meru and Nadal watched the farewell party gathered on the dock. Yuzumi Nara Atha was there, solemn and dignified. Kagali stood beside him, her face a storm of conflicting emotions. The Yamaro couple, Kira's parents, and the families of the other students waved with tear-streaked faces, but the one figure they searched for, the one their hearts yearned to see one last time, was absent. A wave of disappointment washed over them, cold and sharp. They'd hoped he'd come, yet dreaded it at the same time. Now his absence felt like a judgment. "He's disappointed in us, isn't he?" Meru whispered, her voice tight. "Maybe," Nadal replied, her own heart sinking. "But it doesn't matter now. Initiate departure sequence." "Roger." Departure sequence initiated, flooding the docks. On the quay, Kagali watched the Archangel begin to move. Her jaw tight, fists clenched so hard her knuckles were white. She'd packed her bags, ready to go with them, but her father had stopped her. "You intend to leave with that ship?" "I do. To fight for the Earth Alliance against Plant." "Is that what you want? Another war?" "No, I don't want to fight." "Then why?" "I want to help them. I want to end this war. And you think you can end it by joining the battle? But you kill a man's husband and his wife will hate you. You kill a woman's child and his mother will hate you. If you fell at someone's hand, I would hate them to my very core. Why can't you understand such a simple truth?" "Of course I understand, but I can't just sit here in Orb living in comfort. And what can you do with such a shallow, self-righteous sense of justice? Fighting isn't just about picking up a gun, and Orb's peace is not comfort. Hasn't Yang Hui taught you that?" "Father," Kagali knew he was right, but she couldn't accept it. She felt powerless, as if the only way to fight was with a weapon in her hand. "Where's Yang Hui? Why isn't he here?" She grumbled, shaking her head to clear the jumble of thoughts. He, of all people, should be here. He'd sailed with them, forged bonds with them, far deeper than her own fleeting connection, and he had 2 women on that ship who loved him. "He is where he should be," Yuzumi said cryptically. "TCH, heartless git." Yuzumi sighed. He knew she was just venting, that she held no real malice towards Yang Hui, but that one small detail highlighted the vast chasm between them. "Just be a princess for now, Kagali." In that moment, Yuzumi made a decision, a resolution to the conflict that had been tearing him apart. The Orb Command reports no enemy ships in the vicinity, departing on schedule. Acknowledged. Some on the bridge were surprised that Orb had sent an escort fleet, a clever feint to confuse Zaft. Their gratitude towards the small nation deepened, but that was just the beginning. As the Archangel cleared the docks, the radar lit up. "Radar contact. 4 bogies. Heat signatures match." "What? No way. We're still in Orb's waters." They all assumed it was them. Duel, Buster, Blitz, and Aegis, making a brazen, desperate dash into neutral territory. But the data stream told a different story. Database cross-reference. It's the 4 unknown MS from the 8th Fleet engagement. What? Not enemies, but the revelation was even more shocking. The celestial being mercenaries, a mystery that had stumped every major power, were here. Every faction had tried to contact them, to recruit or destroy them to no avail. The prevailing theory was that they were backed by Orb, a theory Orb had never confirmed. Now, 4 Gundams emerged from Orb's territory, taking up escort positions around the Archangel in full view of everyone. It was a blatant, undeniable confirmation. "Yang Hui," Meru and Nadal whispered, their carefully suppressed emotions erupting like a supernova. their hearts filled with a sweet, aching gratitude. This was his message, his promise. He hadn't given up on them. He was still watching over them. Captain, all ahead full. Aye, aye. The chorus of affirmations from the crew was filled with a newfound fire. Back in the dark, Cagali stared, dumbfounded, as the Dawn, Exir, Cherubim and Seravi Gundams appeared as if from nowhere, flanking the Archangel like guardian angels. He is where he should be. Her father's words echoed in her mind, a deafening bell tolling right beside her ear. That bloody bastard. She fumed not out of anger but pure annoyance. Why hadn't he told her, "Let's go, Cagali"? Where to? Defense Command. Seeing the seriousness etched on her father's face, Cagali didn't dare argue. She followed him meekly, a strange premonition settling over her. There were more surprises in store. No, not surprises. Sharks. Stepping into the main command center of Orb's military, she froze. The place was a hive of activity, a whirlwind of organized chaos, every person a cog in a vast, intricate machine that was spinning up to terrifying speed. And at the heart of it all, the one giving the orders, was someone she never would have imagined. Sumeragi. Yes, it was her, the Empress one, her childhood friend, the woman she thought she knew so well. Sumeragi Lee Noriega one saw them arrive, gave a curt nod, and immediately returned to the torrent of command. Drone recon report. Zaft submarine fleet detected outside Orb territorial waters. Coordinates 021023031876901010755890. MS signatures, none detected. Course correction. Execute Plan B. Transmit the revised route to the escort fleet and the Archangel now. Acknowledged. Signal Dawn, Exir, Cherubim and Seravi 1. Contingency plan direct to Phase B2. Acknowledged. Just then, a communication link opened with Wang Liu Mei 1. Status, Sumeragi asked, no time for pleasantries. Deals done. Orb's territorial waters extended by 10 kilometers. Excellent. First and Second Fleets launch. Execute Plan C1. Acknowledged. First and Second Fleets launching. Proceeding to designated standby points. Repeat, First and Second Fleets launching to designated standby points. Third and Fourth Fleets prepare for launch. First and Second Air Wings on standby. First MS Assault Group on standby. Press conference in 5 minutes. Announce the expansion of Orb's territorial waters to the world. Acknowledged. Good. Operation stage begin. Acknowledged. The chorus of voices echoed through the command center, the declaration of a new act in this grand, deadly play. All done, cranking out the words. Let's go. Chapter 325. Operation stage. The command center buzzed like a hive of furious hornets deep in the bowels of Orb's defense HQ. A cavernous chamber where holographic maps flickered across massive screens like ethereal star charts, casting ghostly blue glows over the faces of frantic officers darting between consoles. Data streams flowed in rivers of light, urgent voices overlapping in a symphony of tension, the air thick with the metallic tang of overheating circuits, and the faint, acrid scent of stress sweat. Cagali Eula Atha stood frozen amid the chaos, her mind reeling from blow after blow, brain struggling to keep up like a ship caught in a gravity storm, everything around her a whirlwind of activity she couldn't comprehend. Yuzumi Nara Atha held back, not wanting to disrupt the hive's rhythm, even grabbing Cagali's arm to stop her charging forward with questions burning on her tongue. Only when the Empress, that poised figure at the heart of it all, finished barking orders and snatched a brief breather did he step up, his voice cutting through the din like a steady beacon. Is it kicking off? Yuzumi asked, his brow furrowed deep as orbital trenches. Aye, time we showed the galaxy orbs got some proper spine. The Empress replied with a firm nod, her fingers flying over a datapad to pull up classified intel, expanding Orb's map to engulf the whole world, red markers blooming like bloodstains to show Zaft and Earth Alliance deployments snaking across the globe. From last month, Zaft been dumping troops earthward non-stop, their ground forces shuffling like mad, all arrows pointing here. Panama Zaft gunning to trap the Earth Alliance planetside, spot on. Panama spaceport's the last one under Alliance control. Lose it, and Earth's cut off from Luna's ring base's void becomes Zaft playground, and they've got the skies to treat the planet like their back garden. Yuzumi's face darkened, grasping the dire stakes. The war between Earth Alliance and Zaft hung in delicate balance, Alliance on the back foot but holding the line. Soon they'd roll out their own MS squads, tipping scales their way, but only a nudge. The conflict would blaze harder, arms races spiraling into white-heart frenzy. But if Zaft snatched Panama, Alliance forces would be marooned on Earth, options slim. Either bleed dry reclaiming Panama, Victoria or Kaohsiung ports, or turn coverless eyes to Orb. That's just the surface show, the Empress continued, her voice dropping low, laced with grim certainty. Surface, Yuzumi's brows knit tighter, a storm brewing in his eyes. Aye, she nodded, the map updating with fresh troop clusters, advance arrows twisting anew. This is dead right intel from Liu Mei confirms Zaft big push is on, but the bullseye might skip Panama altogether. Straight for Atlantic Federation HQ Alaska's Joshua base, or hell both. Feint and flank Zaft plotting a killer blow. Heh, if that was all we wouldn't be flashing our fangs now, the Empress sneered, pulling up another sealed file, her fingers tapping with cold precision. This, Yuzumi's eyes widened in horror, face paling like a man staring into the abyss. Spot on Zaft ruthless, but they ain't got nothing on the Atlantic Federation scum. Intel solid, rock solid. Our agent infiltrated as an engineer on the job. Where's he now? Ah, I see. The Empress's silence hit harder than words. The worst answer, one Yuzumi dreaded, another nameless hero lost to the shadows. Lord Yuzumi, you know what happens if the Atlantic Federation pulls this off. Yuzumi clammed up. Success for the Federation meant hatred's flames raging unchecked, a wildfire devouring everything, the world sucked into war's maw with no escape. Naturals versus coordinators, Atlantic Federation against Zaft. That grudge, it'll be unquenchable, Yuzumi whispered, eyes shutting in anguish, not just for Orb's fate but the world's heart-wrenching descent. Orb had shown the way. Why couldn't others see naturals and coordinators could coexist in harmony? Don't be daft. What the hell are you lot up to? Cagali exploded, her voice a thunderclap in the room, finally shattering her silence. She'd pieced it together. Orb's piece was crumbling. The command center fell into an eerie hush, all eyes swiveling to her like sensors locking on an anomaly. You're gonna drag Orb into war? I won't stand for it. You won't. And then what? The Empress asked flatly, unfazed. What do you mean? Literal, like you won't allow it. Then what? Then we end the war, obviously. How? This. And who cares about you won't allow? The Empress's indifference struck like a vibroblade to the chest. You all, Cagali choked, spinning to bolt, but Yuzumi's hand clamped her arm like a docking clamp. Where do you think you're going? To stop you lot, obviously. I can't let you wreck Orb. What you're planning would wreck Orb, the Empress stated, arms folding with cool detachment. You what? You know how many have given everything for this day, for Orb to stand tall on the global stage, holding neutrality with iron fists, making every power think twice before sniffing our way. How many died nameless in the dirt? Her questions carved into Cagali like precision strikes, slicing at her fragile spirit. You think peace is what? Running wild, no thoughts, doing whatever pops in your head. I don't. Heh, you know if you do or don't. You realize your stunts nearly dumped Orb in the muck. You get how many pay the price to clean up your messes. I stay put and watch Cagali, see what it really takes for Orb to survive, to cling to its ideals. With that, the Empress waved a hand. Guards materialized at Cagali's sides, blocking her escape, partly to make her witness Orb's path forward, as the Empress intended, partly to keep her from stirring parts at this knife-edge moment. Yuzumi glanced at Cagali, ignoring her pleading eyes, diving back into strategy with the Empress. So what's the goal this time? He asked. Intimidate Zaft, make him back off pressuring us for a spell, show the galaxy Orb's got teeth and backbone, plant us firm on the world stage. That's operation stage. But the Atlantic Federation'll push their luck. Once we clash head-on with Zaft, they'll crow Orbs in their pocket, ramp up the squeeze. How do we counter? We don't. Spot on. Orb's creed stands unshaken. One press conference clears the air. The rest, Federation's too busy short-term to hassle us. When they do move, Yuzumi fell silent. He knew what came next. Intel painted it clear. The Federation striking Orb was inevitable, excuse or no, but we're tipping our hand early. No biggie when they hit, cards or not, we couldn't hold him anyway, the Empress said, a hint of defeat creeping in, her shoulders sagging ever so slightly under the weight. The words landed like a gut punch. Yuzumi quieted. The whole room hushed in shared fury and resignation. Bitter truth, Orb was a minnow against the Federation's Leviathan, a fragile skiff in a tempest, one wave from capsizing. Understood. Yuzumi clapped her shoulder, sweeping the room with a resolute gaze. Run your plan. I'm still Orb's head. If the sky falls, I've got your backs. Lord Yuzumi, Lord Yuzumi, Lord Yuzumi. Folks, Orb's in your hands now. With that, Yuzumi led Cagali out, the command room's doors sealing behind with a final hiss. Questions asked, intel digested, words said now. The young bloods had to charge ahead. Father, from now on, room or margin wrote nowhere else. Father, no buts, but this'll wreck Orb. Orb's woes ain't yours to fret, you couldn't handle 'em anyway. But enough. Cagali, Orb's at fate's crossroads, destruction or breakthrough. I spoiled you rotten before. From here every step's a minefield, no more tantrums. Father, Kisaka, keep her in line. Yes, sir. Father, Yuzumi strode off with his guards, Cagali lunging after, but Kisaka's grip clamped her arm like iron. Let go. Kisaka, father's wrong. He can't do this. They'll ruin Orb. Through her pleas and sobs, Kisaka stayed stone-faced, eyes shut tight, holding firm. He'd watched her grow from a wee lass, playing big brother more than bodyguard. Under Yuzumi's nod, he'd indulged her whims like that North Africa jaunt. But now, no more leeway. Amid tears and protests, Kisaka hauled her home, posting heavy guards for house arrest. MS drills at Morgan wrote, pointless now. Kagali just needed to play the quiet princess. The archangel inched toward Orb's territorial fringe, Zaft lurkers beyond eyeing it like hawks on a hare. Tension crackled on both sides, 1 foot over the line, and it'd be fireworks. But then a bolt from the Blue Press Conference threw everything into disarray, especially Zaft fleet. You what? Orb's holding a briefing announcing to the stars. Neighboring nations, grateful for Orb's humanitarian aid, ceding chunks of territorial waters as thanks. How? Athron's mind raced, a dire thought hitting like a beam strike. Are we in Orb waters now? The bridge fell deathly quiet, gears grinding to a halt. No answer. Athron yanked open his terminal, tuning into Orb's live feed just as they detailed the expanded boundaries, cross-referencing their position. Red alert! Sound it now? Flood's grand shout-out done, powered through the extras, fueling up for more. /answer chapter 326. The lion awakens. The Zaft submarine fleet lurked in the shadowy depths like predatory leviathans from some ancient cosmic myth, their hulking forms cloaked in the ocean's Inkai embrace, silent hunters poised just beyond Orb's territorial fringe. The command bridge of the lead Vaskulov-class vessel hummed with tense anticipation, the air thick with the metallic tang of recycled oxygen, and the faint, acrid scent of anxious sweat, illuminated by the cold glow of tactical holoscreens flickering like distant stars in a nebula storm. Athron Zala and his squad, Isaac Jewel, Dirka Elsman, and Nicole Amalfi, huddled around the main display, eyes locked on the Archangel's distant blip, hearts pounding like overtaxed thrusters ready to ignite. Alert from Orb, their broadcasting oppressor, declaring to the stars. Neighboring nations, chuffed with Orb's humanitarian handouts, are ceding swats of territorial waters as thanks. What the? Athron's voice cracked like a whip, his blue eyes widening in disbelief, fists clenching on the console as the implications hit like a beam saber strike. No way, Dirka muttered, leaning in, his golden hair falling into his eyes as he scrubbed a hand through it, frustration etching lines on his usually khaki face. Isaac's temper flared instantly, his silver mane almost bristling. How's that even possible? A dire thought slammed into Athron like a rogue asteroid. He yanked open his terminal, tuning into the live feed just as Orb detailed the expanded boundaries, cross-referencing their position with frantic taps. The numbers didn't lie. Red alert! Sound it now? The bridge erupted in chaos, claxons wailing like banshees in the void, red lights pulsing across every surface, bathing the crew in a bloody hue. Officers scrambled, voices overlapping in a frantic cacophony, evasive maneuvers, shields to max, MS teams prep for launch, but it was too late. The warning from Orb crackled through the calms, cold and unyielding. To all Zaft vessels within Orb United Emirates territorial waters, you are in violation. We demand immediate withdrawal from our waters, or we will interpret your provocation as an act of war and respond with force. Repeat, withdraw immediately. Damn it, we're out of time. Athron snarled, slamming a fist on the armrest, his mind racing like a hyperdrive on overload. Withdrawing now? A joke. Their position meant a 10-minute scramble to clear the new lines, and Orb's escort fleet was brazenly shielding their quarry, right in the open, a slap in the face, a deliberate taunt to Zaft pride. Athron, battle stations. Athron hesitated a heartbeat, weighing every grim outcome before his voice hardened like forged alloy. Prepare for engagement. What? Blimey, Athron didn't peg you for the ballsy type, Dirka quipped, a savage grin splitting his face, though his eyes burned with the fire of impending payback. Isaac and Dirka were all in. They'd been itching to wipe that smug look off Orb's face, especially after their humiliating infiltration flop, treated like beggars given scraps. But this could spark a galactic row. Nicole fretted, his youthful face paling, fingers twitching on his controls as visions of diplomatic fallout loomed like a black hole's event horizon. Battle prep. They won't let us waltz out. Athron barked, his decision forged in the heat of necessity. He wasn't spoiling for a fight with Orb, but the pieces fit too neatly, timing, position, the blatant trap. The sleeping lion had stirred, baring fangs to roar its awakening, using them as the stage to declare dominance. Zaft on the move. Submarine fleets were stealthy devils, hard to spot in the deep blue, but knowing Zaft lurkers were subs circling like sharks had Yong Hui left them blind. Sonar arrays were deployed, pinging every shadow, locking Zaft positions long ago. Operation stages go disperse. Raja, the three voices chorused. Ixir, Cherudim and Seravi peeled off, streaking toward alternate vectors like comets diverging from a central star. Dawn Gundam unfurled its wings, perching atop the Archangel's deck with arms crossed, a divine arbiter gazing down on mortal folly from on high. The Archangel's bridge tried hailing Dawn repeatedly, but Yang Hui ignored the pings. This wasn't just an escort gig anymore. Operation stage. Propel orb onto the world stage, using the Archangel's departure and Zaft blockade as pretext to strike, broadcasting to the cosmos that orb was no pushover, no more soft target. Anyone eyeing them would pay in blood. At visible range, the Azure Sea darkened with emerging shadows, 3 Voskulov-class subs surfacing like behemoths from the abyss, MS catapults yawning open, disgorging swarms of Deans and Gu NS. Amid the aerial Dean flock, Duel, Buster, Blitz and Aegis skimmed on flight packs, a deadly quartet cutting through the waves. Battle-ignited Zaft Gu NS led the charge, torpedoes locking on Orb's ships, tubes priming with ominous whirs. But before they could loose, Orb's fleet retaliated anti-sub missiles arcing skyward like vengeful arrows, plunging into the depths with pinpoint fury, detonating in muffled booms that churned the water into frothy chaos. Missiles targeted not just submerged Gu NS, but the airborne Dean swarm. Zaft pilots reacted, counterfire blooming as they shredded incoming threats with point defense bursts. Only a handful of Deans fell, spiraling into the drink in fiery plumes. Damn Orb scum! Sneak attack without a peep. Wipe em out! Isaac and Dirka seethed, poised to break formation and ravage the Orb fleet, but Athron cut in front, blocking their path. Don't charge ahead. Out of my way, Athron. Get the foe right. Disperse. Pink beams rained relentless. Thankfully, the trio's reflexes saved them from instant vaporization. But Dawn didn't relent. Dual beam submachine guns chattering, a storm of pink death peppering the Dean formation, blooming 4 or 5 brilliant explosions in a heartbeat. Dawn's wings flared, thrusters igniting in a radiant burst, soaring like a meteor with elegant twists, its golden aura heralding divine judgment once more. Go bits, watch it. That's coming. Familiar golden terror gripped them, fear surging like a system overload. Duel, Buster, Blitz, Aegis, and every Dean scattered in panic, engines screaming to widen the gap from Dawn. But could mere Deans match Dawn's speed, especially nuclear-powered and unleashing full fury? Weaving through the crossfire net with graceful poise, golden bits swarmed like avenging angels, mere brushes spelling doom, turning several Deans into sieves that erupted in flames. Damn it! Artilda, fear-peaked, erupting into raw courage. Duel emptied its magazines in a frenzy, drawing its sword and charging Dawn like a berserker. The pink beam sword clashed against the bit's golden barrier, energy colliding in a shockwave of sparks. Dawn held firm, merely tilting its head to regard Duel, wings flaring to bat it away, the pink tip poised to impale. Isaac, Blitz surged in from the side, shoving Duel clear, the lethal thrust piercing its own right shoulder instead. The wrist twisted, yanking upward. Blitz's right arm severed clean. Nikal, Buster's covering fire hammered in Dawn, snapped its wings forward, bits forming a luminous shield against the onslaught, explosions rocking it back. Aegis darted to Blitz's side, shielding its retreat, Duel snapping back to reality and falling in. Pull back, Athron, we can't win. Retreat. They thought hard-won survival meant they could handle Dawn, keep formation, suppress with fire, maybe even win. But reality shattered that. Isaac's rashness wrecked the line, cost their shot, and left Blitz maimed, its vital right arm packed with most of its arsenal gone. The remaining claw anchor couldn't bind Dawn. No choice but retreat, clear Orb waters, and they'd be safe. Damn you. Today I end it. Isaac wouldn't yield, but Buster clamped Duel tight, dragging it back with Aegis. Let go. Dirka, let me go. Don't waste Nicole's sacrifice. The sharp rebuke shattered Isaac's frenzy, regretful tears streaming. He pounded the console, cursing under his breath as they fled. The remnant Deans threw themselves into the fray, point defense shredding missiles, to cover the sub's escape. For Flood's grand shout-out cranked out the extra, powering on for more. Chapter 327. Rondo Gina's arrogant swagger. The Zaft fleet scrambled, their shadowy submarine forms melting back into the depths like phantoms retreating from the dawn, the ocean's surface churning in their wake, a frothy testament to their hasty departure. Orb's ships held their position, a silent, unyielding line drawn in the water, their cannons cooling under the pale sun. The Archangel that scarred Titan at the heart of the storm hung back, its engines humming a low, anxious thrum, not daring to push forward into the void opened for it. Not yet. Not while Yang Hui's fate remained a question mark hanging in the salty air. What's the status on that machine? Where's Yang Hui? What the bloody hell is going on? Meru Ramius's voice cracked over the bridge's internal calms, raw with a fear that sliced through her captain's composure like a beam saber through unarmored hull. Interference is still too thick, too much static, can't get a clear reading. Came the frantic reply from the sensor station, the officer's voice tight with strain. "Unknown unit. Yang Hui. Yang Hui, if you're alive, answer me," she pleaded, her knuckles white as she gripped the console. "Let me launch. I'll find him." Kira Yamato's voice cut in, his own panic a palpable wave over the calm link, the strike Gundam already primed for a desperate dive into the churning sea. But just as he was about to get the green light, a shape erupted from the waves. The Dawn Gundam, its once pristine grey wings now scorched black, its armor dented and deformed in places, rocketed into the sky. In one hand it dragged the mangled, half-severed wreckage of the Blitz Gundam. Huo, a collective sigh of relief washed through the Archangel's bridge, a wave of tension breaking against the sudden shore of his survival. "Yang Hui, you absolute bastard." Nadal Badgerul roared into the open channel, not caring if he heard, her relief manifesting as pure, unadulterated fury. Yang Hui, safe within the Dawn's cockpit, could only manage a sheepish grin. He could have avoided being dragged into the depths. The moment the Blitz had lunged, he could have obliterated it, a concentrated blast from his bits, a swift slice from a beam saber, but he hadn't. For one, he had no intention of killing Nicole Amalfi, of letting that particular tragedy play out. For another, Operation Stage was about rattling Zaft Cage, not sealing a blood feud. If he'd gone all out, he knew with a grim certainty that none of them Duel, Buster, Blitz or Aegis would have made it back. This way was better. Nicole was alive, but the emotional gut punch of his sacrifice would still fuel the fire in Athrun, Izak and Dirka, providing the final, crucial trial for Kira's own transformation. "Set sail, Archangel." Yang Hui's voice finally came through, calm and steady. "Wheels. Meet again when fate allows." The Dawn Gundam didn't return to the Archangel. With that final, poignant blessing, it descended, landing gently on the deck of an Orb warship with the mangled Blitz in tow. Orb's escort fleet held its position, their mission complete. The Archangel was safe until it cleared their territorial waters. Operation Stage had been a resounding success. Together they watched, a silent, powerful armada, as the Archangel finally turned its nose towards the horizon and began its long journey. "Here's hoping they all make it back in one piece." Yang Hui sighed, the weight of the future pressing down on him. The timeline was now a tangled mess, its threads irrevocably altered. With Nicole alive, would Toll still die? Would Kira and Athrun still face off in a battle to the death? Without that climactic duel, would Kira end up in Plant, be healed, and receive the Freedom Gundam from Lacus? And without the Freedom, could the Archangel possibly survive the coming Inferno at Alaska? It was all beyond his control now, a chaotic storm of possibilities. "Commander, your orders." A voice crackled over the calm. It was Tadaka, the fleet's admiral. "Commander." Yang Hui's eyebrow arched at the title. "Yes, sir. Just now, Lord Yuzumi issued the order. You have been appointed Commander-in-Chief of all Orb forces, with the rank of Admiral. Lady Sumeragi is now Chief of the General Staff, with the rank of Vice Admiral." A brief silence, then a slow grin spread across Yang Hui's face. Yuzumi had gotten the message from Sumeragi then. The old lion moved fast. He'd give him that, falling in line with their plan without a moment's hesitation. Yang Hui and Sumeragi's standing within the military had been solidifying for years, their competence earning the respect of the officer corps, but they'd remained off the official books, partly for secrecy, partly because their youth would have been a hard sell to the rank-and-file grunts. The top brass in Orb wasn't a monolith, either. Elevating them to such heights would have given Yuzumi's political rivals plenty of ammunition. But now, after their spectacular debut in a live military operation, all that had changed. No one could question their abilities, the grunts would follow, and the politicians had lost their leverage. "Status on the other three fronts?" Yang Hui asked, his voice now imbued with the authority of his new rank. "All battles concluded, a decisive victory for our forces." Tadaka's voice trembled with an emotion that transcended military professionalism. It was the raw, unadulterated joy of a man who had seen his nation stifled for too long. For years, Orb's fleets had been forced to watch as Zaft and the Earth Alliance used their waters as a personal playground, their only recourse the weak, ineffectual condemnations of politicians. Today they had punched back, hard, venting years of pent-up frustration. "All units returned to base." "Yes, sir." The fleets turned for home. The Dawn Gundam, carrying its prize, landed back at Morgenroth's hidden facility to the sound of roaring cheers. Yang Hui watched the jubilant scene with a small smile, not wanting to dampen their spirits. The battle reports were already flooding in. An unprecedented victory, minimal losses, Zaft MS forces decimated. Orb had announced itself on the world stage with a thunderous roar. They needed this victory, this cathartic release, even if it meant facing a crisis 100 times greater in the days to come. Well, not a bad start, Commander-in-Chief. Erica Simmons drawled as he stepped out of the cockpit, her arms crossed, a wry smirk on her face. Young Huey just rolled his eyes, too weary to retort. "Still, you brought back a souvenir," she added, gesturing to the Blitz's wreckage. The main body was mostly intact, and they could salvage the arm from the sea. They had the schematics, a full repair was possible. For Morgan wrote, the phase shift armor was old news. The real prize was the Blitz's unique Mirage colloid system, a stealth technology that bent light and absorbed radar waves, rendering the machine completely invisible. It was a power-hungry, defensively flawed system, but for covert ops it was an absolute game-changer. The mangled cockpit was cut open, and a barely conscious Nicole, pale from blood loss, was carefully extracted and rushed to the medical bay. "How long for a full repair on this?" Young Huey asked. "Haven't a clue. We're already swamped," Erica sighed. The Exir, Cherudum and Seravi needed maintenance, and a stream of battered M1 Astrays were being brought in. For their first time in real combat, the elite pilots had done well, but the damage was inevitable. "We deployed 3 squadrons, lost 4 machines, but everyone else made it back. Still, the repairs are a monumental task." "Right, prioritize Dawn and the other 3. Get a team cracking the Blitz's tech. I want that Mirage colloid system yesterday. Deal with the damaged M1s after that. The Blitz itself, we'll get to it when we get to it." The Blitz was a fine machine, a top-tier unit for its time, but Orb lacked a pilot suited for it. Barry Ho, their only true ace, was a better fit for the upgraded green frame. "Speaking of which, we found the Blitz's arm, but Gina wants it. You knew. Heh, he's not going to let his precious gold frame stay a one-armed bandit for long. PFFT. Ha ha ha." The thought, which had been a source of stress for Erica, suddenly seemed absurdly comical coming from young Huey. "Let him have it. It's just an arm." Even with the Blitz's arm and a fully integrated Mirage colloid system, even with its full arsenal, the gold frame was no threat to young Huey. Understood, Erica was relieved. She was loyal to young Huey, but as a high-ranking employee of Morgan wrote, she still had to answer to the Sahak family, one of Orb's ruling clans. A direct confrontation with Rondo Gina Sahak would have put her in an impassable position. A magnificent victory. "Well done, young Huey. Speak of the devil." Gina himself strode into the hangar, laughing boisterously, his praise for young Huey ringing hollow. The look in his eyes, the tone of his voice, it was as if he were the conquering hero, the mastermind behind Operation Stage, placing himself on a pedestal above young Huey. "Gina, excellent work. You've shown Orb's true colors." Slap tilde. A sharp ringing sound echoed through the hangar, cutting Gina off mid-sentence. "Thanks to K Chinese letter for the 5K donation. Here's your extra chapter." Chapter 328. Gina's End. The air in the vast Morgan wrote hangar crackled, thick with unspoken threats, the low hum of machinery suddenly ceasing as if holding its breath. Every eye was locked on the standoff at the center of the cavernous space, where the tension was a palpable thing, a coiled spring ready to snap. Rondo Gina Sahak, his face a mask of arrogant disdain, reached out, a condescending pat aimed for young Huey's shoulder, a gesture of faux camaraderie that was swatted away with contemptuous speed, the sharp sound echoing in the sudden, deafening silence. A flicker of surprise, then Gina's features contorted into a mask of ugly fury. "What's the meaning of this?" he snarled, his voice dripping with venom. "I was about to ask you the same thing," young Huey retorted, his own voice deceptively calm, yet edged with a chill that could freeze thruster fuel. Gina's whole attitude stank, a mere bystander in the grand operation stage, a liability whose only contribution to Orb was stirring up trouble and running his mouth. Yet here he was, puffed up with self-importance, acting the big man, looking down his nose at young Huey, as if he had the right. Young Huey wasn't having it. Not a chance. In the past, he might have just ignored the jumped-up git, but now, as Commander-in-Chief of Orb's entire military, he was the face of the nation's armed forces, the embodiment of its pride. He wouldn't let anyone, least of all this preening peacock, show him such blatant disrespect. "You, HMPH, don't think just cause you're the big boss now you can do whatever you want. The one doing whatever they want here, Gina, is you, isn't it? What? At the end of the day, you're just one of the Sahak family's spare heirs. No rank, no position, and bugger all contribution to this operation. So wipe that smug, ugly look off your mug and show some respect. Young Huey, your sister, Mina, runs rings around you, mate. You're not even in the same league." Young Huey tilde. If the earlier rebuke was a slap across the face in front of everyone, comparing him to Mina and finding him wanting was like tearing that face off, throwing it on the floor and stamping on it. Rage, pure and undiluted, consumed Gina. His mind went blank, reason drowned in a boiling sea of humiliation. He snatched the pistol from his holster, intent on wiping that cool, dismissive look off Yang Hui's face permanently. "Commando, stop him. It happened in a flash." Gina was fast, faster than anyone expected, but Yang Hui was faster. The muzzle had barely leveled with Yang Hui's chest when a hand shot out like a viper, striking, clamping around Gina's wrist in a grip of forged steel. With a brutal twist, the arm was wrenched backwards. "Alorg." NNGH. A cry of agony tore from Gina's throat as the pistol tumbled from his nerveless fingers. It never hit the floor. Yang Hui snatched it from the air, and in the same fluid motion, shoved the cold, dark barrel deep into Gina's open mouth, choking off his scream. The only sound now was a muffled, agonized whimper. A sharp kick to the back of Gina's knee sent him crashing to the ground in a twisted, undignified heap, forced onto one knee, attempting to assassinate the commander-in-chief. Yang Hui's voice was a sliver of ice, his eyes boring down into Gina's, cold and merciless. "What's the penalty for that, I wonder? MMMPHH. Gina struggled, his muffled sounds a mix of curses and pleas, but he couldn't break free. The iron grip held him fast, every movement bringing a fresh wave of agony. Yang Hui released him, and in front of the stunned onlookers, expertly dismantled the pistol, its parts clattering onto the metal deck. He didn't even bother calling the guards. "For your sister's sake, I'll let it slide. This time," he said, leaning in close, his voice a low, dangerous whisper that made Gina's blood run cold. "You want to lord it over everyone with your coordinator status. Plant and Zaft would suit you better." "Yang Hui." Gina looked up, his posture one of ultimate humiliation, his eyes a toxic cocktail of raw fury, searing hatred and primal fear. "Someone get him out of my sight," Yang Hui commanded, his voice ringing with authority. "And lock him up. No one lets him out without my direct order." "Sir." Gina was dragged away, the jeering, contemptuous gazes of the hangar crew burning into him like laser fire. The world around him felt hostile, every face a mask of mockery. A fire ignited in his chest, a raging inferno that threatened to consume everything. "Yang Hui, Mina, and all you worthless commoners, one day I'll make you all pay for this 100 times over. You reckon that's enough?" Erica Simmons asked, sidling up to Yang Hui, her expression unreadable. "It'll have to do," Yang Hui sighed, a flicker of weariness in his eyes. By all rights, he could have executed Gina on the spot for that stunt. Not even old man Sahak could have said a word. Erica's meaning was clear. She wanted him to eliminate the threat for good. Gina was a loose cannon, and after this public humiliation, he wouldn't be grateful for being spared. He'd just hate them all more fiercely. Yang Hui knew this, of course, but he'd gone soft. Gina was Mina's twin. Even if Mina knew her brother was a liability who would eventually pay for his foolishness, she would still grieve. This was a nod to her feelings, a final act of kindness, but only once. If Gina tried anything else, Yang Hui wouldn't hesitate again. No amount of pleading from old man Sahak or Mina would save him then. "You shouldn't have let him go. He's an unpredictable element," Tyria said, his voice flat, analytical. "I know, but it doesn't matter. He won't be hopping around for much longer anyway." If things went as expected, word would soon get out about a civilian project building a large artificial island in the Pacific. Gina, currently under lock and key, would miss out, but Yang Hui had a gut feeling that Gina would find a way out, and would eventually cross paths with Lo and Guy in space. And there his story would end. "You're fishing?" Lyle asked, a knowing glint in his eye. "Something like that." That was the other reason he hadn't killed Gina. There were bound to be people within Orb who supported him, maybe even contacts from other factions. Compared to Gina, the dancer of Orb, those hidden figures were the real ticking time bomb, using the relatively harmless Gina as bait to lure them out. A bargain at any price. Of course, the rats he'd catch with this particular bait wouldn't be all of them, but what Yang Hui really wanted to see was if he could use Gina to get a lead on the shadowy hand he'd been investigating for so long. The librarians. Wang Liu Mei's agents had already picked up faint traces of this terrifying organization. Even if Gina died, he could return as a carbon human, his rage against Yang Hui burning brighter than ever. So could the original Gina be used to dig up more intel on the librarians? Yang Hui didn't know, but it didn't cost anything to try. The next day, old man Sahak came calling, having heard that Yang Hui had placed Gina under house arrest. "You already know how this ends," Yang Hui said bluntly, before the old man could even speak. "Yes, I do. Then why come? As a father I must. As the head of one of the 5 great families I must." Yang Hui nodded silently, a cold, cynical smile touching his lips. So old man Sahak's fatherly love for Gina wasn't that deep after all. He had to come as a father to keep up appearances, to show he was making an effort, successful or not. He was, after all, Gina's adoptive father. Gina and Mina were not his biological children, but coordinator twins he had adopted to fulfill the Sahak family's ambition, to step out from Orb's shadows and, if possible, supplant the Atha family as its leader. But old man Sahak knew now that no matter how useless Kagali was, and no matter how brilliant Gina and Mina were, Orb's next leader would be neither of them, because the younger generation had produced a monster named Yang Hui. Yuzumi's promotion of Yang Hui to Commander-in-Chief and Sumeragi to Chief of Staff, his backing of their high-risk planet, was all to pave the way for Yang Hui. And as the head of a great family, he had to come because his son had tried to assassinate the head of the military. Even without collective punishment, Gina's actions would tarnish the Sahak family's reputation, so even knowing it was pointless, he had to visit Yang Hui to make a public show of his support for Yang Hui's rise to power. The old man had been ambitious in his youth, always clashing with Yuzumi, but he was old now. He couldn't fulfill the family's dream, he had to pass it on. Gina was a write-off, but Mina had a good working relationship with Yang Hui, and from her, he knew of Yang Hui's promise to bring the Sahak family into the light. That was enough for him, and the old fox suspected the relationship between Yang Hui and Mina was more than just professional. If he could. Old man Sahak stayed for a while, but after the initial pleasantries, he never mentioned Gina again. It was all a front, a way to kill time and be seen. After he left, another visitor arrived. Not Mina as Yang Hui had expected, but his own father, Yang Hongyu. Wasn't that a bit over the top? Yang Hongyu asked. Gina pointed a gun at me. I just put him under house arrest. Is that really so excessive? You know I'm not talking about Gina. We had to go that far to show Orb's resolve. The Foreign Ministry received a formal condemnation from Plant this morning, and a request for an alliance from the Atlantic Federation, I assume. Correct. As expected. Aren't you going to ask how we responded? I trust you to handle it, Dad. You cheeky brat. Still playing games at a time like this. Yang Hongyu chuckled, though he was clearly pleased with the compliment. We told Plant to shove it. Their forces entered Orb's waters without provocation. That's an undisputed fact. As for the Atlantic Federation, we told them no. Boss move, Dad. Shut it, you little sard. It was your mess to begin with. Plant and the Atlantic Federation can only fight a war of words for now. They are too busy to deal with us. All Orb has to do is control the narrative. Domestic media is sordid. As for foreign, let Liu Mei help you. I was waiting for you to say that. Be careful, Dad. Don't go working my future daughter-in-law too hard. Get out. A daughter-in-law this brilliant. I care more about her than you do. Isn't it just that Mum wants grandkids, knows she can't convince me, so she sent you to blow some hot air? How many nights on the sofa has that cost you? Get out. Go on, get out. Chapter 329. The ever-overlooked presence, the sterile hum of Orb's military hospital, whispered through corridors lined with gleaming chrome and reinforced transparisteel. A sanctuary of healing tucked deep within the nation's fortified medical complex. 2 days had crawled by since the operation, and Nicol Amalfi finally stirred from his blood loss-induced stupor, blinking against the harsh overhead lumens that painted everything in clinical white. His face still bore the ghostly pallor of someone who'd danced too close to death's door, but the wounds threading across his body had sealed themselves with the efficiency of advanced medical tech, leaving only faint silver lines as testament to his ordeal. Nicol's expression twisted into something complex and unreadable as he clocked the figure standing beside his medical cot, a face he'd hoped never to see again after their less-than-cordial encounter a fortnight back. Yet here they were, reunited in the worst possible circumstances, like ships colliding in the void. How you feeling? Yang Hui asked, his voice carrying that same casual authority that had unsettled Nicol before, arms crossed as he leaned against the doorframe with deceptive ease. All right, I suppose, Nicol replied, his voice hoarse from disuse, fingers unconsciously tracing the medical sensors stuck to his chest. Good. Would have been a right mess if you'd carked it on my watch. Why save me? The question slipped out, raw and honest, Nicol's green eyes searching Yang Hui's face for some hint of motive, some angle he was missing. Why not? You're worth your weight in rare metals, mate. Nicol fell silent, the words hitting him like a punch to the gut. Worth something. His father, Yuri Amalfi, might be one of the Supreme Council's 12, but Nicol wasn't daft enough to think the old man would compromise Plant for personal reasons. Hell, the council wouldn't stand for it. His value was practically nil less than the Blitz Gundam scrap, if he was being honest. If he could see it, Yang Hui bloody well could too. Rest up proper, yeah. Already sent word to Zaf they'll be round to collect you soon enough. Yang Hui said, pushing off from the wall with fluid grace, boots clicking against the polished floor as he made for the exit. But just as he reached the threshold, he paused, hand resting on the door frame. Cheers, the single word, barely a whisper, made Yang Hui's steps falter for just a heartbeat. His lips curved into a faint smile that Nicole couldn't see, and he raised a hand in casual farewell before disappearing into the corridor's bright embrace. Just as Nicole had sussed, Yang Hui hadn't pulled him from the drink expecting some grand trade with Plant. No ulterior motives, no political machinations, just a bloke trying to prevent one small tragedy in a galaxy full of them. No reward expected, none needed. Still, saving Nicole had yielded unexpected dividends. Returning him alive and breathing might thaw Zaft icy regard for Orb, if only by a degree or two. Not much, but better than a kick in the teeth, and with Nicole being Yuri Amalfi's lad, the man's budding radicalism would evaporate the moment his boy came home safe. He'd stick with the Klein faction, remain a pillar of the moderate wing, but that alone wouldn't douse Zaft fury, wouldn't silence the whispers about Orb throwing in with the Earth Alliance. For that, Yang Hui had something else brewing. Beep beep beep, go ahead, got the intel on that massive floating platform. Righto, might need to shift into high gear. Zaft got wind of it too, prepping a strike force. Understood, I'll sort the personnel. One more thing you might find interesting. What's that then? They've hired an old mate of yours for platform security. Useful ally. That ups our odds considerably. The calm link died with a soft chime, but before Yang Hui could gather his thoughts, the thunder of approaching footsteps echoed down the corridor. Kagaliula Atha burst around the corner like a comet trailing panic, her blonde hair streaming behind her, eyes wide with barely contained hysteria. Yang Hui, she gasped, skidding to a halt, chest heaving. Yang Hui's brow creased into a familiar frown by his reckoning. Kagali should have been under house arrest courtesy of dear old dad, but spotting Kisaka and several guards trailing in her wake, the pieces clicked. Even imprisonment came with parole, apparently. Keep it down, princess, this is a bloody hospital. Yang Hui hissed, voice dropping to match his words. But that's not. This isn't the time for that. Kira's in trouble. She blurted, grabbing his arm with desperate fingers. Come again. Yang Hui's attention sharpened, turning to Kisaka with raised eyebrows. What's the story? Massive explosion detected near Marshall Island. Scale suggests mobile suit detonation. Kisaka reported, his weathered face grave as carved stone. Right, Yang Hui's mind clicked through calculations, plotting the Archangel's course and speed. The timing fit, they'd be hitting Marshall waters about now. Yang Hui, please. I'm begging you, help them. Kagali's voice cracked, tears threatening to spill as she clutched his sleeve. Trapped under guard, helpless as a bird in a cage, the thought of Kira and the Archangel in danger was eating her alive. I'll send a recon team to check it out. You should head back now. No, wait. I want to go too. I won't cause trouble, I swear. Kisaka and the others will keep me in line, honest. Please, just let me come along. Her plea was raw, desperate, pride crumbling before genuine terror for her friends. Yang Hui studied her for a long moment, then shifted his gaze to Kisaka, weighing, calculating. Can you manage her? Absolutely, Kisaka replied, straightening with military precision. Right then, Yang Hui pulled out his PAD, fingers flying over the interface as he connected to Defense HQ. Commander, 7th Fleet, immediate deployment to Marshall Islands for reconnaissance, 2nd MS Battalion, 1st Squadron, and 6th Air Wing Escort. Whatever you find out there, bring it all back to me. Yes, sir. The line went dead. Yang Hui glanced at Kagali and nodded. Off you go, really? You're actually letting me go? She stammered, hardly daring to believe it, having braced herself for rejection, ready to argue, cajole, or throw a tantrum if necessary. Well, if you'd rather stay here, I'm going. Kisaka, quick march. Fear of Yang Hui changing his mind propelled her into motion, but after a few steps she turned back, cheeks burning crimson, twisting her hands like a shy schoolgirl. Thank you. You're a good man, PFFT. Bloody hell, the unexpected good person card hit Yang Hui like shrapnel, nearly choking him on his own spit. He watched with a bemused expression as Kagali dragged Kisaka away, her words echoing in his skull long after she'd vanished. What in the seven hells was that about? Still, he shook his head, a wry smile tugging his lips. Good person card delivered, at least that puts paid to any lingering notions she might have had. Collecting himself, Yang Hui turned his thoughts to Marshall Islands and the Archangel's fate. The pieces were falling into place, but the picture they painted was grim. So it's happened after all. Kira and Athron should be fine, but the others? His mind raced through possibilities. Nicole was alive, and both Zaft and Plant had received word of his survival and Orb's willingness to return him. Athron's team should have gotten the message too, which meant someone else took Nicole's place as catalyst. Toll might be caught in the crossfire, became the spark for their duel. But who? Dirka, Isaac, or perhaps, unable to reach a conclusion, Yang Hui shelved the speculation. Morgenroth waited. He needed to check on Dawn, Exir, Cherudim, and Seravi's maintenance status. The moment all four were combat ready, they'd launched to seize control of that floating platform. The next day brought the 7th Fleet's return, laden with grim tidings and unexpected survivors. The bad news: they'd recovered wreckage from Strike Gundam, Aegis Gundam, and in Skygrasper, plus the mangled remains of Buster Gundam scattered across the waves like metallic confetti.